And now strap in and get ready. It's showtime.
I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag.
Yeah, welcome everybody to the PulpMX show presented by motorsport.com. Fly Racing and Decal Works coming at you. It's Tuesday, I should say, November 15th, 5 p.m. Pacific. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. YouTube people, thank you. Archive people, thank you. Live listeners / live listeners. Thanks, people. Appreciate it. Got a great show lined up. A lot of Paris Supercross talk tonight. I just got back from there last night, and Ken Roxon took the win. He's got some decisions ahead of him. We'll talk about that and more. Eli Tomac rode great as well. And our buddy Alex Ray didn't do all the laps. He did not do all the laps. We'll get into that and more later on the show. Don't forget sponsor deals on PulpMXShow.com. Hover over the logo. Find the codes to save. So you're in the market for Guts Racing. You're in the market for Pro Filter, Maxima, Atlas. There's codes to save. Intense Cycles as well. Use the code. Save some money, people. Okay? Thank you. Ryan Dungey on the show tonight. Ryan Villopoto on the show tonight. Alex Martin on the show tonight. Adam Bailey on the show tonight. Scott Huddlestone as well from motorsport.com. Jam-packed show. Think about Dunge and Villopoto. Two of the all-time greats. Two of the Mount Rushmore of moto. They're on the show. So thanks to those guys for coming on board. Motorsport.com, of course, the Driven to Ride video is out. We talked about this Gold Creek Lodge thing we did a few weeks back with Talon and myself and Villopoto and Weimer. Rory Sullivan. It is out, so go to YouTube, motorsport.com YouTube page, and watch it. Watch me struggle. Watch me make some funny jokes as well. Appreciate that. And motorsport.com is really going to just thank you people for being PulpMX listeners. And we are giving away 4 $100 gift cards tonight on the show for our live listeners. We will do one $100 gift card for our archive listeners. I'll tell you about that later on. But yeah, 4 motorsport.com $100 gift cards tonight on the show. And that's simply a thank you from motorsport.com. And so we'll tell you how to do that later on and win that. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, Renthal, Michelin Motorcycle Tires, at Cherby's, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, OGO Power Sports, ORW, Scotia, Pro Filter, FMF, thanks to those guys, Guts Racing, Atlas Neck Brace, Works Connection, PulpMX 20 is the code to save with WorksConnection.com. Please check those guys out. The Pro Launch Start device, yeah, sweeping the nation between Star Yamaha and Factory Honda. WUSA, thanks to the W guys for the World Vet Race last weekend, stepping up and sponsoring that. Get Data, Ride Engineering, Manscaped, Suspension Direct, Intense Cycles, Weisco Piston, our buddy Billy Grotto, Twisted Tea. Thank you, everybody, for listening to the show. And as I said, Dungey, Villopoto, Troll Train, Adam Bailey on the show tonight. Don't forget the PulpMX app, which will be out real soon. Maybe this Friday, I heard. Amazon widget on PulpMX.com as well. Go through Amazon, that widget to help us out. Do the same thing for Motorsport.com, and we get a small slice of that, and it enables me to keep paying people like the guy sitting across from me in studio to get here and do the show. I super appreciate him coming in. Longtime industry guy, former pro racer. Man, got third in a national moto, everybody. Worked at WPS, worked at Smith Goggles, worked at Alpine Stars. Now he's got his Dirt Buzz marketing agency going. It's Dale Spangler. What's up, man? How are you?
Hi, Steve.
Thanks for coming in.
Man, I really appreciate it.
Yeah? Thanks for I've been wanting to get you on for a while. You asked me a while back about coming in. I'm like, that'd be great. I'm glad we can make it happen. So.
Yeah, like I was telling you earlier, it's kind of a bucket list thing for me. You know?
Yeah.
You just come so far. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
And we'll get into our history a little bit. But yeah, I definitely have you to thank for sure for things, the success of this show. We'll get into that a little more. Pull that microphone a little closer if you can. And Dungey, Villopoto, Troll Train, and Adam Bailey on tonight. So it should be a good show.
Definitely.
We'll get into maybe some tough racing stories.
Yeah.
Can we get into some tough racing Keith Bowen stories? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how much you can tell publicly, but
yeah. There's nothing to worry about there.
Bucket list, he says.
Yeah.
Directing the show over there, holding things down. A man who gets to live the bucket list each and every Monday or Tuesday. Travis Marks. What's up, Marks?
Hi.
What's happening?
This has been on my bucket list since I started.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy to be here.
Maybe you should appreciate, how fortunate you are to be here. This is Dale's bucket
Have
list.
I ever not been?
I'm gonna spit out my coffee.
Yeah.
Everything good?
I thought
Yep.
we'll
Okay.
just move on from that.
Okay.
I'm just happy to be here,
All
Steve.
right,
Thank
thank
you
you.
for having me.
Taking your phone calls over there in the corner. He's holding things down. He's very excited because Ryan Dungey's on, his favorite rider. Tits was there. Tits, what's up?
I was going to ask for overtime pay since this is a Tuesday,
Uh-huh.
but since Dungey's on, we'll call it even.
Okay, all
Yep.
right.
Very excited.
We have set the PulpMX staff dinner coming up here.
The inaugural.
Well, we
PulpMX
did it.
staff
We
dinner.
did it before. We just didn't invite you.
Okay. All right.
Who does he show?
Does who?
Does Tits show?
Oh, for free dinner?
Free dinner?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
I wouldn't even complain about the place, even if it was, free meal.
Okay, all right. I'm just wondering.
Can't beat it.
Now, are you going to continue to harass Tater?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That's non-negotiable.
No, not negotiable. Got it. Sounds good. Well, try not to be weird with Dunge on the phone, all right?
Okay.
And then is Tater coming in later? Or we think he is. He's got a very busy night, but
Coach Tater
yeah.
is skipping his year-end T-ball tournament awards banquet to be here for this.
Yeah, he's coming in because he was up there at Gold Creek Lodge up in Idaho,
Yeah.
where you live.
Yep.
That place is amazing, by the way.
Looks so good.
It does. And so Tater was there, and we're going to get him to come in as well when RV's on the phone. So lots to get into. Well, Eli Tomac almost had the perfect year, Spangler. He won the most Supercross title, Motocross the Nations title. He went to the UK for the World Supercross round, won that, and was looking pretty good after night one in Paris. Took the win overall on Saturday night. And Sunday night, Ken Roczen swept him. Ken Roczen caught and passed Eli Tomac twice over the course of the 6 main events, and Roczen took the overall. Great job for the 94 Honda Genuine Parts rider. And so Tomac's streak of almost a perfect 2022 year is over. He lost a race as far as that goes. But Paris was cool. Paris was good. A deep class, Marvin, Cooper, Tomac, Roczen, all there, Brayton, and then Supercross as well, who's way legit at these things. And then a great track, big whoops.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it was a good race.
Yeah, I think it's definitely was a good kind of sort of pre-Anaheim 1 test in a way. I felt like a real test. It wasn't like a hybrid, strange Euro track. It was, it was a legit track.
Yeah, Brayton told me, he's like, look, obviously Jason Anderson and Chase Sexton are amazing, right?
Yeah.
But Brayton's like, this could be the top 4 at A1. And I mean, I doubt it.
Yeah.
But if something goes wrong with Sexton and Anderson or whatever, that could be your top 4 in that order, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it really could be. And that was what Brayton was saying. So, the field was good. Roczen was impressive. Roczen was telling everybody that he's got a lot to think about when it comes to staying on that team and riding red. So
yeah, I think when you see a happy Roczen having fun, and it's a delight to watch. You know what I mean? I mean, just watching how smooth he is on the bike, and his whip speed was incredible.
Yeah, it was. I thought JB had the best whip speed night one. Roczen right behind him, and then on Sunday, whoops were a little easier, a little smaller. Roczen was the best guy through the whoops. He was definitely making up time on Eli and everybody else. It was a good race, and boy, I mean, in taking the tea leaves of people over there, over here, it looks like Roczen's gonna stay there at the Honda team if they can make it work. He said a few times, I got a lot to think about. This has gone really well. I'm comfortable. I thought he wouldn't want to stay there because he got off the Honda, and he just wants to change and wants to maybe stick it to the Honda guys or, all these riders when they leave, right? But, I mean, as of right now, he's going to ride the Hep bike this week. He just rode a Stark.
Yep.
So he's not riding a Stark next year, everybody, but he's just riding a Stark. He just rode the Stark. And then I totally can see him staying there. I really can.
I kind of just wonder if some of it was just, he saw what Tomac did moving over to a different bike, and like Jason Anderson moving to a different bike, and just kind of getting different scenery. But maybe it's not even the bike; it's just a change of scenery, a different team.
Yeah.
And so if he sounds like he's, he gels with that team. They give him what he wants.
Yeah, he's got factory connection doing his suspension. He's got no factory parts on it, but
yeah,
I mean,
hard to tell.
Anaheim's a different beast than Paris, but I mean, when you look at it, like, if he's going for money, he's going to do the Hep thing. That's what will get him the most money. He can keep his Fox gear and do the Progressive insurance, Suzuki, Red Bull helmet, make the most money. And if he likes the bike.
Yeah.
He should like it. He's ridden it before. But if he wants to maybe be the happiest, then maybe he'll do these guys Supercross only.
Yeah.
Maybe World stuff afterwards. But I think if he does this, the Honda Genuine Parts team, I think we'll see him in Fly.
You think so?
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
From what I gather, we'll see him in Fly.
That would be a big move because, it's been a long time he's been a Fox rider.
It has been, but I don't know if that team can make it work without him doing that.
Because he'd be riding for Firepower, right?
Firepower. Honda Genuine Parts is the title. Firepower is maybe subtitle or something. So I asked somebody over here, I said, give me the breakdown of the Roczen pie for where he goes next year. This industry guy knows a lot. He told me 70% with current team, the Honda team, 20% HEP because it's good money, 5% Club MX, 5% own deal. That was somebody who would know on what they think Roczen will do next year.
I think the Genuine is the easiest path of least resistance for him, and he's going to do well on it. But the HEP one, to me, it would be the best story. Because, I mean, who wouldn't want to see him get on that bike and win?
Can you imagine? Yeah.
That would be so cool.
He was asking me about the bike in Paris, and, I mean, they got some good people over there at Twisted Tea, HEP stuff, HEP Suzuki. He knows the bike well. I'm not – okay, yeah, it's not as up-to-date as the other bikes, but you can get it pretty damn close, enough for Roczen to win races. I really believe that.
Yeah, I think so, too.
I don't think it would be as good as some of the other brands, but I think you can win races on it.
I think so, especially if it's somebody like him with as much talent as he has.
Yeah, absolutely. So what else caught your eye in Paris?
Some of the young French riders, I thought, I think it's Yannis Irsuti, like that kid seemed like he really impressed me. He looks like he has a good style.
Yep.
Kind of almost like the young pro circuit riders here in the States. Like there's so many of these young European riders coming up that are really impressive. He kind of had that Kida Wolf style where he's just really loose on the bike and I was kind of impressed.
Bigger kid, taller kid.
Yeah, I mean, I was impressed with some of those guys. Yeah, they didn't. I think Irsuti got.
I think he got
Saturday?
Fourth overall. Yeah, third Saturday.
Yeah.
Fourth overall, I think. Blows had it wrapped up and just ate shit in the whoops. Zombie.
Such a bummer.
Yeah, Zombie had it wrapped, but went down in the final one. All you need to do was finish where he was, and he would have had it wrapped up. And you've had one of those crashes, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
Those drop the front end, tink, tink,
oh, yeah,
and over, dude.
You're just waiting there. You're looking for the spot your face is going to plant,
Yeah. Matt Moss, 6 years between wins. Because he got suspended for 4 years for WADA stuff down and under. Good job to Matt Moss, for sure. He was stoked.
He was emotional, wasn't he?
He was. And
rightfully so.
Rightfully so.
Yeah.
Webb and Marvin, night one. They got some work to do for Anaheim. And I don't think it's those guys. I think it's the whoops, the bikes.
I know.
Those guys, I bet you that whoop section was 2 seconds long, let's say. Let me think. Maybe 2.5 seconds long.
Oh, yeah.
I bet you they were losing close to a second. It was unbelievable. And they both were. So I don't think you can look at Webb or Marvin and be like, oh, he just sucks in the whoops. Look, they're both not great in whoops. We know that. They're not whoop masters. The fact that they were both struggling that bad, I'm going back to KTM and being like, hey, and and even Coop told me like, at Alden's Baker's factory, they're all on Austrian bikes. And so maybe they don't quite know how far off they are because they're all on the same bike.
Yep.
Like maybe if Kenny showed up on his Honda or Brayden showed up on his Honda on Alden's track, they'd be like, oh, we got work to do. They got work to do. Those guys were not close. And those whoops were big. Those whoops in Paris were legit American whoops. And
absolutely.
And
they got me scared a little bit.
They were not good. They got better on Sunday, but the whoops were smaller, so they got better. Webb got better on the bike during the weekend and was close to podium on the last night. But Marv crashed twice on Saturday. They never looked good through the whoops. They looked horrible on Saturday, and both KTM guys. I mean, Marv hauls ass on that stuff. He won the event last year. He's won it before. He knows how to ride Paris. He did not. He wasn't close.
Yeah, it seemed like I noticed like a couple times there's like these unintentional errors, casing something or just missing something to where they just seem like they're just slightly out of tune.
Yeah.
compared to the other guys. I don't know what it is with that bike, but I mean, I don't know enough about it to even really talk to it.
Yeah.
But it seems obvious, that there's something going on there.
Yeah, I'm thinking Ian Harrison is getting a phone call from both guys being like, we got work to do. And whether they go back west or the KTM team comes out east, I don't know what it is. But, I mean, they got time. I'm not going to tell them they're going to show up in Anaheim and they're going to struggle. But it was very noticeable in Paris that those guys got work to do, both of them in whoops. And, again, I'm not going on them. I think it's a bike issue because they both looked bad.
Yeah.
Marv tried to jump at one point. It's like, you can't jump these, Marv.
No, and then you start adding in. You get to A1, and you start adding in. Malcolm Stewart and all these other guys that are good in whoops.
Yeah,
and it's going to be
Christian,
concerning.
Yeah. So that was good to see for Kenny. He was very much on it. Like I said, he caught past Eli twice in 6 races, and other ones he couldn't do it. But it's good to see. Do you like that Super Bowl stuff?
I don't mind it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably good for the crowd. And.
I like starting off the night with Super Bowl, which is what they did in Paris. They do it in other races. You have opening ceremonies of a race. You show everybody the best riders. They do a hot lap, and then they disappear for 20 minutes, 30 minutes while the 250 guys go. Always seems like a bit of anticlimactic, right? So what if they just did a Super Bowl, and what if the winner got 4 points towards or the top 3, 4, 3, 2 or something? Right? I don't know. You got to give them some points. You got to give them some incentive to do it.
That's true.
I like it. I like Super Bowl. Yeah. I think it's kind of cool.
I
One
like
guy all by himself, you can sort of feel if he nails a section, the crowd's yelling. In a race, you can't necessarily hear the crowd because there's 20 bikes on the track. But when there's one guy out there and you just have one motorcycle, you can really hear the ebbs and flows of the crowd as to how he's doing in a particular section.
It's got to be weird, like when you just can hear the crowd that much because you normally can't hear that, with all the bikes around you. So I've heard some riders comment on that. They're like, oh, it's kind of nerve-wracking because like every little thing, every eye in that stadium's on you.
Yeah.
And so it's just like that. And if you let it get to you mentally,
Yep.
it could definitely throw you off.
I did some TV with Paul Malin at the race, so that was cool.
Yeah, I heard that. That was good. You did great.
I mean, thanks. I appreciate it. Malin makes it easy, right? He's such a pro.
Yeah.
So that was cool of Paul to let me do that. Thanks to him for I was on MXGP TV, and then near the end on Sunday, I'm just like, hey, is David Luongo, who runs the GPs, I'm like, is he listening? He's like, yeah. I'm like, he's got to get you a partner, man. You can't keep doing these all by yourself in the booth.
Well, JT's done it a couple times.
Yeah, he has
job.
the odd guest star here and there, but I think Paul doing these races all by himself, EMX races, women's races, all of it, just by himself.
Just a machine.
I know, right? Totally.
Yeah.
So that was fun to do some TV, and it was good to see our buddy A-Ray on a Honda showed up on Michelin's, by the way, and Jason on Michelin's.
Right, trying to put those laps in.
Couldn't fucking do it. But honestly, like seriously, I don't know if you guys saw my Twitter, but the fucking guy's chain breaks in the whoops 3 laps in. What human does this happen to other than A-Ray? Like he was just trying to do the laps, and his chain breaks.
Only A-Ray, right?
I didn't see one chain break all weekend other than Alex Ray's.
He's like Sleprock, man. It's just bad luck follows him, doesn't it?
Dude. And then so his chain breaks, front end drops, bang, over the bars. And he's laying in the whoops, and Brayton's right behind him, and Brayton blitzes over his body laying in the whoops. A-Ray's like, he says to Brayton, dude, I'm so happy you're good at whoops. Bro, like, I feel bad for the dude. Like, I'm on him. Nothing but love for our guy A-Ray. You know what I mean? If you really,
Fuck my ass.
He chain breaks and then he crashed in the 3 main events. And then I got mad at him again. And then Sunday, he just did the laps. That was good job, A-Ray.
Did he get I think he got a 14th?
I don't know, man. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He's going to be on Yamahas next year. He's riding a Honda. This race doesn't matter. You're on a Honda, do the laps. But
do we leave the pop-up on PulpMX Fantasy for him?
100%.
Okay.
100%.
Just want to make sure we're on the same page there.
We can't. That thing will never come down. I just, though, like, his fucking chain breaks and he eats shit in the whoops. What human being does this happen to?
That's funny. He's something I was wondering though. Do you remember? So because you've been to the Paris Supercross, like you told me, what, 17, 18 times now?
This was my 17th year or 18th year in a row.
Yeah, that's insane.
Right.
So when I went to it, it was 1997, and if I'm not mistaken, I thought they did like the duels. Didn't they do like
they've
two upright?
changed it up?
Yeah.
They've changed. They had those for a while, and then they also had 8 guys, 2 laps, and the last 2 get eliminated. 6 guys, 2 laps, the last 2 get eliminated.
Oh,
you know?
yeah, okay, yeah.
So they've done that a bunch over the years. Now they just had for this one, Super Bowl each night, 3 main events, and that's it.
I always thought that would be kind of bring that straight rhythm vibe into it a little bit, having 2 riders
Yeah.
go, but on a track. And they used to the one race that really stood out to me that I got to go when I was over there and went to Paris.
Did you go to the one where McGrath rode the aluminum frame bike?
I was going to say Saporides race though. Do you remember hearing about that one? It was in northern Italy.
Yep.
That was a cool
big
race.
one. Yeah.
And that's the one where the like talent, like I think it was. Yeah, Talon Volin and like Ryan Hughes was over there, and like it was the 2-rider duels.
The Saporiti one, I was stoked because one time Rollerball got 3rd, my hero, in like '87, and like it was a stacked field, right? All the top guys went there, and I was pretty stoked that Rollerball got 3rd.
Grath's in there, and I mean,
so at the Bercy you went, was that MC on aluminum frame?
I don't know. So it was '97.
But it was at the end of '97 or the end of '96?
End of '97.
Oh, then it wouldn't have been him. Yeah, then he wouldn't have done it.
Ah.
But so he raced that aluminum bike one time at Paris that year, and that was '96. End of '96,
okay.
before he bolted for Suzuki. Well, it's interesting. So you talk about Bercy, and like you said, you went there. I don't know if anything will ever touch Bercy. This Paris race is awesome. This Defense Arena is brand new. It's really good. It's packed. Saturday night was sold out.
Looks amazing.
Right, but when you just talk about Bercy, look, I don't think you couldn't go to Bercy anymore. I don't think even the 4-strokes are just too big for it. You know what I mean?
Probably.
Like they're just too big. But dude, Bercy back in the day, crowd on top of you, the crowd stands going straight up, everyone leaning over the railing, going in the tunnels.
That grass over the top of the
grass was on the side of the.
Yep.
What a phenomenal atmosphere that place was.
Oh, and that one I remember they even allowed him to bring in the chainsaws with the bars off.
Yeah.
Inside the arena.
Yeah. Oh
yeah.
Yeah.
So they're just cranking those things, and
it was quite,
cheerleaders.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. We had cheerleaders. Do we have cheerleaders this year? No cheerleaders this year. Huh. We haven't had cheerleaders for a couple years, I don't think. We had cheerleaders in UK though.
PC Paris, I guess. Huh?
Yeah. UK got cheerleaders though. All right. So what I want to do right now, motorsport.com, $100 gift card. Tits.
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
5th caller.
Okay.
5th caller, 702-586-PULP. 702-586-PULP. 5th caller gets a $100 motorsport.com gift card. Thank you to those guys. And they're just saying thank you, people, for listening. That's all they're doing. So please give us a call. Thanks to motorsport.com. Dale Spangler in studio, brought to you by the folks at OGO Power Sports. Traveling's a pain. We know that. But whether you use a 9800 like Kiefer for 2 nights or, use a carry-on like I do, like most humans do. Great bags. Backpacks are fantastic. You have a laptop sleeve and all the pockets marks. You've been rocking your OGO, right?
I got it right here next to me.
Nice.
It's probably my new favorite backpack.
Oh, thank you.
And I was a big Herschel guy, but I'm out. Give me OGO all day.
I don't know what Herschel is.
Yeah,
Is that
it's
Herschel Walker? Or is that?
It's a little more like uppity, not uppity, but trendy.
Okay. All right.
But not as practical.
Okay.
Give me the OGO.
All right. Sounds good. Tits, we got a winner? We got our winner, everybody. Thank you for calling. We got our winner for the motorsport.com gift card. OGO, bringing you Dale Spangler on the show. You've used OGO, I'm sure, for many years.
Yeah, I was still there when we did the OGO fly bags.
And they're still doing them now.
Yeah.
So thank you to the folks at OGO. Thanks to Chris. He wins the motorsport.com gift card. If you want to get a deal on anything from OGO, email us using the contact form on PulpMX.com. I'll pass it on, and you can get a deal from the folks at OGO, PulpMX deal. So whether it's 9800, the rig bag that I use, backpack, travel, carry-on, whatever it is. Thanks to the folks at OGO Power Sports for making things happen. I want to thank the folks at Michelin as well. I rode with Starcross 6s at the World Vets, and I really enjoyed the tires. The front is really, really good. I think it's an improvement over the 5. The rear seemed fine also. I like the opener knobs on the Michelin Starcross 6. Featuring Michelin adaptive design, 16% more traction, not 15, Dale. 16%.
16.
And 19%, not 18, but 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. Thanks to Michelin Silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability. 6 versions: sand, mud, medium, soft, medium, hard, and hard versions. Boy, I really like to try that sand version of Michelin. I guess I'll never get a chance to try it. Really wish I could. Please check out MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more about the complete offering of Michelin tires. And support them, man. They support the wrap-up show with the bicycle tires also. And they also have truck tires, of course, and all that stuff from Michelin. So Starcross 6s, get it at motorsport.com or wherever you shop. Go to your local dealer and yell at them for you to try the Motorsport or the Starcross 6s. Pro filter. Changed my Pro filter today from the World Vets. Took my old one out, threw it away, put a brand new, freshly oiled
Beautiful.
Pro filter in. Pulp 20 at checkout, profilter.com. Pre-oiled, ready-to-use premium air filter oil filters for your next service for dirt bikes, street bikes, side-by-sides, and everything in between. Love the guys at Pro Filter, and there's a real option for riders to avoid cleaning an air filter ever again. Pulp 20 is the code to save at Pro Filter. Pulp 20 also the code to save with Maxima. You probably used Maxima when you raced.
Oh yeah, well,
Way back
definitely.
in the day.
I think everybody's used
Did
Maxima.
were you Super M guy or were you Caster 927? What do you remember for two strokes?
927. Yeah.
I was Super M guy because we were cheap, so we had to use the Super M. 927 was too much money growing up. 927 is still the number one selling performance two-stroke oil in most markets around the world. MaximaUSA.com, Pulp 20 to save at MaximaUSA.com. So get Tranny oil, get SC1, get contact cleaner, MPPL, chain lube, grease, whatever it is. Bio wash also. I need some more bio wash. If you're listening, Trevor, I need bio wash. Pulp 20 is the code to save at MaximaUSA.com. Tell them Dogger sent you. Great products. Everything they make is fantastic. And really, I mean, when you think about it, the MPPL to the SC1, all of it. Great stuff. Thank you to those guys. Let's go to Randy's on the phone right here. Randy, what's up, man? You want to talk about the 24 hours of Glen Helen?
Yeah. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
And it was good hearing you on MXGP, the Supercross this weekend.
Thank you. Do you feel like Wygan and JT should worry a little bit, do you feel? Or
Definitely. Yeah, they should worry. They should put some in retirement because you're coming for their job. So
it's not. Listen, and so I want everybody to know it ain't hard to do that stuff. I sat down and I was stellar in it right away. So just when Weege and JT start talking about how tough they have it, remember how easy it was.
You're a walking sponge, though.
Thank you.
You just absorb information. So
I'm a walking sponge. What's up, Randy?
Yeah, so just want to encourage you to do the 24 hours. I've done it on a team. I've done it Ironman. I think once I was even on team with Kiefer, local shop team. He may have been just in the pits, but it's a good time. You guys would have such a good time hanging out in the pits, racing, all that stuff. So really encourage you to consider it.
When you did it solo, how often would you stop? Like how much would you nap or take a break, or what did you do?
Didn't.
You just kept going, really?
Yeah, I just kept going. Well, there was one part in the middle of the night where my wrist kind of got sore, so I took a few minutes. But other than that, it was just grinding away.
Wow, dude, that's gnarly. I was asking somebody about that who did it solo, and they said they stopped for about 10 minutes to nap in the middle of the night, and then they kept going again. I was like, wow, that's crazy. So,
it was cool. I was in the lead for a while, and then had some problems with my knee, and that was that. But it was awesome.
I think it'll be fun. Like we've done the World Vets 5 years in a row now. Like, yeah, I think the 24-hour might. Listen, I'm gonna be grouchy as fuck at 3 a.m. when I got to get on that bike, and I'm not going to enjoy it. But I think when you're all done, you'll have some good laughs, right?
Oh yeah, and great memories. I still think back on some of the good times and the people I was hanging out with, and you'll definitely have a good time and have some good memories as well.
Well, cool. Dale, you up for 24 hours of Glen Helen?
I don't know about that, man. I could just imagine like hallucinating at about 3 a.m.
Dude,
while you're riding.
Yeah, I got a bunch of buddies who've done it, including Kiefer, and they're just like, yeah, it's pretty gnarly.
Yeah, it's kind of like ultra marathon type stuff where you just probably get in this
Yeah.
weird little zone where you're.
No, I think Randy, we got to talk about it. I think I'm leaning towards doing that. We'll see. We'll see if everybody's schedule lines up. So thanks, man.
And Shorty's done it as well. So there's that.
Well, there it is. Thanks,
All
man.
right,
Thanks for calling. Thanks. 24 hours at Glen Helen. Marks and Talon and Peter, Tits.
No.
You guys are on the team.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in.
He's in. Decal Works. Love these guys. Ron and the boys. You know Ron Joint? Do you remember those guys?
Absolutely.
Been around forever.
Yep.
DecalMX.com. Code PulpMX to save. Proud sponsor of the Red Bull KTM team with Dunge and Cooper Webb this past weekend. Oh, I should say Dunge coming up right now with Marvin Coop this weekend. Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Off-Road Team uses decalmx.com. The expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. Quality, service, and knowledge. Officially licensed with all the OEMs, and they have a super quick turnaround. Sean and the boys at Decal Works will make it happen for you. Tell them you listen to Pulp. Use the code PulpMX. DecalMX.com. They do graphics for Kiefer as well. Bringing you Ryan Dungey on the show. And Scott Huddlestone as well will call in. Super cool deal with these guys. You've heard us plug RD Coffee before on the show, and I've used it a lot. And we have Ryan Dungey doing a motorsport.com RD Coffee and a boot campaign. Basically what this is $5 of every bag gets donated to the boot campaign. So if you buy the motorsport.com and RD Coffee, $5 every bag dedicated to the boot campaign, and they promote the collaboration of this. So really cool. It's a whole shot blend as well, in case you're wondering which blend of Dungey coffee it is. Don't forget motorsport.com. Black Friday Cyber Week promotions coming up. What is the date today? Today's the 15th. So they have pre-Black Friday right now. Pre-Black Friday sale going on at motorsport.com. And, of course, the Black Friday sale is next week. Can't believe Thanksgiving's next week already.
I know. Yeah.
What the hell?
Weird.
Weird. Weird how the calendar moves like that. So thanks to the folks at motorsport.com and of course Ryan Dungey for doing this cool thing. $5 of every bag to the boot campaign. And to speak about that and more, let's welcome on Ryan Dungey. What's up, Dunge? How are you, man?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
We're good. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. Hey, this is cool that you're doing with your RD Coffee and motorsport.com guys. That's awesome.
Yeah, it is. It's a great opportunity, and I'm sure you've been talking a little bit about it. But yeah, it's pretty cool. They approached me and said they're looking to partner and kind of a collab. Kind of created a new bag. They wanted to support the boot campaign, and $5 for every bag was going to go to the boot campaign, which was a no-brainer. I mean, to get to partner with them. For me to get to partner with the motorsport crew was a great opportunity. But beyond that, just pretty cool. We get to support our veterans through the whole thing and military families. So it's a great deal.
Is the whole shot blend your biggest seller? How'd you guys settle on the whole shot one?
Oh, we didn't settle on the whole shot one. We actually created our own small batch special edition blend.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. All right.
Oh yeah. No, I sent them a little one of each to sample. We were gonna go with the whole shot, but we ended up kind of tailoring the rev a little bit to kind of switch it up a little to get some different. But for the most part, we went with that, and it's called Motorsport Race Fuel. So.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
And how's biz? How's coffee biz? How's it going?
It's going, yeah. Things are going solid. Obviously, this is a good time of the year, Christmas time. It's getting cold out around the nation, and then ultimately gifts, and so just kind of trying to be on top of everything for that and keeping the inventory up.
So I ordered 3 bags from RD Coffee maybe a month ago, and I just finished it, and I was like, I got to get more. And then the motorsport.com RD Coffee shows up at my door, and I didn't even pay for it, Dunge. I'm getting 3 bags of coffee.
Oh, I must have forgot to send you that discount code. I'm sorry.
It's awesome. Works out great. So I bought 3 from you, and I'm getting 3 free ones. It's great. So
cool.
Hey, we just talked about Paris Supercross. I was there on the weekend. You never did these. You never did these things. You did that super motocross thing in Germany. I know Alden doesn't like you guys traveling a lot, and that was maybe some of it, but I know they probably offered you a bunch of money. Did you ever get tempted to go? Did you ever want to go?
No, it always sounded fun, and of course, you could have got a good paycheck going, but I always, by the time I got invited to go, I remember I was around Ricky at the time, and he had a story of he got paid well. He went over there and broke his collarbone,
Yeah, he did.
And so it just always stuck with me. It's look, man, you could have a good payday, and I'm sure the crowd and seeing everybody over there would be good for them to see you, but at the end of the day, just trying to get an off season, recoup, and then from a money standpoint, you sacrifice that little bit, you could make way more if you did your job well. So, and by the time it got to when I was retiring in 2017, every time that I got introduced to go, it was like, oh, here, we'll give you this much to go. And I'm like, my prep was going to be half-assed. And I just, that's when, to me, that's when like stupid stuff happens. And I just always just, so anyway.
You're about one of the biggest names to never race it, for sure. They've gotten everybody over the years. Roxon just did it for the first time, right, this year, and you're about the only holdout, really, for that.
I love going over to Europe. I mean, whether it's Des Nations or the SMX Cup, like you said, or even just getting to go over to KTM at the factory in Austria, just being over there. I love going over to Europe. I just, kind of never worked out to do that one, so.
Ryan Dungey on the show, brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. Decal MX is the code or website to save. PulpMX code to save with these guys. So your outdoor national comeback, Dungey. We haven't talked to you since you announced that you weren't coming back. I thought you were near the end of the year. You seemed like you had decided to come back. I'd heard that they were maybe Supercross, maybe just motocross again, but I'd sort of heard you were. And then at the last minute, it was like, no, he's done. So take us through that decision to not come back again, because to me it was a successful outdoor season for you. Almost got on the podium, ran up front. I don't think anybody could have asked more for you with you being so off for so long. So take us through the decision to not do it again. Yeah,
for sure. I mean, the initial getting the opportunity to go racing was it worked out because I got to be in Minnesota. We just had a little Banks at the time, he was like 4 or 5, 3 or maybe 2 or 3 months. Mm-hmm. And so I didn't have to uproot the family, and it just worked. I could fly and to and from races and leave Friday, get home Sunday. And so it was kind of always a short-term plan to just do the outdoors. Mm-hmm. And it did develop into talks of Supercross, of course. I mean, there was opportunity to go racing, and KTM, was kind of opened the door there. And I must have, it's been way on me, but I thought about it for a long time just because, here's this chance, this opportunity to the pay was great. The opportunity to go racing Supercross only, it was a great deal. But, so for 2 months, I just kind of teeter-tottered, kind of trying to make a decision. But when it really came down to it, just having to move and uproot the family and put them back in Florida and, we got 2 kids now, we're away from the family. It just was, it was a bigger decision than just me and Lindsay now. It's like I got family involved, and it at the end of the day, it was just, right. Like for me, it was, I needed to go back racing in a sense. 1, the challenge, but 2, it created a lot of closure for me of the after racing. I was like, after the outdoors was done, I was happy, like I was content, and I'm good. I don't need to race anymore, and that was my own stuff I had to work through, but.
That was my own stuff I had going on.
yeah, no, for sure. But for the most part, yeah, it was a good season. I was happy with it. And, did I want to get on the podium? Like, heck yeah. Did I want to be up there contending for wins? I did. But, the fact is I was happy. I can't be mad at myself. It was like 5 years, and it was like, dude, did I want more? Yeah, absolutely. But I was completely content with how it went.
Okay. All right. Yeah, interesting. So, you had the Geico thing going for a little bit, and then I know you had tried to, talked about going racing on Honda, and then you eventually came back with KTM outdoors. So, like, you say you're happy and you're in a good spot. I was just wondering, my next question was going to be, like, do you have another sort of passion that you want to follow athletic-wise? Like, I've always thought you should do some triathlons or do mountain bike racing, or, like, I just feel like you came back because you missed the goal-driven days and you miss the goal-driven, athletic events. Do you have something in mind that you're going to do, or are you going to go crazy just sitting around again? Where are you going to go? What are you going to do here, Dunge?
No, for sure. I mean, I'd have other things I'm working on, and that's good. Things didn't come to a stop just because I went racing in other avenues. But, I mean, the racing was good in a sense of like there was, a goal, you're, getting up every day, you're training. But at the same time, I realized I need, the bigger thing more than racing is just like I need to be around it. I mean, that adventure side, that traveling to the races and seeing the guys and the team and the people and the friends. And I felt like, if do I need to go out and race, get on the gate drop again? No. Should I go up and ride in the mountains and go to Colorado and ride the fire roads and do, ride my dirt bike or go to the dirt bike track? Like, yeah, I need to do those things and be around the sport. And so I think I thought I could walk away from, especially after the Geico thing. I thought, like, you know what, I'm completely done with this. And I don't need this anymore or to be around it and I was wrong. Like that's where I went wrong. And so for me, it's just I always want to be a part of it in some way, somehow. And, my foundation helps me do that as well. And, we also do a lot of good through that and, partners through that. So that's been really good. So it keeps, I'm very much involved with the community, the industry. And then beyond that, just, kind of reestablishing that relationship with KTM in a good way and helping them out. And so going to some races and is it going to be full time? No, but
okay.
Do I want to sit behind a desk and work on business all day? No, like I need to get out and work out and ride my dirt bike and have fun, but it doesn't have to be lining up on the gate again.
Right.
know?
Yeah, I just feel like you have to do something. I don't know you that well, but I think you have to do something, right?
Yeah.
So that's good. So we'll see you around some races then. It sounds like we'll see you around.
Yeah. Yep, for sure.
Good.
Yeah.
Hey Ryan, I'm curious to know. I watched that recent video of yours, the Fox Racing video on your 2022 season, and you'd mentioned then in there that when you kind of made this decision to come back this year, that you were watching the Michael Jordan documentary at the time, and I'm curious to know more about that. Because that seems interesting.
Yeah, well, we were. I mean, me and Lindsay joke because I think I've watched that thing 2 or 3 times, gone through the full season of it, and I like it because like, as an athlete and going through sports and the pressure of things, it's like it's really relatable, and so I just get a kick out of watching it. So Lindsay was like, when this whole decision to go back racing, she's like, it was the Michael Jordan documentary that did it, that fueled it, and yeah, I mean, when I got watching it, it's like for sure it gets you excited and whatnot, but yeah, it's just a good documentary, and yeah,
dude, how about how like vindictive he was, where he just took everything as the biggest slight to him. You're like, dude, you're Michael Jordan, like you're the baddest dude ever, and he was just like, oh, this guy said this about me 2 years ago, I'm gonna just destroy him on the court tonight, right?
Yeah,
like, it was nuts. Yeah,
never forgets.
It's like I think like every rider should watch that. Every sports athlete should watch that if they're looking to kind of take it to the to get to the pros one day, because like that's the mind of a champion, and that's what like being around like Ricky and James and as a young kid and Roger, like you start to see how they think and how they approach things and how they act and what fuels them and what fuel they use for the fire and what motivates them and how to go. It's just like the leadership, the integrity, everything. And so obviously he was the greatest of all time, and so he it's just something everybody should watch, and whatever you do for that matter, I guess.
Yeah, to be a great athlete, you got to have a bit of an ego, and you need a bit of a chip on your shoulder, for sure. I really believe that. I've been around enough guys like that too, that's kind of, and it doesn't always make for the greatest personality, like the warm and fuzzy. It's not always warm and fuzzy with some of the greats.
Yep.
Because that's what they need to be great.
Yep.
So
100%.
Yeah, absolutely.
When I was on 250s, I remember and it was just fuel that you motivated yourself. I remember like everybody in the stadium, instead of trying to get nervous and riding in the stadium, it's like I viewed as everybody was, everybody disliked me and hated me, and you start to make these things up, and it's not real, but it's like at the time it's like you feel like it's real and it's
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, you're just right. We got a call from Cody here also to talk to you. Cody, welcome to the show. What's your question for Ryan Dungey?
Yeah, hey, so actually kind of on that subject, in the 2017 season when you and Tomac had the epic fight, especially down toward the end when he was, like I think Seattle and Salt Lake when he chased you down, it kind of seemed like the crowd was more on Tomac's side because we're kind of, tired of you being so great. Did that ever... well, I guess for one, did you ever notice that it seemed like the crowd would cheer when you would get past or something like that? Did that ever bother you, I guess?
Oh, it didn't bother me. I mean, I knew it, and you know, I think it just was one of those things. It's like, of course, you know, the guy who you kind of want the underdog to win. You want the guy who's, you know, at the time it's like I was going for my third one, and you're like, you know, you got this young guy who's, you know, it's not like he was a year younger than me. He was, you know, maybe 4, 5, 6 years younger, and so it just was a good story for, you know, and you know, it's an easy for the crowd to kind of get behind that, and you know, you want the guy to do it, but at the same time, it's like, hey, it's racing. I mean, that stuff never bothered me. I never let that stuff or worry about it by any means. My biggest worry was how much I gonna, you know, in the championship points, just, you know, beat him till the end, because he was so strong, and he was just getting better and better every race. So it was very challenging.
You know, and then you see it come full circle, and we see this in all sorts of athletics, whatever, name it. You go away, Dunge, right? Like, so yeah, I agree. People were like, I don't want Dungey to win anymore. I want somebody else, right? Just like McGrath and Carmichael and, you know, all these people over the years. And then you go away, Ryan, and then there is no doubt that this summer you were one of, if not the most popular rider at the track. When you were leading those motos, fans were losing their mind, and everyone was cheering for you, right? Like, now you're the underdog again. Ryan Dungey's the underdog. You saw it happen, literally. You're right. So yeah.
No, for sure. And it, I always grew up, and I always wondered, like, you know, Ricky was so dominant, and you just hear people, I hope he gets his ass kicked, and you're like, what do you mean? Like, why do you think that way? And but right. I remember he like that. I think it's in that the Michael Jordan documentary. They build you up to tear you down, and that's just it's just sports. It's exciting, whatever, you know.
No, it's just sports for sure. Thanks, Cody. Thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
There's that one part with Jordan. I think it was Sean Kemp. I don't remember what it was. And then he's talking shit about Jordan, and they go back to him, and Michael goes, and I took that personally. and then the game, they show the game, and Jordan's just knocking down threes and, you know, going through this guy, right? Like, it's just hilarious. Yeah, it was great doc. Ryan Dungey on the show tonight. Also on the call-in tonight, the general manager over there at motorsport.com that has partnered with Ryan to bring you this special promotion. Scott Huddlestone. What's up, Scott? How are you, man?
I'm doing good. How you doing, Steve?
I'm good. Thank you for doing this. We got Ryan on the line, of course. And, Part Motorsport, partnering with Ryan Dungey to produce a special edition small batch of RD coffee called Motorsport Race Fuel. $5 goes to the Boot Campaign Santa Boots program to surprise military families with holiday gifts. Good job, Scott. How was it teaming up with Ryan?
It was great. We did this. We've been working with Boot Campaign for a couple of years now. A couple of years ago, we did the same thing. And when Ryan came back to racing, personally, I was excited as a fan. Actually, when I met him at Washugo, I brought a. We're all fans of the sport, right? I'm looking at your studio here on Facebook. You got jerseys everywhere. Well, I brought the Wheaties box that I have with Ryan Dungey on the cover of it, and his jeans and a Fox jersey down to the tips, and introduced myself, and we got talking, and really a big fan of RD Coffee and what he's doing, and just Ryan as an individual in the sport. And we talked through it and agreed to put together a program together where we're creating coffee. Every bag that we sell, as you mentioned, $5 we're going to donate to the Boot Campaign as part of their Santa Boots program, which supports veterans family, which we're certainly keen on. My father was a veteran. He served in Vietnam. So everything that we can do to support the veterans is special to us. And so glad that Ryan was able to support us, and happy to partner with him to sell this coffee during the holiday season.
That sounds good. Hey, Scott, are you on Bluetooth or something?
Well, I'm at home. Am I not coming through very well?
It's breaking up a little bit. It's all scratchy. Yeah.
Okay. Let me try to get off my Wi-Fi here.
All right, that sounds good. Ryan Dungey on the line, of course, brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. PulpMX is the code to save at decalmx.com to get a deal on that. Appreciate that. So, Ryan, when you made this special Motorsport Race Fuel, like you said, it's a little bit off of one blend of yours. How long does it take you to change that up? Like, how do you do that? Do you taste test it, Ryan? How do you work? How do you come up with a new blend?
Yeah, it's like a suspension setting. You're thousands of different ways, but
Right.
it really is. But at the same time, it's a matter of adjusting the temperature, the end temperature, and the profile, and basically just something that they were looking for. They're especially kind of the veterans, maybe a little bit of a bolder, but yet smooth, not such a fruity coffee, right?
Mm-hmm.
So something more balanced, and that it's going to fit a lot of that. So trying to just kind of aim towards those and the feedback they gave me, and sent it to them, and basically they taste tested it, and hey, we feel like this one's going to be the best one, and so we went with that, and then we had our motorsport race deal.
Nice. $19.99 for a bag. Again, $5 goes to the boot campaign. And Scott, you got an RD coffee and tumbler combo also for $40.
Yeah, that's right. So just go to motorsport.com, search for RD Coffee Race Fuel, and a couple options that show up there. And I appreciate all your listeners trying that out. And it really, we literally, everybody in the office was trying the different kinds of flavor of coffee. It's a really tough choice. All the coffee is extremely good, Ryan. So nice job of what you're doing. Landed on the Rev is kind of our favorite, and appreciate the blend that he created for us.
Yeah, and also thanks for sending me bags too, Scott. I now don't got to buy any new ones from RD Coffee, and hopefully Ryan doesn't go broke or anything. But
hey, you could have just asked, man.
No, I don't want to do that. Hey, Scott. Also, I think I kind of helped put you two together also, so I'm stoked on that. Like, yeah, motorsport.com, great partners of the show, and getting involved with Ryan and the RD Coffee. I'm glad I had a small part of that, Scott.
Yeah, you did. You helped broker that deal. It's been pretty successful. We'll have to talk about the Nicoletti deal that you helped broker.
Oh, listen, I don't want.
For 23, and how you can help us pay for that next year.
I didn't know that Nicoletti was going to crash out. Okay, like up until then he was doing great, right?
I'm sure you had your assumptions. Come on.
Is Motorsport back with Nicoletti for 2023, Scott? Can we?
We're having conversations.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
My buddy Phil. That's what I do, Ryan. I get these deals for my buddies, and then they let the sponsor down. So yeah.
Ryan did not let. Yeah, Ryan has not let us down. Unfortunately, Steve, you weren't able to actually meet with us at Villopoto, but at Washougal. But Ryan and Bryce and I were able to connect with him at Washougal. It was great.
Ryan, Scott asked me, he's like, you think he'd sign the Wheaties box? I'm like, yeah, he'll sign the Wheaties box. Shit, Ron, how many Wheaties boxes have you signed, Dunge? 1 million yet? Have you reached 1 million?
Yeah. Not to bring it up, but I think I signed more this year than I did throughout the whole
Really?
class.
Oh, yeah.
Since it came out in 16. Everybody brought their Wheaties box because it was always a joke. But anyway.
I would think so, but I'm like, I'm pretty sure Dunge will sign the Wheaties box. He's good with that, for sure. Scott, also too, pre-Black Friday sale going on right now. We're giving away gift cards tonight, so thank you for that.
Yeah. Thanks for. I appreciate your listeners' business. Also appreciate Steve everything that you've done to support us, and looking forward to the segment coming up here with RV and Weimer and everything that associated with Gold Creek. So appreciate your partnership with that. And once again, Ryan, just thank you so much. I mean, Ryan is the most humble individual and one of the most, if not the most humble individuals in the sport. Wonderful to work with, always responsive. So, Ryan, really appreciate you and supporting us as well as the boot campaign.
Absolutely. No, I appreciate the kind words, and thanks for the opportunity, and glad we could support our military and our veterans. Yeah,
that's awesome. Yeah. Again, we're going to give away $100 motorsport.com gift card tonight in honor of the RD Coffee promotion and pre-Black Friday and all of that. Scott, we'll let you go, but thanks for the support as always. We'll get you in studio here maybe sometime in Supercross. Yeah.
Yep, sounds great.
All right. Steve. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Ryan Dungey on the show. Ryan, before we let you go, I went up to Gold Creek Lodge with the motorsport guys to go do some off-road riding with Villopoto, the Villopoto guy, and Weimer.
I saw some footage of you guys. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that something you would do? Like, would you like to do like, RV liked it. He loved it. We were doing single track through mountains. We climbed up a mountain. We almost died. We drank some beers. Is that something you would do? Like, do you have any desire?
Yeah. No, that's I haven't had the opportunity to do it yet, and it's we had kids the last couple of years, and obviously, going back racing, so just time was tight. But that is my next, like, you talk about getting your itch and adventure like that. That's for sure. That's my next goal, is to get out there and do some just adventure bikes and fire roads, single track, for sure. Absolutely. So keep me in mind, please.
Yeah. That'd be fun. I bet you these guys would love to have you up there, huh, Dale? I mean,
like KTM, like rally was just in Idaho too. So I mean that their annual rally. So
it's funny. I'm such a moto guy. I grew up moto, and it's all I ever did. And I don't really like trail riding, and I've never a big trail ride guy, and all of that. And I had a blast, man. It was so far from moto, but I just maybe because I'm older, I was like, this is kind of cool. You know?
Well, I mean. I've been telling KTM, like, hey, you guys, you have your dealer shows. Like, keep me in mind. I wanna go to these things if you're gonna, do, head to Colorado, whatever it is, in the mountains. And because the older I get, the more it's like, I don't need to go that crazy fast. It's just enjoy the scenery, the trees, the mountains, the views. I mean, you know that it's like you see these sights and you're just like, wow, it's kind of speechless. But so anyway. I look forward to it.
It was fun, and I'd probably rather have gone with you because every time Villopoto did something good, he told us all about how he's the greatest fucking off-road rider ever, and he's got this shit, and this shit's easy, and all of that. So, it probably would have.
I'm sure you got some good stories.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, though, the second day we go out, we're out, I don't know, 7 hours. We came back for gas, but we basically did like a 6-hour loop, 7-hour loop. I go on a mountain. We get back. I get on a mountain e-bike, and I go for an e-bike ride, and I come back an hour and a bit later. He's still in his gear drinking beer at the bar. He's never taken his gear off for 7 or 8 hours. He's got his boots on and everything, drinking. And I'm like, don't you want to get out of your gear, dude? And, then he had to tell me about how Canvas is the best gear ever and whatever. So,
Yeah, I like post racing Villo. Yes. He's fun to be around.
Much better. Last question for Ryan Dungey here from Kevin. Kevin, go ahead. Welcome to the show. What's your question for the great Ryan Dungey?
Hey, guys. Hey, Ryan. Just got a question I wanted to ask. What was your thought process kind of going into the outdoor season, and what's your outtake on how you did this year? Was it as good as you were expecting, or kind of right on par with where you thought you were going to be?
I guess at first before we lined up, kind of was, I don't know, you're kind of in that limbo of like, man, did I make a decision or am I going to embarrass myself, because it'd been a while. But after the first race, I was like, all right, we still kind of got it. But, I felt like third was probably going to be like, man, if I could hang around there, and I didn't quite get to there. But I think at the end of the day, I was so blown away at the speed of Chase and Eli. I mean, the guy, their fitness, their form, their setup. I mean, they were amazing. It was actually amazing to watch. They were just impressive, and even Jason Anderson, he was going good too. But I just could never get there. So it was one of those things. It's like you leave every race, you're like, all right, I didn't get the podium, or wasn't even close at some races. But it's like, always like, dude, it's been 5 years, like, chill out, be happy, and I was. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like you walk, it's like, dude, it's been 5 years, I barely rode, like, hey, enjoy it. And so it was always good. It just I had to have a goal, and I was chasing to get there, but sometimes it doesn't happen. So.
There you go. Thanks for the call, man. Thanks, Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin. Cool. I just want to say congrats on the great season. It was good getting to watch you race again, and really appreciate everything you've been doing for the sport.
Absolutely. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for calling in.
Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate it. Yeah, you were in such a good mood after the races. Like, didn't matter how you did. I mean, sure, you were bummed, but you seemed genuinely happy to be back. You really did. Which was cool. Yep, very cool.
Yeah. No, it was fun.
How's things at Intense? How's it going? You ride a Taser at all in the snow in Minnesota?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
I ride them all. No, it's been going good. It's getting a little colder, of course, so that's obviously putting a damper on my mountain bike riding. But for the most part, it's been good. It's Intense is doing really well, and obviously there's just the sale, the supply chain. There's I mean, all the challenging that everybody's facing, right? But for the most part, they're doing great and learning a lot, and everybody a part of it. My Shack and Jeb and Christy and everybody, doing a fantastic job managing the business. So I'm really fortunate to be surrounded by a great group of people and a good company. Jeff and Steve are the owner as well too. So yeah, we'll keep cranking away, but still a part of it, of course.
Yeah,
I believe it.
I am maybe the number one guy waiting for this supply chain to get better because I'm waiting on a new bike, and I'm waiting, Dunge, just waiting. Cannot wait. So
yeah, it'll clean up.
I pedaled one of those 951s about a month ago up in Canada.
Did you?
Yeah, good lower price bike, right? Good components on it. And I liked it. It felt like my primer but heavier, right? Because aluminum frame and maybe the components aren't quite as high of a level, but yeah, really liked it. Good pricing.
Yeah, no, they do a good. That was the one thing, and from the very beginning, and not to go too, but the components and the feel and everything was so fluid, and it maintained that. That's what I love about the setup Intense has going on too. So yeah, owner, but also just love riding and getting out and yeah.
Awesome. Well, hey, good job with this motorsport campaign. RD Coffee, support motorsport.com and buy the RD Coffee. $5 goes to that campaign. And good stuff, Ryan. Thank you for calling in and promoting it, and thanks for doing that with the motorsport guys. Super cool, man.
Absolutely. And thanks for everybody for the support and good catching up with you guys. I always enjoy getting on the show with you.
We will see you at Anaheim's or somewhere in California, I'm sure, at one of those rounds.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be there.
Awesome. Thanks, Ryan.
All right, guys.
See ya. Bye. That's Ryan Dungey, everybody. He's got a lot going on. I thought that KTM was maybe telling him, hey, we don't have room for you, right, for 2023. Kind of what I'd heard through the grapevine. But Ryan just says, there was a Supercross, there was a path for a Supercross only deal, he said, and I just didn't want to uproot the family. And I really thought that from what I had been hearing, KTM was saying, we don't have a spot for you. So nice that Ryan cleared that up today on the show.
Seems like he got it out of his system, right?
Yeah, right. But like I said, he needs something. It sounds like he'll be at the races, so that, helping or doing whatever.
I was curious. I was actually kind of brought up when you guys were talking about the bicycles. I noticed that Alden just came out with a new his own road bike line.
I saw that.
They mentioned Ryan's name because he trained him, of course.
Oh, yep.
But I was just wondering if maybe he'd have something to do with that because it seems like he's so into cycling.
Yeah. Well, no, he's a part owner of Intense. That's his deal.
So I didn't know that.
You're right. So Ryan Dungey on the show. Thanks to RD Coffee for doing that motorsport.com blend. And so it's 6 o'clock. That means another $100 motorsport.com gift card we're going to give away at some point here in the 6 o'clock hour. Marks and Tits Legendary are not eligible to win.
Oh. I stole one, so
yeah.
I know people, though.
You're down one.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Oops.
All right, let's welcome our next guest on the show. This gentleman, of course, a PulpMX show favorite, and hung up the boots and to deal more with trolltraining.com, which I just found out this weekend. And Mr. Alex Ray will be a Troll Train athlete for next year. So that's exciting. Grant Harlan, of course, is using it. Many other pros. And this guy's super smart about all this stuff. But I first want to talk to him about hanging the boots up. It's Alex Martin. What's up? Hey, Mart, how are you?
Dave, what's happening? I'm good.
How's Minnesota life right now? How's it going? Are you regretting being there with the cold snow?
Oh, it's too early to tell. But we got 5 inches of snow on the ground. And it's cold.
And you're living at Millville, right? That's where you are?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, my wife and I we're pretty dang close to Millville.
Right,
sure.
right. And where's J-Mart from you? How far away is J-Mart? He's not there, but how far is your brother?
Yeah, I mean right now he's at PulpMX,
right.
But his house is in Rochester. It's probably about 25 minutes away.
Oh, okay. So I heard a rumor from a mutual friend of ours who's very angry all the time that J-Mart will be riding west.
Kind of looking that way, to be honest. I mean, you know how it is. It's always
you never quite know, right?
But it's kind of looking that way. Yeah, he's full steam ahead. Him and Phil, they've been grinding.
Is Phil going to be okay?
Well, from what are we talking about?
Like his arm and stuff. Are we worried about his arm?
Oh, I think that he's
He's good?
Like the last couple of weeks since he got back from Australia, he's been putting the time in, and he seems like he's going pretty good.
Are we worried about his rides in the 2 World Supercross rounds? Are we worried at all?
I mean, I knew he was going to suck, Steve, to be honest.
Okay.
I mean, he had like any time on the bike, and then he just went for the paycheck. But I'm like, you should have just stayed home. But, but he's actually...
Go ahead.
Hey, I will say I've talked to Jerma. I talk to Jerma all the time, but he's like last week. He's like, dude, Phil's going pretty good.
Well, that's good because when we last saw Phil, he was legit. I mean, he's 5th, 6th place guy, right? Really good. And then he broke his arm. And then World Supercross rounds didn't go well, but like you said, he's just getting a paycheck. So our buddy Phil.
Yeah. No, I think he's got a similar suspension setting. The bike's the same. I think Phil will be in a good spot.
Right.
Yeah.
I just had Scott from motorsport.com, and he said negotiations for Phil's motorsport deal is still ongoing. So,
I can't speak to Phil's sponsorship deals, but, I mean, hey, I saw actually, it was kind of funny because I was thinking it, but I saw on the Instagram post the other day, Cooper Webb's like, year 17, here we go.
Yeah, really, right? Alex Martin brought to you by the folks at Renthal, the winning brand in manufacturer design for the last half-century. Renthal continues to lead the world at the very top level of sport. They have more titles than all the other brands combined. Renthal.com, Honda, Kawasaki, KTM, using Renthal, of course, whether it's the Fat Bar 7, the Twin Wall Bar, the Fat Bar 36, the old 7/8 bar. Renthal.com, sprockets and chains as well from those guys. Love the folks at Renthal. Quality stuff. I just put Renthal on for the World Vets. Didn't seem to help me, Dale, but I did run Renthal at the World Vets. So, hey, Paris Supercross, I just got back from there, Trail Train. You were there last year. Was that sort of for you? Was that like a bucket list thing for you to do? Were you stoked to do the race? It's so legendary and everything.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I really wanted to go to that one last year, and that's the hard part about being like a career 250 guy. Is you don't really get the overseas races.
Yep.
I remember like JT and those guys, like JB, Brayton, they make a lot of money. They make sometimes most of their money in those like 3 to 4 races in the off season. But being like a 250 guy, you're kind of like whether it was TLD or JGR or like Star, like you're kind of stuck in the U.S. stuff, you know?
Yep.
So, yeah, I jumped at the opportunity to do Bercy last year. And, I mean, that was really cool. I went over there with my wife, and we actually showed up a day early, and Eric Bernard was like, hey, you're not supposed to be here yet. but I'm like, dude, we're in Paris. Like, we want to come check it out. So,
yeah.
That's cool.
Why not, right? Exactly. Hey, last week on the World Vet Show, we had Wygan on talking about Coy Gibbs, who unfortunately passed away, a really great guy, and industry's going to miss him. You rode for him for 2 years, 3 years, or whatever. What was it like riding for Coy?
I did, yeah. No, it was cool. First off, that was incredibly sad. Just really unexpected. Actually, Phil called me and told me, and I was just like, I couldn't believe it. But, unfortunately, when I was on the team, I mean, I spent a lot of time over there, like when Phil was on it and Coy was around. Mm-hmm. But, like, when I was signed to the team, Coy was not really there because he was doing the NASCAR stuff with his brother passing away. So, unfortunately, like, I didn't really get to see Coy, like, day in and day out. But just from, I knew him pretty well just from back in the day, like more when I was on Cycle Trader and I would just go hang out in the semi,
Yep.
So, no, he was a super cool guy. And I mean, you would never know, like, he was successful and had as much money in the bank as he did, with how he acted,
No, absolutely right. I got an email from a couple of Aussies that said they were huge Stu fans when he rode for JGR. They went to the race to get an autograph from Stu, but that was when you had tickets to get in those autograph lines, right? You couldn't just, you needed a ticket to get in line. And they were standing there talking to the mechanics and everything else, and this guy comes over to them and asks them what they're doing, and they're like waiting for Stu. And he said, we got to wait here all day because we got to get this ticket, right? We can't leave because we need to get the ticket before we can leave. And this guy gave him 2 tickets to get in the line, but said, Go around the pits. Don't worry about it. Don't hang out here all day. Come back at this time and you'll get in line with the ticket. And it was 2 Aussie guys and it was Coy. And they said, "Oh, thank you." And he just said, they introduced himself. And he's like, "Yeah, I'm Coy." You know what I mean? He doesn't say anything else, right? Like, just that's the kind of guy he was. Just gave him tickets, probably busted their balls, and then left. So.
Yeah, no, he was a stand-up guy. Actually, I want to say before JGR folded, because like I was content on finishing my career with that team. I loved it over there. I loved the guys. he actually gave me like another paycheck past the season. So I was like, well, obviously they're going to be around,
Yeah, right.
He kept paying me, but then obviously they folded, so it didn't happen. But I was like, just the fact that he paid me one extra month was pretty cool,
Yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, exactly. Didn't have to do that, right? So, Dale, you brought this up earlier when I said about have Alex on the phone.
Oh yeah,
ask him that question because I don't know this.
I saw one of your I think it was on the troll training Instagram where you said it just said Mini O's prep, and I was kind of like, whoa, I wonder what that's all about.
Yeah, what's that all about? Mini O's prep.
I think I was training maybe Avery Long.
Yep, you're right, Steve.
Okay, all right. So Dale was thinking that maybe you were coming back for some sort of vet race or something.
Yeah, maybe do a little Mike Brown battling. So
I rode one time since Paula. I borrowed my buddy's Husky 350, and I went and did some motos at like a track in Lake City, maybe 10 minutes from Millville. But that's the only time I've rode dirt bike since Paula.
So no, you're good. Like one of my questions for you tonight is, how's retired life? And so it's November 15th, and A1 prep would be going on for you, and you miss it, or you sound like you're good.
Well, it's interesting. So like the week before I rode my buddy's bike, I was like, God, I'm kind of getting the itch, like I really like. Because I've been doing some like private stuff at Millville this fall. Like if people reach out, I'd say yes type of thing. But that's about it. I'm not advertising. And just like helping the kids one-on-one, I was kind of getting the itch to ride. And then I went and rode the one day, and I was like, nah, I'm good.
That's it. You're good. Yeah.
The itch was gone. Yeah, I scratched it.
Hey, so we're going to do something. Troll Training has come on the show. We're going to get you on every so often to talk about racing and also just talk about troll training. And like I mentioned at the top, Alex Ray, Grant Harlan, a couple of riders that are using your training methods. I'm sure you got more. You and your partner John Wessling, super smart guy as well, about off the bike training, supplements, all that stuff. You've been doing it forever. I know I've personally seen a lot of racers come up to you over the years and ask you about a heart rate or a supplement or this and that, because I think you've gone to school, you've studied some stuff on it. This is right up your alley, I guess. So how is trolltraining.com doing?
I mean, it's been fun. It's like every business. It has its ups and downs, but I've learned so much, I will say, just from a business perspective, because like you said, like I do have that knowledge with health and fitness, and like I'm actually going to get my certification for nutrition right now, and trying to keep learning in that realm. But like from a business perspective, just like learning how to advertise and getting back to customer emails and stuff like that. It's become like a very full-time job, kind of, even though it is from a computer. And I think it's actually helped me in my retirement because I'm communicating a lot with some of the athletes, like A-Ray, like you mentioned, or Henry, or Grant Harlan, and we got our kid up in Canada, Quinn Amiot. So it's fun because I'm still communicating with a lot of these guys on a daily basis. So for me, it helps versus just being like sitting in my house in Millville twiddling my thumbs,
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, I've enjoyed it. Me and John, we really have a good thing going, and it's cool because we've talked about this where it's like you learn things over the last 15 years or whatever of my career. There's little hacks to help with arm pump or nutrition, or just like there's a lot of things that I guess I've like mistakes I've made or failures I've had in my training where I'm like, okay, don't do that. Whereas like kind of the platform I guess we offer is, to kind of, bypass all the mistakes and failures that we made, and it's been fun for sure.
Well, I like it because like guys like Harlan and Henry Miller and A-Ray, as much as we like to bust on A-Ray, these guys are like really, really great riders, and they're using your program. It's not, so something you can adapt to 80 riders, to pros that you can work with and adapt their program and come up with something for them. But I like that you actually have these pro guys that are like, yeah, dude, Alex is really good. It's really helping me. Like it tells me a lot when a pro rider who wants to make a living racing is using you for training.
Well, and another thing too, it's kind of been humbling, and it's opened my eyes too, Steve, is like you really can have a cookie cutter program. Like all of these guys have different programs, like what Henry is doing versus we actually started working with John Short recently, or Grant Harlan, or these guys all have very different, like one guy can run, another guy can't because he has bad knees. Like like some guys can handle a lot of cardio, whereas like some of our guys are really strong in the gym, but they need more cardio. So it's really trying to like see their strengths and weaknesses and try and make a program that best fits each person.
Yep.
And that's kind of been fun too. So this, like I was saying, this fall, we've had a couple kids come down to Millville, and we're in the gym, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like maybe you can't do that dumbbell press with 50 pounds like I thought you could. You know?
Yeah.
So that part's cool.
And I would say, like, for you, you've been part of some training programs that I think that you were like, hey man, this isn't working for me, right? Like I'm older, I need more rest. Like you said, and some trainers weren't so flexible. And they were working with 19-year-olds and then working with you at 28 or whatever, right? Like, I think that maybe that's where you recognize that need to adapt to every program.
Yeah, and I think that's probably what, I mean, a lot of those maybe things that kept me up at night, those things that stressed me out, those experiences, I think that's probably what led to John and I creating this program. So if it wasn't for all that, you know, being pissed off and dealing with those trainers, I probably would have never created something like this, right? So.
I talked to somebody who said that you actually emailed them yourself. You like did it like yourself. That's pretty cool.
Everybody, because we have like a little button on our website, you know, if you have questions or whatever, like I respond to all those. So hopefully I don't get bombarded now, but no.
No, listen, it'll be good. Trolltraining.com, again, learn about the mistakes, learn what not to do and everything else. What's simple, like, okay, so like I just did the World Vets, right? And I sucked. I did beat Mr. Side, though, so that gave me some happiness. But I was basically not happy with my arm pump and hand pump troll train. What can I do? What can vet guys do?
Ride more.
Yeah, besides ride more.
Yeah, that's been a pretty common, too, that I've heard. Some of the athletes, more so like a lot of the vet guys. But, I mean, actually, you know, I struggled with it in my career. I had arm pump surgery. And it did help for like maybe half a year. I thought it helped, and then I went back to kind of the baseline arm pump problems. But and that's a tough one, Steve. And I actually did start a blog article. I'm still in the process, a multi-part blog article on my website where it's like you really have to attack it from a cardio perspective. You have to have strong upper body. You have to have a clean diet. Bike setup is huge. Technique, like are you breathing when you're riding? I mean, there's just so many layers to arm pump, right?
Yeah. Because some guys never get it, right? Some guys are like, I don't get arm pump. You're like, how is that even freaking possible? I know, too, gripping the bike, I need to grip the bike better. I don't do that enough to take stress off my arms, you know?
Yeah. No, the technique is huge. But I feel like from a body perspective, the guys that are like Jason Anderson or like a J-Law, they never seem to get arm pump, where like the bulkier people, like me or Zach, get it more often.
Right. Yeah.
Or whatever, and I don't know why that is, but that seems like there's definitely a common theme there. Because like my brother, he's kind of more of like a skinnier, you know, body type.
Yep.
And he never arm pump.
Okay. Yeah. Go figure, right? Renthal.com, bringing you Alex Martin on the show today with a history full of innovations and engineering and legendary component reliability. Renthal is universally regarded as the most trusted brand in the pro paddock. Renthal.com to learn more.
Yeah, I just saw recently, Alex, where you spent a couple weeks in Switzerland. So is that your first probably – I mean, I feel like racers never really get real vacations, you know? Like it's always kind of partial vacations. So was that like probably one of your first real true vacations?
I wasn't even sure he was coming back.
Yeah.
It seemed like he was never coming back.
Oh, dude, guys, it was so fun. Yeah, that's been a bucket list thing for my wife and I. We've always wanted to go to Switzerland and just go hiking in the Swiss Alps. And so we got married in 2017 in the fall, and I was on TLD at the time, and like our wedding was the end of like Halloween basically, and I got told that I couldn't go do a honeymoon. Like they're like, no, you got to get back and go train boot camp, right? And I'm like, well, I don't know if I'm doing East or West, but okay, I'll start off, you know, November 1st, whatever. So we bypassed on the honeymoon. So fast forward, this was kind of like a honeymoon / retirement trip for us.
Nice.
So yeah, we were over there for 2 weeks, and we got to see Mount Blanc, saw Eiger, the Matterhorn. I mean, saw a bunch of those iconic, famous peaks. And yeah, we kind of, it wasn't like probably everybody's style of honeymoon. Like we did some 5, 6. We had a 7-hour hike in the mountains, and basically just filled up our camelbacks and just like kind of hiked all day. So it was cool though.
7 hours hiking. Good God, Troll.
Yeah, I felt kind of bad for my wife in that one. Not gonna lie, guys.
Jesus. 702-586-PULP. You got a question for Alex Martin about trolltraining.com. Give us a call. 702-586-7857. Alex Martin on the show, brought to you by the folks at Renthal. Where are you at with supplements, Troll? Like I have the Arma stuff, right? And I have a code, PulpMX20, to save at Arma. They got the Blitz, which is hydration. They have like a Fire, which is like caffeine stimulant, right? It's all tested. It's all approved by all the proper IOC stuff and all that. So it's nothing weird or anything else. What do you like to do? What do you recommend? Whether it's Arma or anything else?
Yeah. So I've pretty much tried everything over the years. You know? I mean, I'm like a sucker for like if I get an email or like an Instagram ad pops up about something, I'll read the science and I'm like, I'll try it.
Why not? Yeah.
Like you have to be careful, like especially because we were getting tested. Like especially when I was like in the 250 championships, we would typically get blood tests at least once in outdoors, and then like piss tests probably 3 to 4 times in outdoors.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if you were top 3 in the championship, like you're pretty much guaranteed you were going to get drug tested, right?
Right.
So like during those times, like I was always looking for like a NSF certified,
Mm-hmm.
which like Thorne makes a really good one that's NSF certified. So basically, like if you tested positive, their lab results would guarantee that you're still negative, right? But yeah, I mean Arma, Rhino Power, I mean those are really common stuff in motocross. I mean for the most part, to be honest, with supplements, like beet juice is a big one that I really liked, and I thought it worked for me.
Beet juice, yeah.
Beet. What does that do? What is that for?
It increases like basically your body's ability to absorb oxygen in your bloodstream.
Okay.
So I think it can help with arm pump and stuff too. But yeah, that was a big one. But other than that, I really just tried to eat healthy and eat clean. Like real food. I think that's sometimes a little overlooked with a lot of people.
Right. So you're good with hydration, stimulant stuff, as long as it's like a name brand or whatever. Like who knows how much it works, but you're also okay with doing it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, but also at the same time, sometimes like I think at Supercross, it's possible to be like overstimulated.
Yeah. Right. And that's my next question. So I know a lot of riders were trying that Mind Effects stuff, and there's other brands out there that like make you more alert and make you more, I guess, hyper, or, they're supposed to, some of them say your eyesight will get better, all that kind of stuff. Right. Is that stuff legit, or is that just a marketing stuff, Mind Effects, let's call it?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, dude, the placebo, the power of the mind's strong, Steve.
Yeah, yeah, that's what they say, right?
But yeah, I don't know. Like, I'd be a little skeptical about that stuff because, I mean, like I said, I've tried everything, and ultimately, like, probably the best I've ever felt was when I was just eating really clean,
mm-hmm.
and having like a basic electrolyte and a Bobo's bar or something. Like, that's probably when I felt my best.
Right.
Like, I don't feel like, and that's the tough part too, is like maybe I've tried a Mind Effects and I was like, oh my gosh, that worked really good. I had a great moto. But then it seems like it wears off and it wouldn't be the same effect a week or a month later.
Right. Eating clean, Dale, we got problems with that, you and I. Yeah.
Definitely. I think it seems like there's a lot of like you're mentioning those Instagram ads, popping up. Like it seems like it could be a little sketchy, with some of those. Like not unsure where these things are coming from, like they're these 1800s, magic elixirs or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. There's just so many of those things, and on my feed especially, it's like superfood something. Like every day, I see something new.
Trolltraining.com. How's the sign-ups? How's the response? Everything else. You and John Westling doing this. Is it been like impactful for you guys? Is it cool to get testimony back from people that are like super happy with everything you guys have done for them? What's that like?
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, it's been a learning curve because it's one thing to like have the knowledge, and then it's another to like have a platform that kind of like you can push that knowledge on to people.
Mm-hmm.
But then also like the customer service aspect of it, like trying to get back to emails, people. There's and sometimes like some of our riders, like it rains or the weather's bad or they have testing, there's travel, people get sick, so there's a lot of like communication I've noticed. I think that's the biggest thing I've noticed is like communication is huge
mm-hmm.
with getting back to people because things like that, life happens. But no, it's been steady. It's been a steady sign up with people, and it's gotten to the point where it's kept me pretty busy, you know, and I'm kind of happy to be going into the winter where I have a little bit more time to dedicate to it. And to continue to grow it for sure.
We talked about Roxon earlier, switching gears here. We talked about Roxon. I think he stays with that team and continues to ride a Honda. What do you make of kind of what Kenny's been doing here? He gave away that ride basically for 2 World Supercross races. What's your take on Roczen right now?
Oh, man, that's a whole can of worms. I don't know. Kenny's going to do whatever Kenny wants to do. But I'd say, like, the way you looked at Bercy, Steve, on that Honda, I kind of feel like he should stay on a Honda, and maybe make that work because whatever he chooses, Suzuki, Yamaha, Kawasaki, it's like anytime you go to a new bike, no matter what team it is, it's hard,
right.
Like Jason Anderson was good on the Cowie this year because, for one, if you have a chip on your shoulder, it really makes a big difference. Like, I think if you look at a lot of guys, their first year, like Cooper Webb on KTM or Anderson moving, like when you have a chip on your shoulder, it really motivates you in training every day to kind of like stuff it to your prior team,
Yep.
So, I mean, Kenny having that chip on his shoulder, I think, is going to be an advantage for him. But, I mean, I don't know. It's going to be hard to get the resources, potentially to satisfy him. But yeah, I don't know. I'm very curious to see how that goes too, Steve.
Yeah, I'm watching it with I think he stays there like we talked about earlier, Dale. But I don't know, man. Like
Stark Varg all the way.
Stark life. I feel like there were times where Factory Honda couldn't make him happy, right? Just couldn't do it. And I look at the people at Factory Honda and the suspension people and the chassis people and then they were trying some triple clamps and everything. And I'm like, what? How is this not working? Like, how can these people not get you settled? I don't know. Troll Train, it just seems hard to believe.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Steve. I don't know. It'll be interesting. So.
Right. We got Josh on one to talk about vlogging. Josh, what's your question for Alex Martin?
Hey, this is Josh and Simon. Hey, Alex, we watched a ton of your vlogs this summer. We loved them. Are you gonna have a limited series of what it's like to be retired? Because we would love it.
Yeah, that would be good. How's the Troll Training vlogs?
Yeah, no, it's good. So I've been trying to think of ideas. It's tough because when you're not riding a dirt bike and basically every episode was revolved around that. It's been hard to think of content ideas, but we have a few ideas there's one actually that I'm kind of working on right now. So trying to figure that out. Just with actually has to do with building tracks. So me being on a dozer, skid steer, that sort of thing. So that's a little bit different, but then obviously with Millville, I think there's a lot going on with Millville just that people would find interesting, but the social media thing is kind of hard, the vlogging, especially when you're retired, because I just don't feel like my life is as interesting as it used to be. But
wow, I think Phil would agree with that. Yeah, I think Phil would agree with that. What about studding up a dirt bike and riding Millville in the snow?
Yeah, it's like Donnie Schmidt style.
Yeah, right. We all saw that Donnie Schmidt Fox video. There you go. Stud up a dirt bike and take it around Millville. That'd be great. Good vlog.
Well, so here's the deal, Steve. I don't even have a dirt bike right now.
Yeah, we'll get you a dirt bike. I mean, don't be one of those ex-pros that can't, that are scared to buy a dirt bike. All right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I haven't had a dirt bike this is the first time in 20 years that I haven't actually had one to go ride.
Yeah, that's crazy. Thanks for the call, Josh. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, appreciate it. $100motorsport.com gift card. Let's. What do you think, Marks? What number caller would you like for our friends, Mr. Legendary, to do a $100motorsport.com gift card?
49.
Yes. Caller 49.
Sure, I can rig that. That's easy.
How can you rig that? What do you mean?
He'll just say,
I've got caller ID. As soon as I see a name that pops up I want, I'll just click. Done deal.
Call it 4.
Say 49.
I like 4.
702-586-PULP. Call now. Tits, you decide. Not the first one. I'll make it a little harder.
The second one?
Right.
There you go.
Okay. 702-586 $100motorsport.com gift card. Please give us a call, and Mr. Legendary over there will make it happen. Any other questions for Alex for you, Dale?
I'm just curious. Are there any a couple memories that really sort of stand out for you from your 14-year career? I mean, there's maybe the MX Nation, something like that.
Well, that's a tough one. Yeah, over 14 years, it's kind of like, man. I think back, I got to say the 1110 mods days, those are really memorable just because it kind of, gave me the platform to, keep grinding, for all those years because I mean, during those years, I remember like having goals like, you know, I wish I could get on a factory ride. And then after getting like podiums and stuff on the bike, I'm like, dude, how have I not gotten some sort of ride? And then fast forward to like being on Star and like winning races and like getting the red plate, you know, after a couple rounds of outdoors. But probably a highlight for sure would be Team USA at Dis Nations over in Italy in 2016. And yeah, just the fact that like, man, if Cooper hadn't tipped over in that corner, like we could have potentially won Dis Nations, you know, like that would have been cool. I mean, we still got on the podium, right? But that's probably got to be the highlight of my career was the Dis Nations for Team USA for sure.
Yeah, that would have been awesome. What about Puerto Rico with Phil?
Puerto Rico's fun. Actually, I had.
he says that you rode like garbage, and that's the
Phil
reason.
Was so mean. Phil was so mean over in we were in Germany, I think. And yeah, I mean, I'll be straight up. Like I didn't prepare. I didn't ride like I should have. And Phil was so mad at me. And then the next year we went to Latvia, and I was teammates with Ben LeMay on Team Puerto Rico, and we made it.
Yeah. Suck it, Phil.
Alex is a liberal.
Sorry, Phil.
Oh, man. That's awesome. All right. Well, trolltraining.com. So go there. Check it out, everybody. Different prices, different plans, right, for people to fit their needs?
Yeah, we got all kinds of options, Steve. Bronze, silver, gold, depending on, you know, your financial needs and time commitment and all that sort of thing. And we have a nutrition plan, and we're kind of playing around the idea of doing like a kind of a fitness challenge next year where we, like every month we award people, we'll give them like jerseys or merch or products for it. But it's going to be like you have to, like most hours trained in a month or most activities or most distance covered or something like that.
Right.
But yeah, we're just kind of thinking of ways to like give back to our athletes. And, you know, not only are you getting a training plan from us every day, every month, but you're also like kind of entered in a chance to win a jersey or something like that. So excited about that.
Before we let you go, though, we have Mr. Jamie Guida on the line, who was a troll training athlete, Alex, but he couldn't quite, you know, pull through at the World Vets. I don't know if you want to maybe, you know, reassess your involvement with Mr. Guida.
Well, no, that was kind of paid me off a little bit, you know.
Oh, okay. All right.
I get a text. You want to know the full disclosure? I get a text. He's like, "Hey, can you do me a favor? Can you put up a post on your social media about how I'm a troll training athlete? Because I really want to get under Steve's skin." And I'm like, "Well, like, do you want help training?" And he's like, "No, I'm good. I got it."
Oh, Mr. Guida, is this true?
That's pretty accurate. I don't remember him offering to if I actually wanted help, but it was more like just to mess with you because I wanted to get under your skin a little bit. We see how that worked.
Yeah, that really worked. I was so unbelievable that I was so psyched out by the troll training program. So
didn't really go as planned.
No, it didn't. Well, all right, Alex. You tried anyways.
Yeah.
Thanks for calling in, trolltraining.com. Renthal bringing you Alex Martin on the show. And like I said, Alex, we're going to get you on every now and then. Talk about the program, talk about some advice for people, some callers, and bench race a little bit what's going on in the races.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to it and helping me get through this retirement phase of my life, Steve.
Yeah, sounds good. Well, we'll keep you busy. Thanks for calling in, man. Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good night.
All right, see ya, man. Thanks. That's Alex Martin, everybody. No, we're not doing that? Okay. All right, never mind.
Oh, shit, that's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
So, Tits, you literally took call 86. That's power move. Power move.
So I was attempting to answer calls, like I was like, dropping a bunch of them to get, not just like the first few.
Yeah.
But then I had 15 calls where I couldn't hear anything on the thing.
Okay. But now you can.
And so now I can.
Oh, so the phone just magically fixed itself?
Literally, it just magically fixed itself. So Christian he can hear me speaking right now. He's the winner.
All right.
So anyway,
good job,
all
Christian.
Good. Yep.
Thanks to motorsport.com. Way to handle it, Tits. Mr. Guida, don't you have a show tonight? Isn't there a Pony Pod?
We finished a little bit ago. We're done.
Oh, okay. Pony Pod's all wrapped up. Please check it out, everybody. How's it going, man?
It's going. I mean, we're back home safe. We made it.
Did you tell everybody all the things that I've continued to help you with?
We talked about it a little bit, but I honestly figured you would bring it up on here, so I was just kind of like, I'm sure you're going to hear a lot about it on Pulp tonight.
So Marks, Dale, Mr. Side gets to go to Paris Supercross.
So I think I saw that.
Courtesy, big time journalist now, big time media guy, Vital MX.
Courtesy of who?
Courtesy of being a Vital MX guy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
are they hiring?
He travels all the way to Paris, France, for this race, and there's no hotel room for him. There's no room. So
I don't want to be hired anymore.
Yeah. So
that's not exactly accurate.
Okay. So do you want me to get into this or not?
Yeah, you can.
I mean, I feel like I don't know. Because I have some questions about your financial ability.
Well, that wasn't me. My boss booked a room. He said he did not realize he went through Priceline.
Okay, so the room wasn't paid for. But here's the part where, Jamie, where I'm like, so then you had to pay for the room, but you couldn't because you don't have the money on your credit card, right?
I didn't have $800 fucking available at that time. No.
So that's where I'm wondering, who doesn't have $800 on a credit card, Mr. Side?
A lot of people.
I mean, Marks?
Yeah, a lot of people don't. I think your
Stop
your
it.
ceilings are showing themselves.
No, that is not
a
true.
A lot of people, if you
$800 on a credit card.
There's a lot of a good majority of people out there. If they needed $800, they'd be pressed.
Your white privilege is showing.
Yes, very much
it's
so.
on display.
Dale.
Yeah, I don't see where.
I think you would actually be surprised.
Dale's with me. Dale's with me.
Maxed out cards, but
well, Mr. Side, is your card maxed or
Should
is
it be that way? No.
Is it just a low limit?
Yes.
Correct.
Where's your card status at? What is going on?
Yeah, my credit card is currently maxed out.
Okay, all right. So, Mr. Side,
I can't believe you're bringing this up on air right now.
I asked him.
I know.
I asked him. He said I could bring it up.
But goodness gracious.
So
listen, 3 months ago, I was one of those guys that was week to week. I got a better paying job, but we aren't. We're not rolling in extra cash like.
It's $800.
That's a lot. That's more than some people. Some people only make that like in 2 weeks.
I feel like my first credit card ever in my life, I had a $5,000 limit. My first ever credit. Dale, right?
Yeah, they like to make them high when you first get
I feel like it was $5,000.
I would say that a introductory card is somewhere in there, yes. But clearly people spend more than they should and then make minimum payments. And
see, I don't want to get into this with Mr. Side. He may get all bad.
I'm not judging Mr. Side. I'm just saying that's what happens when they get cards like that.
So the room, there was no room for him because Michael Lindsay hadn't paid for it on Priceline. And somehow you got in though, right? Dark Side for one night.
Yeah, well, they said you're a Hilton Rewards member. We'll let you go and have it tonight, but you got to get taken care of tomorrow. Which, of course, with the time difference, made it a little difficult.
So you thought it was taken care of, though. Michael was supposed to take care of it.
Yeah, we talked, and because they wanted the physical credit card for the hotel at that point, you couldn't do it through Priceline anymore. They wanted it paid for with a physical credit card on site.
Mm-hmm.
So he had to get me some money. And, of course, that with banks being closed on a holiday weekend, that didn't go so well either.
So then Mr. Side says, I'm in. I got to get money tomorrow. Michael Lindsay's giving me money, and I'll be good. And I'm like, okay. The next text I get, I've been locked out of my room.
Oh, no.
He shits in the room. He's locked out. He can't get it.
I went to get breakfast that next morning. Came back. Nope, no entry.
Wow.
So
yeah, it was a shit show.
Like the guardian angel that I am, the heart of gold that I have, the man who has changed his life continues to just give back to Mr. Side over and over. And I gave him my credit card to put on the room. And Mr. Side was able to reclaim his belongings in his room in Paris.
Yeah, that is correct. Been so excited waiting for this moment to talk about it. Couldn't wait.
Just another thing that Steve Mathis did for Mr. Gui. I mean, when does it stop? When does it stop? Does anybody know when it stops? When do I stop giving? and
there is no end
giving.
to your generosity.
Thank
no
you.
end.
Thank you, Mr.
Yep.
Legendary. Thank you. Appreciate that.
You should fly Mr. Side out here to sit in for the PulpMX show dinner just because you're so generous.
Easy on that. But
okay, there is an end to your generosity.
Yeah. Wow. Well, and it keeps on going. It keeps on going. So how do I get my money back? Who do I have to bill here, Jamie?
I'll send it to you here in a minute. I'll send it to you.
Okay. All right. So I'll get some money for this room on my credit card. Hopefully, I will support Mr. Side's efforts in Paris, France this weekend.
Yeah,
So
it was a lifesaver.
So, and not to mention, what else have I, Jamie? I mean, if you want to keep on going, we can keep going.
Sure.
I bought
Why not?
your old bike off you. I'm going to restore your old bike. I paid for it, and I bought it off you to help you complete your shop.
You did that not for me. You wanted it.
Did I really need the work or the bike? Not really.
I didn't ask you, hey, will you buy it?
You didn't, but you needed money for your shop.
I was getting there, dude. Damn. Just can't do it overnight.
So, I mean, I don't.
You were more impatient.
I don't know how someone doesn't have $800 room on a credit card. I find this bizarre, but.
Well, I'll tell you, there was a lot of years in my life where I didn't have $800 in fucking extra were available.
I don't feel like I'm a financial genius by any means, and I was a greaseball mechanic making no money, but I had, if I needed it, like if I got in a car accident, I needed $800 to rent a car. I had $800. That's all. I'm not trying to be Warren Buffett here with financial advice, but anyways.
I'd say that was probably my 20s.
That's the most common.
So I also, I Ubered to the airport. I allowed Mr. Side to jump in with me on Monday morning. Not a problem. Ubered him there. And because of my status, got him in the fast track lane for the passport control. These are things that I do for Mr. Side.
It's a big heart, Steve. Such a big heart.
Silently, too.
People don't know how nice he really is.
Yeah, next time your jerky pony pod listeners want to tell you that I treat you like garbage, will you bring up this fact?
I tell them all the time. They don't listen. They don't care.
They just don't care, right?
Man, they don't care.
Right.
Yeah. It's hell. And we're gonna tell everybody. Friday night, I was gonna pay for my dinner. You, being the nice guy you are, paid for my dinner, but I had to tell everybody it was because I was broke.
Yeah, exactly. Because you clearly have a money problem, and I'm like, if I take this guy if we go to dinner, this guy's going to cause a scene when he can't afford his calzone, and I better just pay for the calzone and just avoid the scene of the French guy going, "Excuse me, monsieur, your credit card is declined." Like, I don't need that in front of everybody.
Right.
And then Rock's going to buy your dinner on Sunday night.
He bought your dinner too.
Yeah, but I told him, I'm like, hey man, this guy has no money.
Leave that part out.
This guy has no money. I told Kenny that.
Oh, okay. Oh, I appreciate you telling everybody that. Thanks.
Steve, YouTube would like to know, what would Coy Gibbs do?
Well, he would give Jamie a card for his room.
Oh, okay.
That's what I did.
But would he do it silently?
How about all those Twitter emojis or memes you put up about not bragging?
Oh, that's in the past. That's old news. No,
okay.
No, now. Listen, you were locked out of your room in Paris until
Yes, I was.
Stepped up.
That's not inaccurate, as usual. Nope, that is the truth.
Yep, absolutely. And yet I get the wrath of the Pony Pod listeners of being a jerk.
I don't know what to tell you on that.
I don't know. Listen, you told me I could talk about this, so don't.
Yeah, I did. I knew it was going to come up either way. So
well, no, it might not have came up. If you didn't say I was, Nah. You are not okay back there. How'd you enjoy Paris? How'd you enjoy it?
Honestly, it was a really good time. Kind of like Glen Helen. The racing was cool, but the hang was the coolest part. Just
right.
The environment, the fans were cool. Being that close to everybody, it was a good time. Didn't get to go see any sights really. Too busy, but next time.
Your boss, he's just cracking the whip on you. He's got to lay off the workload so you can enjoy Paris.
Yeah, he wanted content up. I think Saturday night I was up till 4 a.m. and I was up till about 2 a.m. Sunday night before we left.
Jeez, tell you what a hard worker. Did A-Ray on your show? Was A-Ray on your show?
Yeah, I just had A-Ray in Cullen Park a little bit ago.
Did A-Ray tell you that Sam gave him a gift before the night show?
Oh, he did not.
Oh, yeah. Exclusive interview with Pulp. He'd mentioned it.
Nice. Is that why he rode so rough?
I think.
I don't think they'd get a blowjob before the main event.
I think that had something to do with his gift. I'm just saying.
It very well may have. He was, as he said, pretty sketchy. Even when he was trying just to do laps, it was still a little rough.
He did all the laps on Sunday. Good job, A-Ray.
He did.
It wasn't
we
all.
thought he did all the laps on Saturday in the second race. Come to find out,
No.
he hit the concrete floor.
Yeah, he hit the concrete floor late in the race because he's A-Ray.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it was fun hanging all weekend. Good times.
Definitely. Good times. I always enjoy hanging out with you, even though I know it's going to end up on the air Monday. It's all good. Or Tuesday this week.
Well, when you get locked out of your room and I got to give you my credit card to get in, I mean, it's going to make the program, you know?
Of course. I'm fully aware. I was prepared. So thought about it all the way home for 10 and a half hours on the plane.
Did you have that middle seat open or no? No chance.
Nope. They took it. Somebody took it right before we got on board, but
Right.
at least I had the window.
Right. First time for Mr. Side, except when he was like super young, being out of the country.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's from Dale, someone who lived in Italy for a long time. So he did pretty well. His calzone, he liked his calzone. That was good. He got what'd you get on Sunday night for what'd you get?
That pasta that JB recommended.
Yeah.
No egg on top though, right? No raw egg on there?
No. I told him
Yeah.
stay away from the egg.
No.
Yeah. Why is with the egg on pizza? What the hell is wrong with these people?
I don't know what that is. That got me.
Yeah.
My Paris experience, it got me.
Yeah, you were
got
sick.
food
Yeah,
poisoning. Yep.
Most of the ingredients I couldn't even read. I was just hoping, crossing your fingers, maybe ask a couple things, and
Whoa.
hope for the best.
My limited French stepped up again on Friday night. I told you a couple things.
Stay away from the
That is
fromage.
true.
Like
Yeah.
the wild cheeses they have over there.
Yeah, they got a lot of
Ugh.
different cheeses.
Ooh, brutal.
All right. Well, it was nice having you there. I'm glad you got a hotel room and it all worked out, you know. And
I'm glad I didn't have to sleep outside on the steps of that archway they have out there. Yeah, that would have sucked.
Right. Yep. Well, look at you, big time journalist, going to Europe for races. Really, 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 your life is just on an upward trajectory. If we just could get more than $800 on your
We're
card.
getting there, Steve. We're getting there. You know, just like I said, when you have a regular job, sometimes you make just enough to survive.
Let's do a poll. Can we do a poll?
We should.
On PulpMX.com. What do you have $1,000 on your credit card right now? Like current, like is that a good poll?
I'm sorry. Are you wanting to know how much?
No, like is the poll is do you have $1,000 worth of room on your credit card right now?
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Yes or no?
Could you make an $800 charge right now if you needed to?
Yeah. I'm getting some text about broke side,
Your elitism.
maxed out side, decline side.
Oh boy.
The
list keeps growing.
Broke side is good.
Yikes.
Come on, Marks.
You guys are brutal.
He said I could talk about it.
I get it.
All right. He also,
it's been week to week, man. A lot of my adult life, the jobs I've had, but we're gonna get there, Steve.
yeah,
We're
we'll
only a few
get
months
there
in,
when
you
it's
know,
time. We'll get there when it's
look,
time.
In the last year, I bought a house, I bought a truck, I bought a shop, built a shop. So yeah, things are just gotta get some payments down. We're getting there.
All right. Well, if I can step in with a card, you let me know. Again.
I will.
You know?
I will, and I'll send you some money here in just a little bit.
All right. Make sure you send in the interest too.
Discord wants to know if they can send Darkside some money on Venmo.
Can people Venmo
Darkside,
you money,
What's your
Darkside?
Venmo?
I don't need their money. I'm fine.
Shout it out. You got your shot right now.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. It's all good.
Well, we tried.
Yeah, we tried.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So is the poll up yet? Do we have the poll up?
Sorry, 30 seconds. I'm just wording this.
Debt side, somebody said.
Debt.
Debt side.
Oh, man.
Well, one thing about you
Yeah,
and
I
Kenny,
think
though,
we
you
will.
guys bonded over some death metal. That was good to see.
Dude, that was awesome.
And
That
then-
is the first time that I've really bonded with Kenny, so that was a highlight.
And then you said you made up with Cooper Webb?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Did you say to him, like, hey, dude, you keep blowing me off? Or, like, how did that happen? What?
I don't. The conversation, I just was like, "Hey, Cooper, you think you can maybe unblock me on the phone?" And he's like, "What are you talking about? We're cool." And I was like, "No, on my phone, my text, you don't see them." And he goes, "Ah, shit." He told me he knew what happened, and he fixed it right there. And JB was standing there like, what's going on? I said, well, he went on Pulp and said how, I call him like every week to do the show. And I told him, I said, I went back and looked. I had you on the show twice a year over 6 years. So 6 times in 3 years, 6 times in 3 years. And, I was like, hey, sometimes, I text you and you say, hey, I can't this week. That doesn't mean you don't ever want to do it for months. And he just started laughing. I was like, you got to tell me that you don't want to do it for a while.
Yeah, somebody just be like, hey, man, what they need to say is like, hey, I'm just focused on riding and training, i.e., I don't want to do your show. I don't like you or whatever, right?
Right. Usually he would say, I'm busy this week. So to me, I was like, well, maybe I'll try again next week or the week after.
Well, when Tomac and I weren't good, he just wasn't replying. So I took that as a big hint. Just nothing. Just no reply. So
I asked him one of the nights, Saturday night, I guess. I was like, hey, I'd like to get you back on the show. It's been a while. Do I just text you because you never answer, or do I go through Jamie at Star? And he goes, yeah, Jamie, I hate getting text messages. That was his response. I hate it. It's like, okay.
Wow.
So for me, I'll go through Jamie.
11 votes, 54% yes has the room, 45% say no.
That's 6-5, by the way, in case you needed help with that math.
I think Middle America. I think having an extra $1,000 for Middle America is somewhat unusual.
I am not showing any elitism here. I find that unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. It sucks, but I mean, for the last 30 years, the jobs I've had doing construction, whatever, a lot of people are like, dude, I can't wait to get paid in 5 days because I'm broke.
So let me ask you this: when she said, "I need money for the room," and you gave her the card knowing it would be declined, how was that?
Yes,
are you just like, here we go?
Well, there was a little bit of a balance on my credit card that I was hoping was going to be enough. It would have been enough without the extra charges they wanted. They wanted another $75 a day or whatever.
I just got a text from somebody that said $800. What the hell? Are you kidding me? So this is what the people are saying.
There's a lot of people that probably can't even get a credit card.
That's fine. Yeah. I mean, I get that if you have, if you've run it, but if you have a card. I mean, just any sort of family emergency, any sort of automobile repair, a dog needing an operation, like all these things that come up in life that are just gnarly.
But that's a problem. Like I promise you, there's a lot of people that go, if my car breaks down, I'm fucked. If this happens, I'm fucked because I know hundreds of people like that. That just you're living. You can't wait till the next paycheck to get here so you can go get some fucking groceries or some shit.
72% say they have it. So.
That's tough when you get in that cycle too. If you can't pay it off too, like if it's fine if you're paying it off every month, but
All right, broke side, we got to go.
Wow. All right. Well, you guys have a good night, Steve. Again, appreciate all your help.
If you need anything else, if you need anything else, I'm here for you. I guess. Just if you need a kidney or something, let me know.
All right, I'll keep you in mind, man. I appreciate it.
All right, see you, buddy.
See you guys.
All right, later. That's Mr. Jamie Guida, everybody. Dark Side. He said I could talk about it. So you're giving me a disapproving look.
I did not approve of how that went down. No.
He said I could.
He called in. You need to. Jamie's decision making is severely in question. Yeah, because there's no way I would allow something like that if I was in that position.
Steve, are you telling me there was never a time where you didn't have $800 of room on your credit card? Think of back when you were a greaseball mechanic.
Okay.
You're trying to make it in podcasting.
No, not since then, but early 20s, sure. I racked up a card one time, early 20s.
The key being there is early 20s.
Yes, thank you.
Jamie's 58.
Yeah, no.
Well, I mean, everyone takes a different path in life.
All right, we'll go to commercial break here. We'll discuss this during commercial. We'll come back, maybe break it down some more. But we do have Ryan Villopoto coming up and Adam Bailey as well. Dale Spangler here in studio. We'll talk about that and much more. I believe Lone Wolf is coming in as well to cover this Villopoto Driven to Ride Motorsport.com series. So looking forward to having Talon Tater sitting in the big chair over here. Or are you going to let him sit in the big chair, Tits? Or
yeah, we'll discuss it.
If maybe you need to move him over a little farther away.
Maybe have him on the couch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Give him a microphone, but he can sit on the couch.
Right, okay.
No
Fair
camera.
enough.
He's not allowed on camera.
Right. All right, everybody. We're right back after this. Thanks for listening.
Fuck you, you're fired.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999. with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high-quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
In case you didn't know, Racetech is the world's largest aftermarket suspension modification company. All Racetech products include award-winning gold valves and settings are 100% guaranteed and made right here in the US of A. Racetech also offers state-of-the-art precision engine services and parts to all engine builders. The staff has over 65 years of championship-winning experience. It's so good that many of the top privateer teams such as SGB Honda, Team Solitaire Nuclear Blast Yamaha, and Motul AJE Gas, as well as Jerry Robin, Kevin Morans, and many more, choose Racetech for their superior performance, reliability, and their customer service.
Hey guys, what's up? My name's Kate Clayson, and I choose Racetech because I love their desire to strive for perfection. I think we all know that perfection isn't possible, but getting to perfection is always the goal, and I think that is something that both myself and Racetech have always worked towards, and I think they can help you get there too.
Hey guys, this is Alex Ray. I use Racetech components in my SGB suspension and also the Racetech engine. The reason I like it is just because the engine's super reliable, tons of torque, and also on the suspension side, it just gives it that plush, nice feeling.
Hey, it's your boys over at Team Solitaire. If you don't run Racetech, here's what you do. Put your hands behind your back and run your face into a f***ing wall. Racetech.com.
What's up, guys? This is Kevin Morans, and I choose Racetech because of their convenience of having Racetech centers all around the United States. Obviously, within my Decker Performance suspension, works really well. They're very high-quality performance products. Definitely check them out.
Hey, guys, this is Jerry Robin, and I choose Racetech because the reliable motors, good power, good suspension, and obviously it's great people around, and I've been there for a long time, and they're awesome.
Visit racetech.com and use code PULP22 to save.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like the Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
With 80 years of experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons, from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco has recently expanded our Racer Elite line with SX and MX proven USA-made connecting rods. Now adding to the Garage Buddy rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, and our CV4 thermal protection line, this makes Wiseco your single-stop performance name. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or Wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a prodigy, tyke, or brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
For over 30 years, DecalWorks has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics, plastics, seat covers, and rider ID products. DecalWorks is officially licensed with Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and Gas. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. DecalWorks is a proud sponsor of Red Bull KTM Factory Racing and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Off-Road Team. Visit decalmx.com and be sure to use promo code PulpMX at checkout. Quality, service, and knowledge is what makes DecalWorks stand out. DecalWorks, #1 for many reasons.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high-quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hey, in case you didn't know, Racetech is the world's largest aftermarket suspension modification company. All Racetech products include award-winning gold valves and settings are 100% guaranteed and made right here in the US of A. Racetech also offers state-of-the-art precision engine services and parts to all engine builders. The staff has over 65 years of championship winning experience. It's so good that many of the top privateer teams such as SGB Honda, Team Solitaire Nuclear Blast Yamaha, and Motul AJE Gas, as well as Jerry Robin, Kevin Moran's, and many more, choose Racetech for their superior performance, reliability, and their customer service.
Hey guys, what's up? My name's Kate Clayson, and I choose Racetech because I love their desire to strive for perfection. I think we all know that perfection isn't possible, but getting to perfection is always the goal, and I think that is something that both myself and Racetech have always worked towards, and I think they can help you get there too.
Hey guys, this is Alex Ray. I use Racetech components in my SGD suspension and also the Racetech engine. The reason I like it is just because the engine's super reliable, tons of torque, and also on the suspension side, it just gives it that plush, nice feeling.
Hey, it's your boys over at Team Solitaire. If you don't run Racetech, here's what you do. Put your hands behind your back and run your face into a f***ing wall. Racetech.com.
What's up, guys? This is Kevin Moran's, and I choose Racetech because of their convenience of having Racetech centers all around the United States. Obviously, within my Decker Performance suspension, works really well. They're very high-quality performance products. Definitely check them out.
Hey guys, this is Jerry Robin, and I choose Racetech because the reliable motors, good power, good suspension, and obviously it's great people around, and I've been there for a long time, and they're awesome.
Visit Racetech.com and use code PULP22 to save.
With 80 years of experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons, from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco has recently expanded our Racer Elite line with SX and MX proven USA-made connecting rods. Now adding to the Garage Buddy rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, and our CV4 thermal protection line, this makes Wiseco your single-stop performance name. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or Wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
For over 30 years, Decal Works has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics, plastics, seat covers, and rider ID products. DecalWorks is officially licensed with Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and Gas. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. DecalWorks is a proud sponsor of Red Bull KTM Factory Racing and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Off-Road Team. Visit decalmx.com and be sure to use promo code PulpMX at checkout. Quality, service, and knowledge is what makes DecalWorks stand out. DecalWorks, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a prodigy, tyke, or brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com. DecalWorks, fly racing. We're back. Ryan Villopoto coming up here on the show right away, and then Adam Bailey from the Supercross Global guys as well. Dale Spangler in studio, and welcoming to the studio. He's in the big chair. He's used to being over there. No one sees him. No one notices. No one cares about him. But now he is in the big chair. Talon Taylor, what's up, man?
What's up? I can see the TV from over here. I don't have to hurt my neck, so it's nice.
Yeah, it's nice over here, isn't it? Yeah.
James Stewart Red Bull helmet that I might leave with.
Tits. Keep working hard, head down. Maybe you'll get over here one day.
One day, huh?
Yeah, one day. Just, keep at it.
Okay.
84% of people say they have enough room on their card for an $800 charge right now. 84%. My point stands. Dale?
Yeah, I guess so.
That sounds enthusiastic.
Yeah, I don't know how to address that one very.
Talon Taylor brought to you by the folks at Cherby's. When it comes to disc guards, frame guards, and hand guards, this guy's run all that shit on his bike because he's an off-road hero. Cherby's USA, at Cherby's USA on social media, Cherby'sUSA.com. Adam Steen Cirillo, Jason Anderson, Justin Barsha, Cooper Webb, and more. They are the industry leader in aftermarket dirt bike plastics and accessories. You work at a shop here in town. When you sell a Cherby's, Talon, you know you're not going to get any returns because the stuff fits beautifully.
Yep. OEM fit.
OEM fit. Oh, should I start saying that? Is that the word that you people use in
let's go for
in the motorcycle industry?
Yeah.
OEM fit.
Yeah.
All right. Cherby's USA.
2 minutes in the chair and he's just making stuff happen.
Yeah.
Look at
yeah,
that.
he is. Yeah.
Unbelievable. This
Absolutely. Thanks to Firepower Parts as well. Kenny Roxon on the Firepower Parts Genuine Parts Honda. Firepowerparts.com. Featherweight lithium batteries, as well as chains made in Japan. Chiz, GDR, Cade Clayson, and more. Use Firepower. Please check them out. Firepowerparts.com. Commits to quality, value, and service for your machine. You guys sell Firepower too?
Yeah, we sell a lot of Firepower.
It's good? You get good reviews from it?
Yeah, we do a lot of batteries, the chains. Sell a lot of it.
Fantastic. All right, we got the X-Brand goggle tear-offs. Let's do this.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Rapid fire. X-Brand goggles. Choice of champions ever. Rich Taylor. Dale.
Never heard of him.
Never heard of him. No, you're not supposed to never heard of Moser.
No, good old RT.
Yeah, you've gone way back with RT, right? Way back.
Great
in the day.
guy.
Yeah.
Great guy. Yeah.
When you were at Smith, he was probably testing stuff and for Smith.
No, we were kind of all, like we would sort of like swap off who went to the races, and so Rich would go and I would go, and so.
We're gonna get into some A-Stars and Smith goggle stories from you later in the show.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that. So these questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Ever heard of him?
Never.
No. Rapid fire. Pulp Show 22 is a code to save with X-Brand goggles. I wore the Lucid goggle at the World Vets, beating Brokeside, all 3 motos. Didn't have any vision problems at all. Please check them out. Use the code to save, eksbrand.com. If you don't wear X-Brand, you're not going to win. I'll tell you that right now. All right, let's do this, Marks.
Steven, if Dungey raced Supercross and Motocross in 2023, how do you think he would have finished in Supercross, and would his MX results have improved compared to 2022?
Compared?
Supercross,
I don't know. Probably not as well. A 5 to 10 guy. Supercross and top 3 for outdoors. I don't know. I don't think his outdoor results would improve from this year, but maybe he gets on the podium or something. 13.3.
Dale, if you could change one thing about Moto Media Access, what would it be?
Moto Media Access. Not sure I really get the question. You're like,
I just read them. I don't
know. Well, I guess it would just be. I think they're doing a really good job with it right now. Media's doing great right now. I don't think there's anything else. Just keep doing what we're doing.
21.5. Good job, Dale. First time in studio, but you're getting this segment. I love it.
Talon, describe Steve's riding at Gold Creek Lodge in one word.
One word. Should let RV answer this one.
But we
average.
Oh my.
He can come in anytime.
Tits,
I like this.
Swap spots with Talon if you can.
All right.
All
right. Steve, we cover this. Where does Roxon land next season?
Yeah. Firepower parts, genuine parts, Honda, I believe.
Dale, as a sponsor, which rider is the best bang for your buck, currently getting you the most exposure and not necessarily results?
Well, I would have to say, so it has to be non-factory?
Anybody.
I think Jet Lawrence is like the best, for the money right now. I think he's a marketer's dream.
I think you're right. 14.4. Keep this up.
Lone Wolf, what's something that didn't make the Driven to Ride video that you wish they would have shown?
Me and Kellen, there was like this double on
Kellen
day
from
one.
Motorsport, yep.
Yeah, Kellen from Motorsport. There was like a double when we were going up the 2-track road on day one.
Yeah.
And RV and Jake, I think, both hit it. That would have been cool to make it in.
Was it like, it was kind of like going on the left a little bit?
Yeah, you came like out of a right-hander,
yeah,
and then there was like
right
2
there.
singles,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
they both like doubled it. It would have been
cool
to make it, but yeah.
Some gnarly step-up jumps, too. Wasn't there like woods jumps that you guys were doing or RV was doing?
Yeah, Rory and RV hit one like beginning of day 2.
Where the bees were?
Yeah, where the bees were.
Yeah. None of that stuff really made it much.
No. There was a lot of the riding stuff that didn't quite make the cut, but they could only make it 30 minutes, or that was probably longer than they wanted it already. So
yeah, probably, and of course I was. Well, we'll talk to RV about
it. Steve, if you were Roxon's agent, besides getting gargoyles added to his gear, where would you try to get him this season after burning the bridge at Honda?
I think I would go back to KTM and be like, what can we do? Can we put him on gas? Can we put him on Husky? Can we put him on KTM? Keep the Red Bull thing going. You can wear Fox. Man, maybe they did. Maybe they tried. I don't know. I don't remember hearing anything about that. So that would be my first bet.
Dale, who's the best rider with media and rider that could improve the most with the media?
Well, the best rider with the media would probably have to be, again, Jet Lawrence, because I just feel like those guys are so open, they're kind of an open book, so I feel like those guys would definitely be. And then someone at the opposite end. Alex Ray? I don't know.
Alex Ray.
He gets a lot, I know.
He's a media darling.
Yeah, that's true. Need some more positive, though, right? Just to put those laps in.
All right, last one. Talon, after riding with RV, Weimer, and Chuck Sun, who's on your wish list to ride with and where?
I would say RV would have been probably my pick, but I rode with him. Tomac, I guess. It'd be cool to ride with Tomac. Not that I could even see him if we went riding, but...
You were pretty stoked. Like, I remember you said out in the woods, you're like, it's pretty amazing I'm riding around Villopoto. Like you smash cut 5 years before, you would have been...
Yeah, before this show, I would have never thought I would ever ride with any of the top-level guys.
Right.
But,
And then
yeah, it was just cool to go...
Top-level guy, me, and RV.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
But no, you were, yeah.
Yeah, I stopped at one point. We were waiting for... I think it was like maybe when he... took his GoPro off on the tree.
Yeah.
But I was standing there talking to him like, this is cool. Just I have 2 minutes just alone with RV just bullshitting. It was cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Motorsport Driven to Ride. Check it out. That's it. xbrandgoggles.com. Please check it out. That's the X-Brand Goggle tear-off segment. I should clarify on the broke side talk that if you're younger and you're maxing out your card or whatever, I get it. I've been there. But I'm looking at Mr. Side's job. Even before he did the Vital, he worked for the city. He has a house. He has a dirt bike. I'm looking at it from a grown adult point of view. So if you're upset at me, I get that some people, younger people, I myself racked up a card. I'm speaking from Mr. Side's point of view. Like, I can't believe he doesn't have.
But he's only been working for Vital for 3 months.
Yeah,
so
but
he's still trying to get back on his feet.
He still had a job.
Yeah.
You know, he had a city job, like a.
But he was spending all of his money, his excess, trying to get to the races and get on his feet.
That was the pony pod money. What are you, his brother?
I'm just countering for Darkside.
This guy.
He thinks I don't like him, so I'm trying to,
This guy sits in a chair outside. He's Johnny McOpinion.
Well, you can leave now.
Freaking tits. The show would be boring if everyone just said yes to you all the time.
I guess. But I wanted to clarify that for broke side. That's what I mean. In his situation, he should have $800 for like a pet emergency, a car emergency, whatever it is. That's all. And if anybody wants any financial advice, PulpMX financial advice will open soon.
We're gonna let Travis run that though.
Yeah, Travis will run that. Yeah,
I'm out.
Right. Yeah, and this guy says on Twitter, like, not when I was 18 or 19. Again, that's, yeah. I didn't either when I was 18 or 19. But we're talking about Mr. Side. Esteemed gentleman. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Dale, you know these guys. Alex and those guys down there.
Yeah, Jason Gerald.
Yep, good guys. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Go there, upload your resume for free today. It's the first and only job board built specifically for the motorcycle industry. If you are looking for a job, go there and check it out. If you're a company looking to hire some of the best people, you know that everybody's checking out the MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com website. So contact those guys, put your job up, post it up, and you'll get a response. And then maybe we'll be able to read it on this show, and you'll get a huge audience from people listening to this. So the job of the week this week is Liat USA Marketing Manager for Moto and Mountain Bikes. So that's a pretty good company, Liat guys. Looking for a marketing manager. Spangler, years ago, this might have been you.
Yeah, maybe.
It says remote possible. It does say that. It says remote possible.
That's starting to happen a lot more.
It is.
You know?
I agree. So you could live up there in Boise and do this. Liat.com. They are looking for a marketing manager to plan and execute the USA Moto and Mountain Bike marketing, media liaison, advertising schedule, athlete event, and social media plans through the leadership of the USA marketing team. You'll be reporting day-to-day to the USA general manager. The marketing manager oversees the execution of a bunch of things, and please check it out. Good job. 401k even. Tater, you could do this.
I'm in. Sign me up.
Liat.com, marketing manager, job of the week for the motorcycleindustryjobs.com. I want to thank Ryan Dungey and Alex Martin for calling in as well, and Ryan Villopoto coming up right away for the Driven to Ride video, which was out. I was cool with the video. Was good job those guys did. You're right. Like the ride, I got near the end of the day on the second day, I got Villopoto to do those to ride super fast alongside the fence.
Oh yeah, the whoops.
The whoops
Yeah,
and that didn't make it. I was like, that's a cool shot. Remember, I had Kellen and everybody, Bryce go
We
alongside.
came in and we had everyone go back out like, hey, we need to film this.
Yeah, like I thought that was pretty rad. But again, it's 30-minute video, so right.
And I think that was probably. I think they were probably. The other videos are like 20, so they already went over, and you have to pick and choose what you want in there.
Yeah. Did you get a lot of people talking to you about it as far as the video and like going up there?
A lot of people were asking me like how it was and how cool it was to ride with them. Since the videos came out, I haven't really heard from anyone. It just came out yesterday. But yeah, I had a lot of friends and stuff ask me like, oh, how was it riding with RV and just getting to hang out with them? And a lot of people asked about the lodge too. Like,
yeah, I feel like that Gold Creek Lodge, and I mean, you're pretty far from there, but you're up in that area anyways. It's
definitely on my list to go. I want to,
dude,
for sure.
Bitching. It was really, really cool. Good job for those guys to have us out there and everybody else. Wiseco. Do you know Wiseco's been manufacturing pistons right in the USA for over 80 years, supporting Supercross teams like Factory Honda and Club MX, SGB guys, A-Ray and Cade. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite Series. They got Racer Elite connecting rods developed through the work with the U.S. Supercross and motocross teams. Garage Buddy rebuild kits, Wiseco.com, or go to Wiseco under PulpMXShow.com. Click on that. You'll see the code to save. Contact us, and we'll pass it on to folks at Wiseco as well. 2-stroke or 4-stroke pistons and all of that stuff. Thank you to the Wiseco guys for coming on board. And, get a piston, get a Garage Buddy rebuild kit, whatever it is, and save with PulpMX.com. Wiseco's bringing our next guest on the show. It's talking about the Motorsport Driven to Ride video that dropped. It's multi-time Supercross motocross champion Ryan Villopoto. What's up, man? How are you?
I'm good. You guys, how are you guys?
We're good, man. Talon here was just talking about how cool it was to ride with Ryan Villopoto in the woods of Idaho. So he's pretty stoked.
Yeah, no, it was a good time, man. I watched the video and remembering that, and I was like, dude, we need to do that trip again next year.
Yeah, it'd be fun. Hey, how about Talon here? When you first look at him, you're like, I don't know. This guy could probably ride a dirt bike, like he's okay or whatever. And then, he goes pretty good for an off-road guy.
He was impressive. No, I didn't know that, one of your head honchos over there at Pulp was such a good rider.
Right.
No.
Yeah, Talon, there you go.
Head honcho.
Yeah, good job.
Somebody's got to do all the dirty work because it ain't you, Matt.
No, exactly. Hey, do you have $800 on your credit card? No, I'm just kidding. I bet RV does have $800 with a room. Hey, so good job on the Driven to Ride video. I thought those guys did a good job of it. They did it. They use I think they really liked us bantering a lot. They put a lot of that in there, RV, of us just shit talking.
Yeah, which I think is really good. Everybody's seen all the the videos of riding and legit ride, super cool stuff. But I think now, for me, a lot of guys want to see a bit of riding, but also what else did we do there? And I don't know. I think it's that kind of style of videos in right now. So I was down with it. I thought it was really good.
I like how they set it up with the Pulp show on the night we got there, where I was like, what if I'm better? Yeah, I'm not better.
Yeah, no, I mean, hey, we were making good progress. Remember, your legs were burning. Remember that one was down that one here.
Yeah. No, you're right about that. It was it was fun. It's out now. Check it out. By the way, do you remember when I was doing those log jumps, right? The little double.
That was super sketchy.
Well, okay, so at the time I'm like, that's not sketchy, and then when I watched it back, I'm like, oh, I kind of.
There was the third double in that line. One of the times you went through, you dropped the front end and it clipped the second one.
Yeah.
It didn't feel sketchy, you said, but yeah, it looked sketchy.
Sketchier than I thought. Sketchier than I thought.
100%. 100%. It was like you'd come in there and he would kind of he was race in there, he was fucking coming in there really hot, he was gonna screw this thing up.
Yeah.
And he just went in there and it was and then he would bog it out over the bar.
Yeah, it was a little rougher, than I thought. Yeah. Talon, what was your favorite part of the video? What did you like about it?
I liked a lot of the banner. I thought it was good. Just getting the personalities and everything. I liked the bullshit, the talking shit with each other. I thought the banner was probably the best part.
I liked how they actually put some of the Cardo audio into the video, which I didn't really think about. Because, RV, you were at one point you said something. when you were doing the log thing, you were like, "Yeah, that's how it's done," or something, and I was like, "Oh shit, that's funny, right?" Like I like that.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun with the Cardos. I'd never really rode in any situation being able to talk to people like that as well as those worked, I guess. That, like it was really fun to be able to talk to each other and also ride. And if somebody went down or like something funny happened, like, I thought that made the ride. 'Cause I could have rode for 20 minutes out there, 30 minutes, went out and seen some stuff and been like, okay, this is pretty cool, like, but because we were able to communicate, which was super rad, we were able to go. I was stoked to just keep going,
Yeah.
In the video when Jake was hitting the doubles, and he's like, "How was that for aggression?" And then stalls it right away.
Yeah, then he stalls it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. And then he dumped it twice on that little where you put
the pivot turn.
The pivot turn.
I think you beat him in the pivot turn.
Yep. I did not beat him.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I did not beat him in the let your clutch out.
When you looped it.
When I almost looped it.
The rear fender hit the ground.
I mean, Talon, it burnt completely like a banana, dude. It was like inverted.
No.
It completely scorpioned. The fender, 100%.
No, it didn't.
You're lucky you still had a rear fender on that bike.
Are you? Whatever.
I don't even know how it didn't break, to be honest.
Right.
I was shocked when it didn't break.
Hey, I've had a lot of people tell me, not so much since the video came up, but when we got back and then coming up to it, the teaser video and stuff, asking me about Gold Creek. So I'm like, yeah, Gold Creek Lodge, like check it out, like pretty cool place. Like I hope we got them some business,
Yeah, no, I think so. I mean, the place was super rad. I was talking to somebody today about that place. That watched, like you said, watched some of the trailer stuff, and he was gonna watch it tonight and stuff. And I was like, dude, this place is super rad. 11 rooms, and then it has a bar and restaurant, and then I'm sure you can even buy gear there if you forget something.
Mm-hmm.
They got it dialed in. Really, really cool spot, especially being able to go down on the lake. That kind of was like the top part. That was really cool. Be able to do boating and riding all in one day.
Yeah, you guys fished and you went on the, we didn't do that, Talon. Why didn't we do that? Or what did we do?
Well, we still had to ride back to the lodge after that.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't want to take our gear off and then get it back on.
Yeah, you were just being a real party pooper.
No. Oh, and hey, that's another thing. They didn't put us. Do you remember when we rode down by the dock and we went in between the water on that gravel?
Yeah.
Why didn't that make the video?
I thought they were.
I don't know.
They were gonna have us come in that way. I thought, like on one of the days, they were gonna have us come back in that way. But
God, we did a lot of stuff. But I think
how much did you guys shoot? It seemed like you.
We shot.
Yeah.
I mean, both days. All. Yeah. The second.
Oh, come on, Steve. I think that was one of the easier shoots I've been on ever.
No, I'm just saying no, Dale asked how much they shot. I said they shot both days. Like it was all like the second day they didn't have one guy follow.
Day one was a lot more.
You were starting that off with like, man, we shot a lot. Like we worked our nuts off out there. Some bitch.
I didn't mean we did it. They had a camera on us all the time. I felt like, anyways.
Yeah. Day one was a lot of ride for a couple miles. And then...
That's how it feels to be like in the spotlight. Now you're in the spotlight. Now you see what it feels like.
Yeah, Talon, we're in the spotlight. Listen to RV.
I made it in the video a few times.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you were in there.
A lot of the GoPro footage too is off my helmet.
Yeah,
following like Jake and
right.
Not much RV.
How about
yeah?
How about when we went through the water and we got soaked?
Yeah.
That wasn't very
good.
Then
RV went through all slow.
Right.
Didn't get wet.
Smarter. Yeah. He worked smarter, not harder than us.
I didn't think it was going to be that deep. I thought it was just like a little.
Yeah.
Well, it was crystal clear, so it was kind of hard to see how deep it was.
Yeah, good point. Ryan Villopoto on the show, brought to you by the folks at Wiseco. Please check it out, the Driven to Ride video of motorsport.com. It's out. And, stoked that they did it and they captured it. And I was telling Dunge earlier, we had Dunge on the show earlier, RV. And I was telling him how that one day, the second day, you were in your gear for like 7 or 8 hours, and then you were in the bar drinking beers with your gear still on.
Well, yeah, I just was cruising. I was just like, man, I don't know. I got busy doing something, maybe an interview here, and then I was like, well, so I'm going to go get a beer. And then I had a conversation started with somebody, and then pretty soon it was, I don't know, an hour in, a couple beers in, and I don't know. Then I finally got out of my gear.
Yeah, finally got out of it. No, it was a good time. Hey, so this week I'm going to go pick up my 23 YZ450. I'm stoked. Can't wait.
Yeah. I think you will be. You will be. You'll be like feeling like a real factory dude.
Oh, imagine what I could have done.
Steve, I think it's worth for you. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt, but I think it's worth a second and a half for you.
Really? A second and a half.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, I can't wait. What's the biggest thing that are you stoked on? Are you stoked on the layout or the weight savings, or like what impressed you the most?
I think what impressed me the most was how balanced it was. And it drops like, I think it's 5.5 pounds, and it's another couple horsepower, I think. So like the bike it's got really smooth power. I actually ran it on map 2, I believe, which was just a little more dumbed down map.
Okay.
But no, the bike handled really well. It actually turned really, really well compared to last year's
nice
bike. It really was easy to get into revs. So I was stoked on it. Like, I really was. So I'm looking forward to get mine.
Oh, you don't have yours yet, so I'm getting it before you. Oh,
yeah, I guess you are.
Interesting.
I'm low on the totem pole.
Interesting. How was Kiefer at the goat farm?
Oh, we had a good time. That was the second time I got to hang out with Kiefer at a Yamaha thing. I was like 14 the first time I did it.
Oh, really?
No, yeah, but it was fun. No, it was a good time.
And you tried to make him drink?
Yes, I tried. He had one Shirley Temple mixed with a half a shot of vodka. Man, he's got a bitch taste bud, man. He can't do it, man. Yeah.
I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen him drink ever. You know, I don't know if I ever have.
Funny. It was funny, actually. Like, he's like, no, man, I'd rather like lick the floor right here than drink that. It was funny. It was. Once I found that spot, then I kept just digging into him. You know,
yeah,
it was pretty fun.
Yeah, he said eventually you were wrestling with him to try to get him to drink, and he just had to get out of there. He said you were peer pressuring him.
Hey man, you beaten off?
Yes. Alcohol bullying.
Yeah, exactly right.
Can you imagine Kiefer on with alcohol?
I don't even want to know.
It'd be wild, wouldn't
right?
it?
Yeah. No, I don't even want to know.
You
got a question?
You got
a question for RV?
Actually, I was just gonna say what I thought was really cool about that film. To me, there's like Rory's part in there, like showing that everybody can learn something. You know, because I thought it was really cool some of the stuff he did in there, and then of course the humor though was my favorite part though. You guys are great on that.
I didn't know Rory before the video, and he told me I thought you'd be a dick, but then he's like, you're cool to me, but I liked him. He's a nice guy, really cool guy, really talented too, really good on a bike, right?
Yep.
And
yeah, he is.
He made it fun. He made it easy. He was great. Yeah, I enjoyed the experience with Rory for sure, and he was like a positive human being, like very positive guy, very uplifting, very.
Just likes to ride his dirt bike, you know.
Yeah, totally. I loved his attitude.
No, he said that multiple times. He goes, "I just love riding dirt bikes.
Yep.
It doesn't matter what it is. I love riding it."
Yep. And he was impressed with RV because they didn't show it on the video, but there was an endurocross track there, and actually Talon went over the rocks. Pretty impressive, those massive rocks. Good job on that.
Yeah.
But RV jumped up on those tractor trailer tires with like just a little bit of a run, you know, and you got to ride off the center of them. And he was like, "Oh shit!" Like Ryan didn't ask it; he just brap and then rode through the tires. I mean, you got a little sideways the first time you tried it, RV, but
yeah, I think I made 2 mistakes. Third time I got up on it.
Yeah,
Damon's the same way though.
That techno stuff.
Like Damon Bradshaw, he's the same way. I mean, you go trail run with him. I've heard he's so good.
Right,
you know?
right. Yeah. I thought that was so. Rory was blown away by RV just trying that shit just out of the blue and like not worried about it. Weimer and I are like, yeah, we're out. Like we're just not doing it. So, you know, RV deserves some props for that for sure.
Yeah, no, it was a good time. It was good, and we got so lucky with the rain.
Yeah.
On day 2, because man, that first day was a bit dusty and powdery, and then dude, that rain just made it perfect.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You got a question for RV?
Well, actually, yeah. I saw where you were doing some of these Blue Crew Invitational events in Georgia that you just kicked off. What's going on with those? Is it something Yamaha's doing, some kind of like demo rides, or is it just kind of?
Yeah. So the one we did at Rumble at Oak Ridge was like a Blue Crew sponsored event, and then we did I think it was Lazy River in Georgia. It was actually a Blue Crew Invitational. So Yamaha and Blue Crew put together the invitational. So to race the event, you had to be on a Yamaha, so which was pretty cool. So they had for their first ever one of doing that, they had 200 entries. So you know, they were pretty stoked on that. It's the first one that they do. It's actually a really big thing in Europe. So They're getting it ramped up over here. So I went out there, both of those, and got to ride the new 125 and rip around and just hang out. So I actually enjoy going to those things now. Before, when I was racing, not so much, but now they're fun.
Yeah, I think Bradshaw said the same thing, because he was doing those when I was still at Fly, and he was doing some of those Fly rides, and he just seems like he has a blast just hanging out with everybody and just having fun on your dirt bike again.
So the Blue Crew things are everybody's on a Yamaha, and it's just like you said, like in Europe, like it's the same kind of class and that they do in Europe?
Yeah, it's the PW, 65, 85, Super Mini 125, 250, 450. So it's just, you get to race the Blue Crew event, you have to be on a Yamaha.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about this stuff till I saw it in your social. I was like, oh, sweet. That's awesome.
Well, I was kicking it off, bro. Hey, I'm a trendsetter.
Yeah, you're
That's what I do.
Yeah, you're a trendsetter.
I'm just bringing everybody to the top.
Hey, I just got back from Paris from the Supercross. You never did it, did you? You never did one.
I did not do Paris. No, I did not.
What did you? Was it just an Alden thing, like what Dunge was telling us?
There was a little bit of time there where we didn't even think about doing it, but then I think it was after Stu went, maybe one of the last times. I was like, I think I mentioned it to Pernard when he walked past the pits or whatever one of the times. Hey, I'll come to Bercy or whatever, and he goes, oh, okay. And we kind of joked around about it, but that was the farthest it ever got with Bercy.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
What do you make of Roxon and what he's doing? It looks like he's going to stay with that team. He was really good this weekend. He caught and passed Tomac twice. What do you make of Ken Roxon's offseason? He rode a Stark.
Yeah, I don't really know. It's probably a tough situation to be in. He's kind of I love Kenny, but he's kind of backed himself into a corner a little bit, I feel. Also on the tail, probably on the tail end of his career, So I think this is going to be this is kind of going to be could be a tough year for them to, if they don't get their, everything in place. And obviously they have a presence here, but probably not what they need to have Kenny, right? So they're going to have to step up the program and get some more guys probably. And so it's and Anaheim's right around the corner. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does. I'm excited to see.
Do you think he can win? Like if he does a privateer bike, right? Factory connection suspension and twisted motor or whoever does his can he win it?
Well, whatever he was riding this weekend was clearly good enough to win on, right? So
well, but Paris is different from an AMA Supercross,
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if it's what dirt or the size of the track, right? Like he was racing Eli, and maybe Eli wasn't full Anaheim 1 ready, but still those guys didn't go out there to lose. I can tell you that.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, look, Eli had a great year, and can he beat the streak of wins for Eli? Right. So.
Yeah. No. So I'm interested to see. I know we've seen him on a Yamaha out there at PulpMX. It looked like. So I've heard he's supposed to ride some more bikes. So we'll see. It keeps it interesting and fun for us.
Right. Yeah. I wonder. It's just he's got, and also where's he? He's going to want to make serious money. Kenny Roxon made millions of dollars, right?
And I think that's kind of what I was meaning about backing himself into a corner a little bit. You got to have the factory dollars behind you, or you got to go get it from somewhere. So, which going to get it's a lot harder than finding it inside the industry. But if he's not with a full factory behind, even if it was privateerish, that's a lot of money that he's going to have to go make up.
Right. Yeah. That'll be interesting to see what he does for sure. Good luck for that deal for sure. Are you around Thursday? You want to come out and see what you got with me on the 23, or what are we doing?
Maybe I will.
Oh, there we go.
Maybe I will.
Talon, are you working Thursday?
Yeah, but if you get me a 23, I can go down to Glen Helen.
I can get you to ride my 23.
I want my own.
Oh, you want your own?
Yep.
Okay. Well,
I mean, dude, if Talon bails on you, bro, you're out a guy that runs the show. You better start thinking about that.
I got Tits Legendary. He runs everything over here. He holds it all down.
Yep,
so.
got it.
Yeah.
Every Monday though, Tits.
No.
No.
Yeah, he runs it until then. I can get you.
So I think you have some negotiating power. You can hold this one over Steve's head there, Talon.
Well, listen, no one is more popular with Yamaha marketing than Ryan Villopoto. So surely you could get me another 23 RV.
I'm sure we could get it. I'm sure we could figure out how to get him one.
What what media guy at the goat farm impressed you? Did anybody, if anybody, impress you?
I don't know. When I wasn't right, the track was kind of far from the building. So
okay.
Like so it wasn't like we could all walk. I mean, it was quite a ways to walk out there, so we really didn't get to see. But you could see a couple, like one little turn straightaway with rollers in it. But there was some good guys.
Okay.
I don't even know who the dude that stole my bike took it out there, and he was running like a 30 on that bitch, and I was like, dude, I want to ride my bike. Like, bring it in. I think was it Taft or something? I think he worked for, I don't know. He was a short kind of dude.
He did a 30 on your bike, though.
Yeah, and I'm like, bro, where's my bike? So, but no, it was fun. I had a good time out there. The farm was sick. It was sick. You know, it was cool to be back in Florida.
Yeah. Had you ever ridden there before? I don't know if you would have ever.
I've never rode there before. No. I went up there as a kid. I was probably like 12 or 13 when we got done with Mini O's one time.
Okay.
But that's it.
And what? Just to go see it? Just to get a tour from it?
Just to go. Yeah, just to go see it. Somehow my dad, I don't know, ran into somebody. I don't know, maybe Big Rick. I guess. Hell,
right.
I don't know.
Yeah, probably Big Rick. Yeah, for sure. Ryan Villopoto on the show, brought to you by the folks at Weisco, Weisco.com. Go to your local dealer, motorsport.com, or check them out on PulpMX.com show if you want a discount. There's a way to get on there and get saving with Weisco. All right, anything else for RV, Talon? Driven to Ride video, it's out now. Check it out, everybody. Good times. They did a good job with that. I watched 33 minutes of it. I was surprised how quick it went.
The longest video I've ever sat and watched.
For you, probably, right?
I don't know. No, but it was fun. I'm looking forward to. Actually, they hit me up and were like, hey, let's schedule a trip already. And I'm like, dude, I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. So I said, so I got your number. Like I was like, I forget his name.
Dave.
He called me like
Dave.
No, his kid.
Oh yeah. Okay, I forget. What's his name?
I'm forgetting his name.
I can't remember.
We forget.
But yeah, I'm like, dude, I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. So.
Yeah.
But definitely want to get back up there and go, get in the lake and wake surf a bit and go ride. It was a hell of a time, actually.
Yeah, it was cool. It's really, really neat. Dunge said he wanted to do something like that, too. So there we go.
All right, Dunge, let's go.
Perfect moto vacation.
I don't know if Dunge could hang with RV for like a week or something.
Well, I didn't say a week. He's got 2 nights in him for sure.
Okay, he's got 2 nights in him.
Even RV, he talked big about drinking all night and getting drunk and whatever, but as soon as like the gear came off and dinner was done,
I think I was in bed by like 9:30.
He wasn't even out there for the fire pit jump.
The fire
he
pit
was already
jump.
in bed.
Yeah. I'm glad the fire pit jump made it.
It did.
The very end. Yeah, that was pretty gnarly.
Yeah.
I thought that guy was going to die.
I did not think he was going to make it. He barely made it.
A little nose heavy.
Yeah.
A little nose.
Thanks, RV. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for calling in.
Boys.
And Driven to Ride video. Check it out. Thank you, buddy.
All right, later.
See ya. That's Ryan Villopoto, everybody. Driven to Ride video out now. Marks didn't watch it. Very sad.
I started and it was very interesting. Like even the first 5 minutes, I'm like,
Tater was in it. Tater, you don't even care about Tater?
That's why I'm gonna watch it. It's for Tater. You think I give a shit about the rest of you guys?
No.
Absolutely not.
Tits, did you watch it? Tater.
Look at
unbelievable.
I'm not on the internet.
Well, Dale watched it.
I did my homework.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, no, it was really good. I thought it was really well done.
Yeah,
together.
Yeah, those guys did well. We they had another filmer guy, and then he got heat stroke or something right the first day, and then couldn't come back out. And then Kellen, the guy that's like their main video marketing guy, they're a really good dude. He got stung by a bee.
Oh wow!
On the beginning of day 2, and he's allergic to getting stung by a bee. So his hand just ballooned up big time because he was allergic to it. So we lost 2 filmers for the day 2. So we used a lot of GoPro, and we had somebody at one point, right? Follow us on day 2?
No, it was just us 5 with Chuck.
It
was 4 and then Chuck. And
Chuck.
Yeah. I don't think we had another filmer. We did it all off GoPros and then the Cardo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Cardo stuff's cool though, isn't it? It's like totally game changing where you can just talk to each other like, oh man, there's a bad corner coming up or whatever.
Really cool. Yeah. My first time, like Ryan said, riding with any. You've probably had that stuff before.
I've never used it, but I think like for trail riding with friends, I think it just amplifies the fun you're having.
Hard to
so
beat,
you can talk
right?
with everyone. And,
yeah. If we would have had Cardo when you took me down that fucking mountain, the last time we went trail riding together.
Last time I went down that, it wasn't as bad. So
Oh, thanks.
I went down it with like the time I'd been down it before you. So I was like, this won't be too bad. Then we went down it. I think it had a bunch of rain. The rocks were all exposed, but you did it. You did good.
You think we'll see the Cardo, and maybe we can ask Adam Bailey. But I could see the World Supercross implementing something like that. The communication system.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
That's something different,
Just the racers.
Because it'd be neat to hear the communication.
I'd like to hear Brayton's Cardo after Freeze came over in turn 1. That'd be pretty sweet.
You'd probably have to bleep some stuff out, though, right? 'Cause you'd probably all that when you're yelling at people in turns and.
For sure, right? Imagine a Cardo on Nicoletti in Supercross. Fuck my life. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of the way. Yeah, that'd be great.
Imagine it was like that a little bit with Ryan, huh?
It was. It was good. He was fun though. He was.
Yeah.
A couple times things snuck up on him, like a little lake bed or a log or whatever, and he was mostly leading, and all you hear be like, "Whoa, whoa," and he laugh. So it was pretty funny.
Yeah. Yeah, you could tell like he would warn us of like a water crossing or whatever. You could always hear what was going on with him.
Yeah. It was awesome that those guys had us up there again. And so would you go again?
Yeah. A couple of my friends were trying to plan a trip up there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it'd be good. Gold Creek Lodge. Check it out, everybody, on Instagram and everything else. All right, Tater, you out of here?
Yeah, I'm out of here.
We took
got me in on a Tuesday.
We got you in on Tuesday. We got you away from an awards banquet.
So T-ball awards.
T-ball awards. I mean, can you believe it? Hey, Tits, what's the poll at?
Oh, 1 second.
All right, thank you. Just wanted to see exactly how this
Poor
is going.
Dark Side.
Trying to help. Thanks to the folks at Twisted Tea, by the way. Outdoor fun, drinking with a crew. Outdoor fun versus outdoor exercise. Twisted Tea's all about that. They'll stop at nothing to have a good time. They're up for anything at any time. Work hard, play harder. Shameless pursuit of fun. No bullshit. Original half and half, peach, raspberry, light, blueberry, mango, or blackberry. Twisted Tea, Hep Suzuki team coming up as well. 250 guys this year. Looking forward to seeing that. Twisted Tea, real brewed tea with alcohol in it. Get twisted like Mark's. You done with your Twisted yet?
I don't think so, actually.
Oh, okay.
I've been
what the hell?
I don't drink that much. Like,
you seemed pretty stoked when I said, "Do you want to take a case of Twisted Tea?"
Well, yeah, I mean, because it's free stuff. I'm like Tits.
Okay, all right. Okay.
It'll last them 2 months,
All right, fair enough.
582 votes.
86.4%
say yes, they do have enough credit available to
that's
clear the charge.
That's all I'm saying. Brookside should have that on them.
I feel bad for him. I feel like he got set up to fail a little bit, though, too. Not being prepped,
people.
Like
86 people that don't.
Not having, like a company card and all that. To go on a major trip like that,
you know what, though? I don't think there's too many company cards in Moto. You know what I mean? Like, there's some, but, like, I don't know if there's too many. Like, you usually just got to pay for it and then expense it, right?
It's true, though, yeah.
Yeah, like, you've been there.
Like at Western, like, that was like you definitely had to take it out. You had a per diem.
Right.
And so, yeah, you had to take it out of your pocket sometimes. So it wasn't easy sometimes.
See,
always.
you know.
Yeah,
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
All right, Talon, thanks for coming in. Motorsport.com, Driven to Ride video. Appreciate that. Are you in next show, or do we know?
I should be in next show. Tits makes a schedule.
Probably the rest of the year.
Yeah.
All right.
Probably.
I'll see you guys at Anaheim 1.
All right, thanks for coming in, Talon.
I'll see you Thursday on my 2023.
Oh, yeah, let's do that. Yeah, all right. Thanks for Talon Taylor for coming in. Appreciate that. And
I don't think they get a blowjob before the main event.
All right. You can go. Yeah, your headset's off. Yeah, no, that's what happened when I reached over there. Yeah. All right, Adam Bailey coming right up here from the Supercross Global guys. Looking forward to talking to Adam down under. Really appreciate that. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, X-Brand Goggles, Renthal, Michelin Motorcycle Tires, at Cherubies, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, Pro Filter Scoche, ORW, OGO Power Sports, FMF, Guts Racing, Atlas Neck Brace, Works Connection, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Get Data, WUSA, Ride Engineering, Manscaped. You use the code at Manscaped to get one?
Yeah.
How is that? How is that lawnmower working for you,
Dude,
Spangler?
Yeah, I bought like a kit. It's had like five different things in it.
Yeah, you got the performance package.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, check you out.
Took me a couple times. I kept typing it in, and then I got it right. It's like I remember the code. I was like, thanks,
nice.
Steve.
Wiseco Pistons, Suspension Direct, Intense Cycles, Twisted Tea all on board with us. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at Suspension Direct. The code is PulpMX to save. Founded in 2005 on the premise of being a one-stop shop for hard-to-get OEM parts like WP, Showa, Walker Evans, Fox, KYB. They graduated on that into working on their E-Click stuff. It's been a lifelong project with Dan Worley. E-Click is more than just electronic shocks. It's a semi-active suspension system that constantly adapts to the road and conditions. No more getting out of the vehicle to adjust suspension before getting on a road or trail. Marks has some E-Click shocks on the Raptor. He loves them. Jeep, JK, JL, JT models, Ford Raptors, UTVs, Toyotas, and more made and developed in the USA. Super, super cool electronic suspension. UTV stuff's killing it at Suspension Direct. Go to Suspension Direct. If you got a UT, if you're really into it, look at all the products they have for UTVs and make your UTV work a little better, or get a set of E-Click shocks. Be like Mark's and do that. So suspensiondirect.com. Thank you to those guys. They bring you the 7 o'clock hour on the show. We still got the Race Tech rant. I know what it is. I got one.
You got it.
And we have the motorsport.com tweet at Tits segment as well coming up. And Adam Bailey, of course, as well. Still coming up on the show. Don't forget the app is coming out any day now. Should be, Friday maybe, Marks?
If you're lucky.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving's coming up, though. I imagine you're taking a couple days off for that.
Dude, listen, I've been grinding. Like, I want this thing done.
Really?
I want this thing done so bad.
Have you been grinding on the app or just grinding in your normal life or grinding on Courtney?
Yeah. All of the above.
All the above.
All
Okay.
of the above.
Okay.
No, like I had another side project I had to get done, so I took 3 or 4 weeks. But I want that app out to iOS users by end of year, 100%.
I know, because you said once you start with Anaheim, it's
because then like fantasy starts, and then I'm not as slammed as I used to be with fantasy, but it's still busy. Like I still have a lot to do all the time, so I want to get it done before New Year. So
that's Travis Marks, everybody. I did not make him say those words under duress.
You made me say those words by bringing it up all the time on the show.
I don't make you say those words specifically.
But you're right, I did. I want to get it done, so that's
love this guy right here.
Spangler, are you a PulpMX fantasy guy? You play?
I'm not. I never got on that. Well, actually, I was a one and done. We did one at Western.
Yeah.
And I won it,
Oh, yeah.
And then I was just like, I tapped out.
That's it. You're done?
Yeah, I was done.
Okay.
It's like one and done.
All right. Adam Bailey coming up here on the show, brought to you by the folks at Scosh. Pulp 2022 is a code to save with Scosh. Please check those guys out. Phone mounts, chargers, cables, power sport clamps and mounts, boom bottles as well. Pulp 2022 at Scosh, SCOSCHE.com to unlock your discount on accessories for life. Innovators of award-winning consumer technology, power sports, car, audio products, accessories. I have the Scosh charger box thing, battery thing for my phone, and I use it in Paris. It was a lifesaver, so it lasted forever. Took a long time to charge, but once you charged it, it went forever. So please check that out. Use code PULP2022 to save, and the boom bottle is fantastic. I got a base link charging system here in front of me as well. So thanks to the folks at Scosh for coming on board. They're going to bring you Adam Bailey. Let's see what Adam Bailey is up to. He's the CEO of Supercross Global. Talking to him. They had the round in Cardiff. They had the round in Melbourne as well, and some good racing. Ken Roxon, world champion over there as well. So yeah, check out Adam Bailey and everything that he's got going on.
How are you, my friend?
Hey Adam, how are you? Thanks for calling in tonight.
No, it's good to be here. Thanks for making the time.
No problem. We got Dale Spangler from BuzzFeed Media in studio as well. It's a little bit past where I wanted to have you. I apologize for that. But 2 rounds down, done. Series is done. It's a soft launch. Ken Roxon won. I was at the UK round, and I thought the fans were unbelievably stoked to have the level of riders that you had there. And I imagine the same was in Melbourne. Dustin Pipes from the HEP team told me that people were at the airport waiting for riders. So that was awesome. What did you think was awesome? What did you think worked about the World Supercross? And what did you think you want to do better at, Adam?
Thank you. I think first and foremost, the fan reaction was incredible. Like you said, I think that was the most important thing for us, obviously. But, for us to see the fans, Australia, we knew that they would be pumped because we've obviously had AUS-X Open events in the past and we've brought international riders out for that and we've seen how stoked they are on that. But the UK, it really affirmed for us the opportunity for World Supercross, which is, the fans were absolutely stoked. The air horns down the street. You saw people just having a blast, having a great day.
Yep.
And chanting names in like soccer crowd kind of style, and that kind of thing was just incredible. So I think for us, that really gave us a huge kind of shot in the arm of excitement for what the potential is.
Mm-hmm.
To take Supercross to regions that don't see it all the time. And as our, the field and the level of riders continues to improve, they're only going to get more and more excited, which I think is really promising. I mean, in terms of things to improve, oh man, I don't know where to start, to be honest with you. There's so many things in all areas. But the beauty of this year's, series, even though it's only 2 events, we call it a series, but it was that's what we wanted to do, was test that and find out the things that were going to break and what things weren't organized properly, what did and didn't work. And so our debriefing's been extensive, and there isn't probably an area that doesn't need improving, to be honest with you. So across the board, we'll be making so many improvements, but without having started, we wouldn't have been able to uncover those things. So we're really glad we did.
Yeah, you guys are longtime race promoters, so it's not like this is your first crack at putting on a Supercross race. You've run successful Supercross races, so that part, what I imagine, was all right. But even for you, Adam, like, I guess I don't think this is too hyperbolic to say that the motorsports, two-wheeled motorsports world was watching at Cardiff and looking and seeing everything. And again, you're an experienced promoter, but did it mean a little more for doing it this time in UK? Is that a little bigger deal?
I guess so. We definitely knew how important it was to execute well. And again, to do this pilot season and to showcase what World Supercross is about, we definitely knew how important that was to do it right. So we definitely got all that. But in saying that, it was an enjoyable experience. I'd be lying if I said it was really highly stressful in a sense of that pressure, because I think we really enjoyed that. I definitely enjoy that kind of pressure to perform element. So I thought it was really, it was exciting to finally, after, it's only been going, this whole project has only been going on for a year, right? Even from concept to execution to this day, we hadn't even had a contract until December. So but in that time, it felt like we've been talking about it forever. So to finally actually have some events, them come off well and fans enjoy it, I think, that was super rewarding.
Right. Yeah, I could see that. I think one thing that, and again, I've seen this because, I just got back from Paris, right? I've been there 17 years in a row, and I've been to Bulgaria for a Supercross race, and I've been to Spain. I've been all over the places watching Montreal and all these places I've been to watch races and report on them, either as a mechanic or as a media guy. And I think in the U.S., there's a little bit of like, oh, yawn, it's Ken Roxon, it's Eli Tomac, whatever. It's big deal. But you hit on it there when you said, and we talked about the fans, like, this is a big deal to people outside of America to see these riders right in front of them. And that's where I think, you've nailed it, where you're like, there's room to take these riders all over the world. And I think you're right, because the fans love it. Like, I was there at Paris when Stewart was there, and they're chanting "Booba, Booba."
Yeah.
They and all these designations and everything. Like, there's all over the world. These people know these racers and want to see them.
Totally. And I think absolutely. And I have real life experience myself. I grew up as a fan, watching Supercross since I was 12 or 13, and just, I grew up watching Jeremy McGrath, and I grew, watching Ricky Carmichael. And I remember when Jeremy McGrath came out to race in Melbourne, I think it was 2001, which is my hometown, and it's a tiny little track there. One of this, for you guys, tiny track. But that just made, like, I was in hospital with an injury myself at the time. I broke out of hospital because it was so important for me to see Jeremy ride in person. And, literally, I just was that excited. And then when I finally was able to afford to get to the US myself to watch some races myself, and getting to see RC ride in person and Bubba ride at that time was just like a life experience that I'll never forget, So I definitely think that you guys, you're obviously spoilt for it because you get the opportunity to see them all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But for us and for millions of people around the world, they just have never had that experience and maybe can't afford that experience to go to Anaheim and see these guys in person and see the level they ride at. And it can be like a real, a memorable experience and something you'll never forget to be able to witness these guys firsthand. And that's something we want to deliver around the world.
Now, obviously, we know about the format. You know, the teams are approved to race, and they have to field 4 riders, and there's no qualifying for a main event. Everybody's in the night show, and then we do these sprint races. Are you married to those sprint races and that format? Like, I saw you tweaked it for Melbourne. UK guy, it was probably a little quick in UK, and all the riders are like, hey, we need a bit of a break, and I think that was a good job on you guys to adapt to what the teams and riders wanted. But are you yourself married to a 3-race sprint program for a night show?
No, not at all. I think that's one thing is we have an open mind to anything, really, and no idea is a bad idea. We just want the best possible entertainment, for the audience and for the fans that are there, something that balances with, you don't want to alienate the core hardcore fans, like us, but you also want to make it really easy for new fans to come and watch and get it and understand what's going on, and it not be, a boring long race where people are getting lapped and they don't know who's actually leading anymore. So I think there's a balance to be struck there, and that we'll be literally constantly, debating with ourselves how to strike it. So, but to answer your question, we're not wedded to anything really. I think we're really open to what works, and any idea we'll consider it for sure.
Dale, what did you think of that format, those 3 sprints?
Yeah, I thought it was interesting too. Like I was kind of curious about that too, because I thought I could notice it seemed like some of the riders were a little rushed between motos sometimes, where I think it was probably a little bit disorienting for them. But change isn't always a bad thing though.
Right.
So,
and I think what we did do is, the first one in Cardiff, it was too tight, it was too close, which meant that, from a fan's perspective, you couldn't set the scene and couldn't explain what was happening, and you couldn't, can't tally up the points and say, and build any drama towards the last one or anything like that. It was too tight. So for Melbourne, we tried to adapt that to give more time so that the TV broadcast could catch up, and from the fans in the stands, they had enough time to sort of get their head around who was coming where and sort of build up that final race. So that was a balance we tried to strike there to make that change between the two, and it was a learning. But, and I think it worked out well for us in Melbourne. I mean, Kenny had a flat tyre and had to change it, and all sorts of drama sort of ensued from that. So, I think the fan reaction has been great, and they seem to really enjoy it. And seeing gate drops and seeing their guy in closer racing is a big positive. But, of course, we'll constantly check that out and evolve, and whether every round will be the same or some will be different, like that's all things that have been kicked around at this point in time.
Sure.
Well, as you guys go forward into 2023 planning, and the series expands, has there ever been any thoughts of possibly bringing in some of these one-off events like the Paris Supercross and making it part of your series, or I'm just kind of curious?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we had that conversation, and you guys know I'm a good friend of Eric Pennard's. I really like Eric, and he's been fantastic for us over the years. When we first started the Aussie Open, he was involved, and he's a great guy. So it hasn't worked out, and we haven't been able to align on what that looks like, but it's definitely been a discussion, and same with other events around the world. We're kind of open to working with anyone, and we're definitely not closed-minded to things like that in the future either.
I kind of like going back to the format. Like, you're obviously going to have, I don't know. Are we looking at 8 rounds roughly, Adam, for 23? Can you 6 to 8? What are we?
6 to 8. Yeah, 6 to 8. It's definitely 6, but potentially 8.
Right. It'd be cool to be like, like we have over here with Triple Crowns, but we don't have enough difference. But hey, we got 3 sprint races this weekend, and next weekend we're going to do 2 motos, and and then whatever, just change it up, right? So.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. I think we're open to that too, as to what it looks like. It doesn't have to be the same every week for sure.
What so after Melbourne, and I don't know, I mean, you're a busy guy, but what did you think of the response from, I don't know if you ever read Vital MX or on Aussie Forum, Racer X, my coverage, Anton, everybody. What did you take from that when you read it, or did you even read it to see what people thought? What was your takeaways from that? Were you happy with all of it?
Yeah, I mean, we were, because I think criticisms were fair and helpful, like productive, but overall, I think the positivity outweighed the negativity by a long stretch. So no, I think overall we're more than open to being criticised, and we all want to improve, and we're not claiming that we're going to be perfect, year one. We never were. and we definitely won't be, and we'll continue to improve. So I thought it was fair. I thought criticism was fair, and I thought the positives outweighed the negatives. So I thought it was really good.
By the way, I didn't know McGrath ever went to Aussie ever in his life. So yeah, 2001.
His wife's Australian, believe it or not. So that was one of the things that I learnt.
I had no idea
at the time.
Huh.
But it was really cool experience. I mean, that was at the height of his success as well, and so that was a really big deal. But yeah, that feeling sat with me for forever, and I think it's important to be able to bring that to kids today.
So one of the things I thought was cool, I was at Cardiff, and I saw Freeze's bike, and we'll get into Freeze in a second here, but I saw Freeze's bike, and I saw these cameras all over it, and then I saw somebody at Chad's bike putting a camera on the back fender, and I'm like, oh, this is cool. This is going to be neat and interesting. But I don't know if any of it really worked that well, Adam, to be honest, on the TV show. I applaud you guys for trying it, and and I'm not an expert enough to know what would work or what wouldn't. So I applaud you guys for trying it. But yeah, I'm not so sure that much of it worked that well for whatever reason. Just the moving of a dirt bike, I guess, right?
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, again, one of those things we wanted to try. It was innovative. It hadn't been done. We put 3 cameras per bike, one facing back, one facing back backwards from under the guard, one facing back at the rider, and another facing forward. But I agreed, the pictures weren't as good as what we expected them to be. I know the one in the front, particularly, like the lenses kept getting smashed.
Yeah.
The angle, the bouncing. I think there wasn't enough testing done on the mounting. So the bouncing, had a real effect compared to road racing and things. So the technology was incredible, but it just on the Supercross bike, it didn't equate to the best possible vision. And I think, when we're used to having GoPros on helmets that are incredibly clear and a great picture, the standard's set pretty high, right? And we couldn't put a live camera on a helmet because you're just not able to with the wiring, etc. that needs to be done. So, but agree with your point. I think for us, that's something that we'll be taking back to the drawing board for sure.
Yeah. I like the trying of it for sure. I thought it was awesome. In theory, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we said. It's one of those things that you couldn't, until you tried it, you couldn't, how would you predict? I thought it was going to be amazing. And then when you looked at it, I thought, well, it's probably not that amazing actually.
Have you got any thank you cards from riders? Because without you guys starting up, there's no chance that the purse got increased over here in America. So have you got any thank you cards from any riders? Because I think you deserve them,
Thank you. I did have a joke with Kenny Adams, Jason Anderson's manager, and asked if there'd be a commission, for any wins and prize money to receive.
Yeah.
But he hasn't come good on that. I'm waiting for something to be formalised, But no, I mean, I think it's great. You know what I mean? I think at the end of the day, what we came into this to do is to make an impact and a positive impact. And I think that's a huge positive impact. So, I'm stoked. If the riders make more money and the industry grows as a result, then fantastic.
I love that Feld and MX Sports are working together. It's badly needed over here. And I think that was going to happen before you guys came along with World Supercross. But there is no chance in my mind that they're increasing this purse without you guys and the amount of money you've put into your purse. So that's why I say, all the American riders, send Adam Bailey a Starbucks card or something, because he got $5 million put into this SMX thing. So that's awesome.
That makes me feel good. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think it's great. And more money for riders is fantastic. You know what I mean? For everybody.
They deserve it. They absolutely deserve it.
No, they do. You're absolutely right. There were a little, if you could probably go back, Adam, when you talk about MX Sports and Feld and them working together and starting this SMX thing, a little bit of feathers were ruffled early on when you guys came over to America. I know that from talking to people, right? I guess that's something you could maybe take back if you would.
Yeah, totally. I think the approach could have been better. I think some of it's out of an innocent naivety. To be honest, I think I think some of it we really just thought that they wouldn't really care what we're up to. I didn't think. When we attended some of the Supercross events at the start of the year, and we're fans. We bought a suite. We were excited to be there. Ryan and I have been going to American Supercrosses for years and years as fans and checking it out. So we did, and that ruffled feathers because we obviously were catching up with people there and talking about our own business there. But I think naively thought, well, we're not going to be running at the same time as Feld, so I wouldn't have thought that would create any issue. But looking back now, I understand that probably wasn't the right, wasn't the right approach, and we could have it made us look worse, than better. So there's a few different conversations that went certain ways that I probably would change, definitely. But I mean, when we set out to do this, we weren't planning on taking from anyone. Like, we didn't expect to have an impact on Feld at all. Didn't expect to have an impact on MX Sports, really, if I'm being honest. But so we didn't think that there was going to be any problem. We kind of thought everyone's going to be stoked. Hey, this is great. We're here to grow the industry. You guys didn't, being Feld, didn't want to do World Supercross. They handed the rights back, so they didn't want them anyway. So here we are. We're going to do it. This is all good. And that's not the way it panned out.
Yeah. Well, as you said, you guys thought so little of the World Supercross, you just didn't renew. You just gave it away. You just didn't even care.
Yeah. Well, it was their choice not to have it. So we thought, well, they don't want it. We'll take it. Cool. We've got this great idea here. And but yeah, I mean, look, we certainly could have handled lots and lots and lots of things better. And it's the same throughout this whole process, right? Like, it's been a ridiculously fast learning curve, and that's definitely part of it that we would improve if we had our time again.
When I talked to some teams and some riders, some that I know, some that I don't know that well, but I was kind of just, sending some text off or going around Cardiff and talking to them, they all said that you guys are incredibly responsive to what they want or need. Passes, formats, you guys had a room set up for these guys. I think that the teams and riders I spoke to, and this isn't anything about Feld or MX Sports, this is you guys here, so I don't want people to get this misconstrued. You guys were incredibly easy to work with for the teams and riders. They felt like you guys were listening, which that's what you told people. That's what you said you'd do.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. And I think, we 100%, believe in what we say, which is that they're part of the family with us, and, they have to succeed or else we will not succeed. Like, that's an absolute fact.
Mm-hmm.
In the way we've set this up is that they are a partner of ours. We need them to succeed and to thrive. And the more that they thrive, the more they can afford better riders, and the more that the whole series lifts in general. So we really see our role and to support them and to listen to them and to build this together. We take that really seriously. And they're not stoked about everything. Like, I got plenty of things where people were pissed and plenty of times when people weren't happy, but as long as you listen and you can try and adapt and try and improve and at least explain your viewpoint, if you can't help them, then, I think they seem to really appreciate that. So I think it also reiterated to us the relationship we had with them is reiterated that we have the right teams with us, because they were, on the flip side, they were very understanding of things that weren't perfect and very understanding when we were throwing last minute requests at them, and some of the information was a bit light on. And, they seem to be also appreciative of the journey that we're on, and that we didn't have it all completely dialed first time around. We just didn't. But they were respectful, understanding, appreciative that we're learning on the fly, and really helpful as well. So I think it was a really solid, two-way relationship, which is a great start.
I don't know how so many flats followed you from UK to Melbourne, but like, I maybe it was a finish line. Some people were speculating the dirt getting knocked away from the metal ramp of the finish line. I don't see that, but that's what some people were saying, and other people had some nails. But dude, you're like a ton of flats from everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, and I saw some nails come out of the dirt in Cardiff, which I know that dirt wasn't ideal. It was a last minute deal, came from a motocross club nearby. It was screened for rocks, which improved it greatly, but it still wasn't ideal.
Mm-hmm.
But the Melbourne one, I have no idea. I mean, I really don't know how that could have happened. I don't think that the takeoff ramp would have caused it.
No,
I wouldn't have thought so.
I don't think so either.
So I really don't know. The jury's out on that one. I've got no idea. Or maybe we did some booby trapping just to make it interesting for the cameras. Maybe that was what happened with Kenny.
Yeah, exactly. When something like the freeze thing happens, and we all kind of know what happened. Brayton was on this show talking about it, right?
Yeah.
You're the promoter. You're not the sanctioning body, the rule maker per se. What do you do? What goes on with that? I don't know what you can do, but.
Yeah, I mean, really what you do, or what you did, is just sort of step back and let the people who are brought in to manage those situations manage them. I mean, I really don't have an opinion or know what to say about it myself. I mean, I really, really love Justin. Like, he's such a good guy, and I have so much time for him. So, I trust and believe in what he says, because he's not a bullshitter by any stretch, never has been.
Mm-hmm.
But then I also thought Vince was a great guy. I really, I thought he carried himself really well. He was helpful. He was polite and kind. And I really liked, him as a person. I thought he was a really good guy. So I was kind of like baffled to think that could have been intentional, but at the same time, JB doesn't make things like that up either. Right. So,
no.
I don't know. I just got to I'm just going to stay out of it and see what happens.
Do you know if FIM plans to do anything, or is it case closed, or do we know? I mean, it's a few weeks on now, but I assume it's case closed.
I really don't know, other than I know that they're speaking to both riders. I don't know whether they've chosen either way or not.
Right.
To take any action, or whether it's a warning at this stage. I mean, you've got to, from our side of things and from our championship, obviously it's a first time offence, because it's starting fresh, right? So we can't take history from other championships and pass any judgment.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
I know it's been a definitely a topic of discussion with those guys, and something I'm very keen to stay away from.
Give me a percent that there's a USA round in 2023. Can you? Zero? Okay. All right.
Yeah, 0. There won't be one in 2023 in the US.
That was a plan at one point, right?
Not so much in 2023. I mean, It's been discussed. I think for us, we want to go when the fans really want us to go, when the industry really wants us to go, and the timing is right. We're not sort of like want to force ourselves on anyone. Again, there's so many other regions around the world that are hungry to see this. That we don't want to lose focus on that. Although we absolutely want to be part of going to the US, because we do have a lot of fans there already, which is great, and supporters, and we do, and we want to be a world championship. So you can't miss out the most important region for Supercross. So absolutely, it's part of the plan, but not for 2023. We'll play it by year and go there when the timing's right.
Right. Okay.
Is some of the goals trying to just be like, I could see you guys going to South America, for example. Like trying to be like on pretty much every continent for the most part.
Yep. For sure. Yeah, for sure. I think look at places that MotoGP is successful, or Formula One successful.
Yeah, Brazil. I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, and we've done a lot of research. There's quite a lot of research in Brazil. Brazil has one of the largest followings for Supercross in the world, and doesn't obviously have an event yet. So definitely on the radar. But again, these going to international locations. The one thing about the US or the UK or obviously Australia is like we all do business the same way. We speak the same language, and it's relatively easy. But when you're going to go, to some of these other places, you've got to really have your stuff together, and it's not an easy feat. So there's a lot of work that's got to go in the background to make something like that work. But that's definitely the plan.
Supercross Global CEO Adam Bailey on the PulpMX Show, brought to you by the folks at Scotia 2022. By the way, you just got a promotion. I saw the press release. Congrats. It's probably more work. Probably more work.
Yeah, more work, more responsibility. But really excited, really proud of the opportunity. So, I'm looking forward to it.
Can you believe your guy JB, 3rd overall in Paris, beating Cooper Webb, Marvin? Dude.
He's such a legend, right? I don't know, but again, you've said it lots of times, but why is he so good in overseas races? I think it's a topic of discussion, but I think that when you race overseas away from the US, it's a whole different environment. Your bike goes over in a box. You don't have all the same resources. You may be sleep deprived, whatever it is. And that's what we think will make the World Supercross Championship interesting, is because it changes that. And I think he seems to thrive in that stuff. Whatever it is, something about that being in a unique environment, he thrives and does well. And I think that's what I hope happens with our championship. It'll uncover people that are able to perform in circumstances that others maybe can't.
Yeah, he qualified fastest on Saturday ahead of Tomac and Roczen. And I'm just like, bro, are you sure you're hanging it up? He's like, it's got to end sometime. It's got to end sometime. I said, fill-in rider?
At what point?
Yeah, I go, exactly. Fill-in rider?
At what point is at what point, and why? And then that would be hard to retire if you're performing like that. And that's why Chad Reed went on for so long, right? If you keep getting that buzz and getting that feel, then why would you? Why would you stop?
Yeah.
You know, like that's incredible.
No, and you know, you're okay. It's a 44-second lap, so we've seen full Supercrosses 44 seconds. Like it's not like a cheesy track. It's a tough track. 44 seconds is a legit track, and he's faster than Roxon and Tomac in practice. Like just
mind blowing. I love it. I love it.
It's great. Hey, one thing about your series, and I was a bit bummed for you guys, and I don't think it had anything to do with your series, although a few people I talked to said that maybe everyone wasn't quite ready to ramp up to that level yet, but we saw some injuries. I mean, JG and Chad, their bikes malfunction. That could happen at Anaheim as much as it could happen in Cardiff. Different things happen. We did see some injuries, and I don't think there is a theory. I don't think there's a reason why it happened to your series, other than, like I said, some people told me, hey, maybe guys weren't ready to ramp up that quickly, but yeah, it's a bit of a bummer. If there's a bummer for your series, it's like we saw some injuries.
Yeah, it's a huge bummer because that's not, we want to pride ourselves on safety. I mean, for the riders as best as we can. And it's a dangerous sport, so I don't want to make out like we can put them in, puffer jackets and protect them, because we can't. But I think to your point, I think it was a bit of a very quick ramp up with a lot of hype and a lot of energy that probably people maybe underestimated. It's kind of like, oh, this is going to be a bit of fun. It's not America, so we'll just go and have some fun. It's going to be great. But then the level lifted, and people were really taking it seriously, and people really wanted to win, which is awesome. But when that happens and the racing's close, as you well know, people push themselves, and then accidents happen, unfortunately.
Yeah. Again, nothing to do with your series, but yeah, bummer deal that we saw. JG and Chad being there was awesome, and then they were out right away. It's like, damn.
Oh, it was devastating. And both to have bike malfunctions on the same jump.
Yeah.
And they're on two different brands of bikes, mind you. One a chain, one a fuel pump. And you're like, what the, that was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
It was devastating. I was devastated, particularly for Chad, because I could see how much work he'd put in. Like, it was amazing to watch, and I was really, pumped for the effort that he was putting in, and the fans were really pumped. So that was a real disappointment to see, especially when it wasn't his fault. That was a bummer.
He was so pumped for your series, he reached out to me and said, hey, let's do a podcast. I want to talk about World Supercross. I'm like, oh, all right, sure, yeah. Let's do it. That's how.
Good.
Chad Reed going around asking to do press, that means he must be excited, right?
Yeah, he was awesome.
When do you think you'll have a 2023 series scheduled out? When are you thinking?
We're aiming for the end of this month.
Oh, okay.
So it'll be thereabouts. It'll be thereabouts. It's getting really close, but we're in kind of venue contract stage with a few, and promoter contract stage, etc. And so there's until contracts are done, you can't make too much noise. But
right.
But yeah, it's getting close. It's looking good. And yeah, just excited. We just want to lock those down. I mean, we had 3 months to announce and go on sale and run our events last year. By the time we actually announced and went on sale, which is just ridiculous. Like, you should never do it. You should never promote events. So I do not recommend doing that. But this time to have a decent lead in and have our brand situated and have our own content and have all the things we need. We're really excited to go into next year a lot more organized. That's for sure.
Right. No, absolutely. Well, man, thanks for calling in. I appreciate the time from Down Under. Congrats on the launch of the series, and yeah, looking forward to next year and seeing what you guys grow, man. It should be good to see. So,
thanks so much. Really appreciate the time.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Adam.
Cheers, bye.
All right. That's Adam Bailey, everybody. Brought to you by Scotia 2022. What do you think of that?
I think it's great. I mean, I personally, like being only a fan only now, not a racer any longer, but
yeah.
I just love it because, I mean, pretty much year-round you can turn on the TV on a weekend and get motocross races.
Yeah.
So I'm loving that. And I just think it's great that it's giving more privateers jobs, that might not be racing.
Yeah, absolutely, right? So a lot of Supercross-only guys that they're gonna pick up the series.
Give
when
them
it starts.
jobs,
And I've said this over and over, I don't think they get the Jet Lawrences and Chase Sextons of the world. I don't think the OEMs ever send them over there. But there's a tier under that, and Kenny Roczen or Marvin, Brayton, these guys at the end of their careers that can love this World Supercross money.
Yep.
Jason Anderson, at some point, I imagine. So it's great. It's fantastic. I know Feld and MX Sports aren't big fans, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. They run their business, right? So, and these guys run theirs. So time will tell. I mean, as I've said, I eventually the World Supercross backers are going to want to turn some profits. eventually. You just can't keep sinking money into it, and I'll be interested to see how they plan to turn a profit because, when I went to those races in Cardiff, they didn't have Monster, they didn't have Red Bull, right? They didn't have OEM sponsorship, and I think they need that, but maybe not.
I think it's interesting, though, with, that's backing right now, like the golf, the Live Golf, that's the Saudi backing, and then I think this is very similar, and so it just seems to be a trend right now where they're investing in these different sports series and teams. And
no, absolutely. Dale Spangler here on the PulpMX show, and it's that time, everybody. Marks, what number caller gets the $100 motorsport.com gift card?
Well, he covered 86, so 68?
I was just saying even 200.
69.
Nice.
162.
You can go easy and go 69.
Spangler's old number, 162.
Got it.
You want to do that?
Yeah.
All right, 702-586-7857, $100 motorsport.com gift card. Caller 162 in honor of Dale Spangler. Let's do it, everybody. Thanks for the motorsport.com guys for doing that. We got one more to give away. We've done 2 already. We're doing 3. We're doing number 3 right now, and number 4 is coming up. And before I forget, because I probably will, there's a 5th $100 gift card from motorsport.com. That's for our archive listeners. Contest at PulpMXShow.com. Contest at PulpMXShow.com. Just put gift card in the subject line. And Marks, what number will I pick for that?
I think that one we should do 69.
Okay, 69. Number 69 gets...
Because I'm 12.
Yeah, exactly. Gets the $100 motorsport.com gift card. Contest at PulpMXShow.com. But here's the catch, everybody. I'm only taking email number 69 after this show ends. So I will timestamp your email.
So don't send it now.
Right.
You idiots.
Wait till the show ends, you morons. And then I will take number 69.
So nice to our listeners.
If you're really cool, you'll schedule your email to start sending right exactly.
Can you do that?
I think you can.
Can you do
You can schedule an email?
Oh, my gosh.
You can schedule an email?
You're unbelievable sometimes.
Who the hell would ever schedule an email?
Well, if you'd stop,
I'll just wait.
If you'd stop using the Apple email client, you would know about all the rich features that you're afforded.
It's fantastic. That by the way, that I can't work. I can't get that email working.
Well, that's because you're gonna have to use the Gmail client. Sorry.
That's what I have for you right now.
I wish your finger was just out of range.
What about?
There you go. That's better. That's better.
My
I
finger
like
to
it.
Marks. All right, everybody. So 162 email going in. 162 call wins the motorsport.com gift card. Okay. Racetech Rant. Pulp 22 is the code to save. Thanks to the folks at Racetech. Suspension work. Did you ever use Racetech when you
I did not. No, I used Factory Connection and then, of course, Tough. And
right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, way to drop a competitor's name on the show. Pulp 22 is the code to save. Motorwork, suspension work. They do it all. They help out a lot of privateers, including Zombie Blows and, of course, the Team Solitaire guys as well. Thanks to the folks at Racetech. And Racetech Rant of the night is this. I have a buddy. He traveled to a foreign country to go watch an event, and he didn't have any money on his credit card. So he traveled 10 hours to a foreign country with no extra money to spare in case an emergency came up. You ever seen Taken? Right?
Yeah.
What if he got taken? What if he got stranded? My Racetech rant is, can you people please make sure, get a credit card, put it in a drawer. Don't use it. Only use it in emergencies. Have a regular credit card. Have $800 is my rant of money to spare. That's all you need, because you just never know. I had a buddy and things went sideways for him in another faraway country, and he needed me to bail him out. So that's my rant of the night. Make sure you have a credit card with $800 in it at all times for emergencies, because you never know what life can throw at you. You know, you're expecting life fastballs in life. They can throw you a curveball. Racetech rant of the night. Dale?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I had something, I wouldn't say it's similar, but well, it sort of is. But one time when I was working for Smith, I remember I took like 2 giant gear bags with all the goggles for the GP guys for a season.
Yeah.
And it was, let's see, where was it? Somewhere, I think it was in Holland. And so got there with all the bags, and they got stuck in customs, and man, I had to jump through hoops, figure out, get people on the phone, pay all these, duties, because they thought I was going to give them or
sell them.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so it's not fun. when you're in a foreign country like that and you're trying to go through stuff like that, and you got language
you should be
barriers.
Prepared. You should be ready. You should have a credit card at all times.
So it's not a good feeling. So I feel bad for him. So
yeah, I don't feel bad for him. I want to help him. My Race Tech rant is that you people should have a spare credit card somewhere.
Yeah.
Look, again, when I was 21, I had a credit card that I racked up. If you're younger, you're not making any money, and you're racking up a credit card because you're living the high life, I understand that. I've been there. I've done that. If you are older, more mature, with, say, I don't know, a job where you dig ditches in East Texas, just saying, you should have room on your credit card. That's what you should have.
Yep.
Race Tech Rant of the Night. Congratulations to Patrick for winning the motorsport.com gift card. Good job, Patrick. And, thanks for everybody for supporting the show. Thank you to motorsport.com for giving it out. We got one more card to give out at the 9 o'clock hour, and we'll do that right away or when it hits 9. And then that's it for the night. Thank you to motorsport.com. Dale Spangler, how is Buzz Media doing? How's it going?
Yeah, it's going well.
You did a podcast for a while, right?
Yeah, so it was. So I originally started. So Buzz Media is kind of my umbrella company. I had Dirt Buzz, and I was very focused on off-road. You know, like just GNCC. Because I felt like it was sort of a niche. You know, nobody was really paying attention to at the time. That was 5 years ago. So I started that, gave that a go, and I guess I wanted to try and be media, in some way.
Yep.
And it was good. It was good practice, like writing stories and stuff like that. And I feel like if it wasn't for that, I probably wouldn't have started my content creation business, which I started 2 years ago. And yeah, it's going really well. I mean, I've got some industry clients, and
so what do you do for somebody if they're interested?
Oh yeah, so I write. I'll write blogs. So like for example, I write for EVS Sports, and I'll do interviews of athletes and product focused items, historical pieces, that type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And help them with emails, other marketing stuff. But my primary focus is blogs. I really love that. I feel like that's my niche. I love doing the research, calling up the athletes or whatever, and talking to them, that kind of stuff. And and so yeah, it's going really well. It was sort of my hand was sort of forced. I'd left Western Power Sports and was at Tucker for a couple of years, and got furloughed and let go there. And so it was kind of like, what am I going to do next?
Yeah.
And looked around,
I was also in that spot at one point.
Yeah, it's not fun, And I was at a certain point where I felt like with my experience, next year will be 30 years in the industry for me, and so I just felt like I deserved a certain wage level, and I just couldn't find it. So I was like, I'm just going to try my own thing, and so now here I am, 2 years in, and it's going well.
Good.
And I actually really enjoy it. Like I'm total of 3 years working from home, and like you and I were talking earlier. I mean, it's a huge adjustment when you've been sitting in a behind a desk in a cubicle for 25 years.
Yeah.
To like all of a sudden be working home by yourself and being able to get stuff done more efficiently to where like a lot of times I'm done sooner than I'm able to go enjoy my free time.
Yeah.
But it's learning how to actually enjoy, let myself enjoy that free time when you've been doing it for 25 years.
Yeah, you got to get yourself into a rhythm, right?
Yeah.
Make sure the work gets done, but at the same time,
Yep.
So how can people get a hold of you if they want, or where
like you can find just Buzz Media. Yep. So Buzz Media Content is my website, buzzmedia.com, and you can find me on social media, Instagram. And then I'm also doing this, not to plug another podcast on your show, Steve, but yeah, I am a co-host.
Everyone's got a podcast nowadays.
Yeah,
feel free.
I know.
Yeah, feel free.
Yeah, so I did have my Dirt Buzz podcast, and then I did that for a year, and then kind of shelved it, and I'll still do some special episodes. But I got offered up the ability to go on as a co-host for the Pit Pass Moto podcast, which it used to be Pit Pass Radio.
Right. I did it a few times when it was Pit Pass Radio.
Yeah. I mean, it was like kind of like you were, like it was ahead of its time. It was actually true radio. And so that actually got sold off to a company out of Cleveland called Evergreen Podcasts, and so that's who owns Pit Pass. And so, yeah, I'm a co-host on that. We do weekly shows too, and so it's fun.
Cool. Yeah, that's awesome. It's neat to start your own something, right? Start your own little corner.
Yeah.
On the internet.
I felt like I kept trying, with my own stuff like the Dirt Buzz and some of these other things with the podcast version of it, and it just never really panned out. I don't know if it just didn't feel right, and maybe I wasn't willing to go that extra step with all that. The sponsor stuff's the hard thing for me, which is ironic because I used to do that, for companies, with athletes. But yeah, like that's the toughest part for me is like trying to do it all yourself. I realized, I mean, I see what you're doing now. It's just like, wow, it's incredible. There's a lot of moving parts.
You can employ a couple of people who just don't even like you. You can do that all the time, and they just shit on you all the time.
It doesn't matter if they like you if they're good at their job.
Right. Thank you. Robbie211 gave us $4.99 on YouTube and says, how much do top off-road racers make? It's a good question. I know Caleb Russell was making quite a bit of money, $300,000 or $400,000 a year from what I gather. I don't know what these guys make now. It's a good point. I mean, I'm thinking $150,000, $200,000.
Yeah, I would guess probably a quarter of what maybe a top.
Yeah.
You know,
Supercross guy.
Supercross guy.
Yeah, I would say, yeah.
Yeah. Which is, that's nothing to sneeze at. It's a nice
bad.
living.
No,
you know?
absolutely, if you can get it. Little known fact for our listeners and viewers, Dale Spangler here worked at Western Power Sports, i.e. Fly Racing, as a marketing manager for how long?
11 years.
11 years in Boise, Idaho.
Yep.
And you were the one that got Fly on this show. You approached me out of the blue, and were you looking at podcasts, or did you? I don't think we knew each other a little bit from the A-Star days.
I think my big thing is, like, I always looked for things that were just different and unique, you know, like, and that I felt like had, you know, a lot of opportunity, you know, and so that was kind of my, I guess, initial impression. I always like looking for those unique, different things, and that to me, I was like, wow, this is cool, you know, like I felt like it was going to go somewhere,
right?
You know?
Right. Well, thank you for that. Little known fact: before Max, before JT, there was Dale at Fly, getting Fly on this show. Who knew?
In fact, I remember the first contract you and I did. I actually wrote it because remember you didn't have a contract. Remember?
Okay.
For a sponsor, I'm like, we gotta have a contract, man.
Oh yeah, I didn't have one to
you
get
didn't
you.
Have one.
Right. Yeah.
You didn't have one for me.
I run a loose program. Dale, I don't know if you're aware of this.
Dale, this is going to come as a shock, but things haven't changed much.
He probably has still the same contract. Maybe it's just.
What about anal bleaching?
Yeah.
So you get. Yeah. You know what? I think I did. I think I deleted everything off that contract you sent me and used it as a template.
Yeah. I think. Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah. I mean, that's what everybody does, anyways. You just find something that works.
But yeah, you were the marketing guy. You approached me and said, "Hey man, love your stuff. Like, yeah, we gotta get Fly on there," and that's it. And dude, 12 years later, Fly's still on the show.
I mean, here's something really that gives you some perspective about the Western Power Sports and Fly brands, you know, because when I started there, like, I was hired in the IT department. You know, Andrew Short makes fun of me on that because I went to a photo shoot at his house with Max. And he's like, I don't know, there's some IT guy coming with Max, you know?
Yeah.
And that was me, you know. So I got hired to do basically what all I was doing for like the first 6 months I worked there was crushing, you know, just like crunching data.
Yeah.
So like all their stuff that you see on the web, I was like correcting all the descriptions and all that kind of stuff. And then from there, like, they didn't have a marketing department then, so I was the first person that I became marketing.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And then we hired a graphics guy, and so there was two of us.
So long ago.
And now it's like, holy shit, man.
What year did you start with him?
That was 2007.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. God, that's
and and we had a drawer. This is awesome too. We had a drawer of all the ads from when we started building ads.
Yep.
Like the graphic guy we hired. So him and I would build all the ads. You know, we'd go to like Terry Basley and all these people and ask them for input. And so we had a drawer, though, of all the ads over the years, and it must have been like a foot thick of paper, like all the different ads. And it's hilarious to look at the gear from when I started till now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like,
oh
my God.
They've made some inroads.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've really done that for sure. No, that's cool, man. So thank you for all that back then. I appreciate it. It's pretty cool that you did that, and we're still doing it, you know?
Oh, I know. It's I was telling you, man, it's just, I mean, it is a bucket list thing for me because you've come a long ways too, man. It's a success story.
I got into podcasting early, right? And I listened to some sports ones, and I'm like, why isn't there one of these for Moto? And I want to do that. And then from that led into, why isn't there like a morning radio show for Moto? And that led into the PulpMX show, right?
Yep.
And it goes on from there. So you worked at A-Stars. So you raced for a long time. You had a nice career. Worked for Tough Racing, third in a moto. You've won some races, amateur stuff, and you were too early for your time. If you had come out now, you would have a support ride. You know what I mean? You maybe not a factory ride, but you would have a support ride, 100% with your finishes.
Would have made some money at least.
You would have made some money. If you go look at the Racer X Vault and go look at Dale's results, they're really, really good. And then you started from there, and then you went into Alpine Stars. And then from there to Smith. And
actually, my first job was Cometic Gasket.
Oh, Cometic Gasket.
Yeah, so
okay.
Cometic Gasket was my very first, 1993. I tried to make a comeback, you know, so I rode 93, 94, 95. Got national number 90 for 95, but I only raced like maybe 4 times or something. I got hurt a bunch of times. But yeah, so Cometic, I was working. I was hired as a draftsman. I went to, after I quit the first time, I went to like a technical school, and I got a drafting degree.
Uh-huh.
And so they hired me to draw all the gaskets. So like literally I would get like, they'd throw me a stack of gaskets and I'd have to calipers out. There was no scanner yet, you know. So I'm like, you know, measuring this thing, and then that's what we would digitize it, and we would send it to the water jets, or like we'd make a stamp, you know, like a die out of it and stamp gaskets. And so that's how I started. And then I asked them one day, I was like, hey, do you mind if I start, you know, doing some marketing, you know? And they're like, no, go for it. If you want to like sign some riders or whatever. So I started going to the races, you know. So it was like, and I went with Steve Johnson from Weisco, and so we'd go together. We kind of park together, and he sort of was like my mentor. And so that was kind of my introduction. And then like I called up Davey one time, and Davey Coombs from Racer Excellence. Man, if you know of anybody looking, you know, for a job, I'd like to try something different. And he called me like the next day. He's like, Alpine Stars is a job, but it's in Italy. And I'm like, oh shit. But so at that, I just was like, yeah, all right, cool. Just did it, you know, naive American. Just
And so what year was that?
That was 1997.
97, yeah. So no internet yet, really, no cell phones, none of that, and you're living in Italy.
Oh yeah, it was insane. I tell people,
was the Tech 8 out yet? Or
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, funny story about that. So I had to go around and be sort of like before the man friend thing was a thing. You know, like Gabrielle would send me to like, you know, go to the Paris Supercross or go to Sheffield Supercross, because Jeremy McGrath's going to be there. We just want you to be there and just be his friend. Basically. Just hang out with him.
Just be like, hey,
help
I'm
him out,
Stars.
you know.
Right.
And so that was what I did. You know, like I'd load up the van with, you know, boots.
Did these guys know who you were? Some of the guys?
Yeah, some of them did at first. At first, a lot of them would be like, "Who are you?" You know, like, you know.
But I meant even from your racing days. I mean, you had a nice amateur. You know, you were.
Yeah, I was pretty quiet though. Like I don't, you know, I wasn't one really like that flamboyant or anything. So I don't think a lot of people knew me, but yeah, it was a pretty amazing experience over there. Like I certainly would never trade it for anything. I wish I would have done some things differently. Like and taken more advantage of some of the opportunities.
That's where I first met you, but it wouldn't have been in Europe because I hadn't gone to Europe yet. So I don't know if you were in the U.S. yet or whatever, but you were Alpine Stars when I met you. I thought at a Supercross or something. Or
like my job interview was at Washougal. Like that was like they flew me there, and like I had to hang out like with everybody, and they just wanted to see how I interacted with everybody. And it was Scott Link and Gabrielle.
Did you live in that little town where they are?
Oslo, yeah. I lived in the apartment above the facility.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I was the first American over there, and then after that, there was a whole bunch of other Americans came over to start working in the factories, and like Brian Price. There was a bunch of different people that came over there. Javier Estrada, I think he's still actually at Alpine Stars over there, and so at first it was kind of like I don't know, it was a mixed bag. There was times where I was like, man, I felt so alone over there.
Yeah.
You know, like just not knowing the language. You can't even flip on. Then I couldn't even flip on the TV and watch anything in English. It's all Italian. And I was dumb, you know, American. I didn't try and learn the language enough. Everybody wanted to, you know, practice their English. You know, and so they didn't want to speak Italian around me, and so I was lazy and I didn't pick it up.
And then did you go to GPs and stuff too?
Yeah. So I remember like there's some of the GPs I went to were just classic too. That was the year that Tortelli and Everts just head to head every single race, you know.
Yep.
And I remember going to there was national in Italy and then one in like northern France, and it was ironic. It was like they went to.
And you were driving the van, right? That's what they told you. Like, so you're trying to drive around Europe.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tell people now, I'm like, I mean, this is kind of smartphone. So like I'm full on map, you know, like, I mean, some generations now probably don't even know what a map is, you know. So like I'm driving around Europe with a maps basically in a different language, you know. So like I was in, for example, Paris. I'm trying to find my hotel. You know, it was just unbelievably difficult, you know. And so I'm like, if I can navigate here, I'll never complain about navigating in the United States, because I'm like,
so you enjoyed that one?
I did. You know, like probably not as much. You know, it's of course hindsight always. You know, things probably are a little rosier.
Yep.
But yeah, I would. It changed my outlook. You know, honestly, like going over there, seeing different cultures, trying different foods. To me, it just opened my mind. You know.
Right.
I feel like that's what travel does for you. You
know,
like,
for sure. Yeah, especially think of the places you saw and all that. You know.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, neat. I worked in Germany for 4 months, 5 months. You know, same thing, alone, no internet.
Yep.
Well, I had internet then. I had a little HP that I could dial into AOL and get the hockey scores and stuff, but that was about it. And then just trying to navigate that, right? Pretty neat time in my life.
Yeah, and there's even like the other part that was difficult is like everywhere you went, because motorcycling's so huge over there. Like we had this, you know, Alpine Stars van a lot of times. It was me and Davide Trolli. He was kind of my mentor.
Mm-hmm.
He was like a Dakar racer,
right?
Like really good off-road racer. So he was the one that showed me the ropes driving around. Well, everywhere we went to stay in a hotel, if you didn't have like walled-in secured parking, You couldn't park there. So like, if we had a hotel booked and it didn't have secure parking, we had to go find somewhere else.
Really? That was an Alpine Star thing.
Oh well, it's because they would just people would just steal it. So the one time we actually let our guard down, we were at a hotel, we saw Formula One trucks parked in the parking lot. We're like, that's probably pretty safe.
Yeah.
Woke up in the morning, the ignition's drilled out, everything in the van's gone, a scooter, boots, everything gone.
Gone.
Van's down the road
what
half a mile.
country was this?
That was in France.
In France?
Southern France.
Yeah.
Perpignan, I think, and I was just like, that was horrible. That was like probably the worst part of it because I was like exhausted. I'm driving all the time, and then to get the van stolen, we're trying to figure all that out. So it was there's some wild times, but the positives by far outweighed the negatives. But the worst part was that this belly of mine here that started there. In Italy. The food's like, oh my god,
that was good, right?
Yeah.
And then from Smith, then you went to Smith.
Yeah, and I came back, and funny story there is I came back, and I was just like so burned out. I was like, I don't want to do anything, so I sat around for like 3-4 months, and I'm realizing I'm just spending my money that's in the bank, and then so Hook Taylor calls me up from Smith.
Yeah, Rich's dad.
Yeah, we want you to have this job, and so I go, man, I just came back from Italy, so I actually turned him down, and then I sat around for a couple more months, and then finally Hook's like, you got to take this damn job, and I'm like, okay. So then I moved to Idaho, and pretty much have been. I'm 20 years now.
Oh, that's why you went to Idaho. I thought you went there for WPS.
I went for Smith. So I lived up in Sun Valley.
Sun Valley.
Yeah, so I lived there, and and then
was Mark Ferris there then?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So it's me, Rich, and Mark were kind of the three, and like we went to the trade shows over in Italy and all that kind of stuff together, and so I'll just.
You did goggle service at the races.
Yeah. You and I have talked about that a lot. Oh, jeez.
Oh, I
such
lost,
a thankless job.
I lost years off my life for that.
Oh.
These fucking riders. I got so mad at them sometimes. Some of these guys, You're like, hey, man, here's 3 sets of goggles that are all done for you in a Ziploc. These are for emergencies if I'm not around, and put them in your locker, and then never touch these unless I'm not around or there's an emergency. But these are your backup goggles. Okay, gotcha. And then I'm going to bring you goggles every week to race that week. Okay, got it. And then you bring them goggles every week, and then they call you, say they don't have any goggles. And you're like, well, you have spares in your locker. No, those are gone. Okay, but those were emergency ones that for this kind of stuff right here. Yeah, they're gone.
Yep.
So you have no goggles? I have no goggles. Perfect. All right, got it. Thanks, Ryder.
Yeah, it was brutal. And then how about a mud race too, man? Like talk about sweating it. I remember
you had the Alessis, right?
Yeah, that was when they were amateurs. Yeah, I don't think when they turned pro. Yeah, it was the amateurs. We had like an unbelievable amateur team. Like I was telling people this. We had Josh Hill. We had the Alessis. We had Zach Osborne. I'm trying to think. There's a couple. I mean, there was some solid, like all people that went on to do really well in their careers.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, it was a fun time. I remember like going to Loretta's and just all the fun little things. Like I made up hats for all my riders then, and put their name and number on it. Just try to do special stuff. I always loved that kind of stuff.
And Denny was after you, Denny Stevenson.
Denny was after
you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So then did you go from Smith to WPS? Is that how it went?
No, I actually kind of like. So I tried living up there in Ketchum. It was just so expensive that I ended up coming to Boise, and then I worked at a shop, Carl Cycle, and I went to Boise State and got a 4-year degree. I always wanted to do that. Went to college, and just something that was kind of a personal thing that I wanted to do at 35 years old. I went to Boise State and so I got an English degree, and then I went to work that was 2007 when I graduated, and then I went to work for WPS.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, and then you were there for how long?
So I was there 11 years.
Yeah.
Yep. And then from there I went to Tucker for 3, and here I am.
And now you're doing your own thing.
Doing my own thing.
Oh, that's nice. Nice little journey through the industry. I think it's pretty interesting, especially you were a top amateur rider, Team Green. What was your most memorable bikes you got from Cowie back in the day?
I think I got 4.
4 bikes?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then and then Team Green, and then Suzuki's for a little bit from Tough, and then back to Cowie's, and
Yeah, it was funny earlier you were saying about Ron Joint, because Ron Joint was the first. He was the one that called me from Tough. And I didn't know Ron. He just called me out of the blue. He's like, "Hey, you want to ride for Tough Racing?" I'm like, I was stoked.
Right. Bowen, right?
Yeah. Yep. So Bowen was riding for him. John Kitch.
Kitch was good. Dude.
Yeah, he was so good.
He was just a mess, though, right? Like off the track, right?
And that was when Barnett tried to do the Supercross comeback, and
that crushed me that year because I was a huge Bomber fan, and I saw him in Atlanta '89, number 101.
Yep.
And he crashed on like the easiest double. And he got carted off. He never raced again. That was it. He never raced again. I saw his last race, and I was a fan.
I knew it was going to be trouble because like we would all hang out in Florida at G. Newmack's house, down near Ocala, and Barnett would come out there and ride his track. And I don't know if you ever saw that track.
No, I never did. I heard it was gnarly.
It was gnarly because he just basically, like, it was a flat field, and he just dug these pits, you know. So you would hit a jump and jump into like a hole in the ground, then jump out of it, you know. And so I just remember, I think he weeded himself out there pretty good, Mark Barnett. And I was like, oh, this is going to be rough.
Yeah.
Like, he was casing stuff, and like I was like, ooh.
Yeah, Supercross wasn't his forte when he was in his prime, right?
Maybe the comeback's not a good idea.
I think he went like 13-10 at Gainesville that year, like something like that, or 13-13.
I could see it outdoors,
Yeah, he was pretty good outdoors, right?
Or he was just a beast, you know.
Yeah. Was he a nice guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of quiet.
Yeah.
You know?
I think that's how he always was, right?
Yep.
Dale Spangler here on the PulpMX show. It is almost the 9 o'clock hour. Brought to you by the folks at ORW, offroadwarehouse.com. PulpMX is the code to save. Get your bike to the track with style and performance on Off-Road Warehouse. You've seen an ORW butt patch on the back of Nicoletti and the club guys. That's these guys. They have stores throughout the West Coast, including Temecula, San Diego, Corona, Vegas. They're in Phoenix. They even got a store all the way out in Atlanta. Stop in and check out the latest in truck, Jeep, Overland, UTV, and racing products from the industry's leading brands. Off-Road Warehouse stores are staffed by a knowledgeable, experienced team. Plus, they install everything they sell, from suspension kits, tires and wheels to steps, bed accessories, and more. PulpMX is the code to save at ORW. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. They got suspension direct products at ORW, so you can kill two birds with one stone. Use the code, save on install, save on the parts themselves from Suspension Direct. Get installed at ORW. RideDeskEngineering.com. PulpFan20 is the code to save. Ride Engineering has kept Honda's Showa dampener alive since 2017 when they stopped coming stock on CRF models. They have bracket kits available for all brands, including current model CRFs, and have just come out with a new design to fit the 22.5 KTM and Husky frames. The kit retails for $249 with several Showa dampener options. Moto benefits include improved corner entry and exit speeds when the track gets rough. Off-road riders benefit from less deflection over loose rocks and roots and through brush. PulpFan20 is the code to save. Showa suspension dampener. Remember that Showa thing Honda used to have? Steering stabilizer stock on the front of their bikes.
Oh, up on the fender,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. Underneath the front number plate.
Oh, yeah.
And now they're back with RideDeskEngineering.com. PulpFan20 is the code to save with those guys. Please check it out, and we'd appreciate that. Manscaped as well. Be like Dale Spangler. Get a Manscaped. PulpMX code is the code to save. Lawnmower Performance Package 4.0. That's what you got. It's got the Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer, Weed Whacker ear and hair nose trimmer, Crop Preserver ball deodorant, Crop Reviver toner, Performance Boxer briefs. This is all what you got, right?
Yeah.
PulpMX is the code to save. The Lawnmower 4.0. It's fantastic. It's the next level for trimming all of that down below. 9,000. The 9,000 RPM motor, 360-degree rotary dual blade system is on the Weed Whacker. It's a nose and ear hair trimmer, and provide proprietary skin-safe technology on Manscaped.com. And the 4.0 is a 7,000 RPM motor. It's got a light on it. It's got a travel lock on it. Dude, the battery lasts forever. I don't know when's the last time you charged.
It's unbelievable.
I haven't charged mine for, I think, a year.
Dude, I was just going to say, I've had mine for, how long have we been doing Manscaped? Quite a while. I think I've charged it like 3 times. I don't know if I've ever charged mine. It's phenomenal. I mean, dude, it's unreal. Maybe I should be using mine more. I don't know. Do you charge yours up?
Not yet.
Let's ask Pookie.
Yeah. Let's get Pookie up here.
Okay.
Manscaped. Use the code PulpMX to save with Manscaped.com. Motorsport.com. Tweet at Tits segment. Let's do it.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from Motorsport.com.
It's the Tweets at Tits Q&A segment where your twatted questions find answers.
Tits.
Motorsport.com banner on PulpMX.com or PulpMXShow.com. Go through that to make a purchase with those guys, and it helps us out. Great shipping. I think it's free shipping on anything over $79. OEM and aftermarket parts as well at Motorsport.com. And, they got a lot of stuff. UTV, road bike stuff, mountain bike stuff. They sell e-bikes as well. They got it all over there at Motorsport.com. Great prices. As you can see, teamed up with RD Coffee. So please check that out. Get it if you can. Pre-Black Friday sale on now. Black Friday next week. Cyber Week 11/27 to 12/4. So Motorsport.com pushing all of this on you people. Please check out the pre-Black Friday sale on now until the 23rd. So that is 5, 8, 2. That's next Wednesday. Yeah. Pre-Black Friday. Motorsport.com. Thanks to those guys. And check out the RD Coffee that they have as well for those guys.
They have cool videos.
Yeah, they do. Driven to Ride. Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah. And we got one more gift card to give out, which we will do right away as a thank you from motorsport.com to you listeners. All right, these questions are submitted at PulpMX Show on Twitter, and the guy in the corner over there picks the best ones. Let's do this.
All right, the first one is from Stephen Grenier. Is Phil riding 250 or 450 Supercross this year?
250 Supercross.
All right. From Jesse318, in an effort to not get hurt like he has the last few years, what if AC stopped riding Supercross at the end of November and just trained in December? Would he be off the pace?
Yeah, you got it. You got to keep going.
Yeah,
right,
you
Dale?
keep going, yeah. Can't be off the bike, yeah.
All right. From Charlie Worthy, J Mar's going from a factory team to the PulpMX team. If you had to describe the downgrade in a percentage pie, what will it be? Also, will he win races next year on that bike?
I think J-Mar can win on PulpMX. What do you think?
Yeah, 250, right?
Yeah.
I think he can, yeah, for sure.
Downgrade, 20%.
Okay. From Casual MX Fan, I know it's only the off season, but does Kenny winning Paris show he can be a title contender on a non-factory bike?
Kenny's a title contender on a Vespa, but he's got to finish. He's got to go through a whole year without having those crappy races that seem to happen to him or getting sick or whatever. Title contender, sure, but I wouldn't put him as a favorite by any means.
Okay. From Studio Cat, A-Ray mentioned receiving a gift from his fiance before the race. His results indicate that he got hollied. Can you confirm or deny what the gift was?
I don't think they get a blowjob before the main event. I got a blowjob and I was shit in the main event.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay. Future headline for you from Randy Hamilton. Webb only wins titles wearing the number 2 plate, or Tomac tops them all again in 2023.
Tomac tops them all again in 2023.
Yeah, more likely, I think Tomac. Yep. But if KTM's listening, Ian, Roger, you got to build a whoop pad, the gnarliest whoop pad you could possibly build, and just go out there with all your riders and just have them go through the whoop pad for 8 hours and try to fix these things in whoops. Thank you.
Kind of like the advice you gave Carnell, right? Was it you? Somebody said you got to build some whoops and just keep doing whoops.
I don't know. I might have said that. If it was brilliant, I probably said
it. From Tyler King, what was the purpose of the Roxon Stark test? Just curiosity on Ken's part, or start looking for curiosity on Ken's part and start looking for feedback.
Rough over
There's
there.
a lot of words in here.
A lot of words.
Or is there something deeper there, maybe relating to Stark wanting to race World Supercross?
No, there's nothing.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. I don't think Stark can race. From what I hear, they're getting turned down everywhere. They were supposed to race the thing already, and no one is letting them race. Like, they kind of had some promises, and I don't know if it's always been happening. And the bike can get 80 horsepower, right? That's what they're saying. Even if it can get 60 horsepower, 70 horsepower, you can't have a bike that's, faster than all the other bikes. There's a 450cc limit, right? So you need to make sure that you can run 450s, and that's it. And then you need to make sure the sanctioning body, the rule makers, also make sure that the bike is just a 450. So I don't know if we're ready for that. Because they could cheat.
No, I think it's too different. I think it needs to start as a separate class.
Yeah, they don't want to. They are very adamant on that. They do not want to start as a separate class.
Well, I like what Kawasaki, I don't know if you saw on the EICMA show, they came out with some hybrid bikes. And
I didn't see that.
EV and ICE. And so I think I thought that was pretty smart. So I'm like, it would be interesting to see if someone comes with something like that in an off-road bike.
Is ICE internal combustion?
Yeah, internal combustion engine.
Yep. Never heard that before. Okay. So no, on Kenny's thing, I don't know. Like, he was doing it for fun. It's strictly fun.
No drumming up interest.
Yeah, no.
Why not, right?
Yeah, no. He was in France. He had to go to Spain to do the test, and it was close flight. And
could have been their idea. They just said, "We'll,
we'll buy,
take care of everything."
Right, we'll pay you. We'll come out. We'll do a video. You know what I mean? All that stuff. So yeah, but there's nothing more there. But Stark wants to race for sure.
Okay. From lacrosse defense coach, what do you think DeCoster's first words were upon seeing Marv and Coop's results this weekend?
Yeah, you got to get better. You just got to go faster. That's first words.
Okay.
It's my bad.
It's good.
My bad, Roger.
Impression.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a long effing year.
From Grant Smith, what is the reason for the hate towards Cole Thompson?
I mean, I just think the guy's a douchebag. Like, he's been in so many incidents of ramming guys and taking guys out and being a loser off the track. Every Canadian team has a story of Cole Thompson being a D-bag. Everyone does. It doesn't seem to matter. And then there's things that he's done to my buddy Donk and the teams down here. And, he's just... I mean, ask a lot of racers. They just don't like the guy. I don't know. I don't know what his deal is. I don't know why he is that way. I want to like him because he's Canadian racing in the U.S. I'm always in favor of that. But he's just done too many douchey things. There's just too many douchey things from people that I know, that I trust. So I don't like the guy. I mean, that's cool. I don't wish him ill will. I don't anything else. I don't like the guy.
All right. From Corey Mosier.
Never heard of him.
During wife swap, what wisdom will Steve impart?
Life swap.
Life swap.
It's not wife swap.
It's a very subtle difference.
I know,
but
and
it's
that's
important.
And that's what Moser would think it is.
That's what he wants it to be, actually.
What wisdom will Steve impart to Little Kiefer as the man of the household?
I already told Aiden I'm going to channel my mechanic for Tim Ferry, Nick Way, Kelly Smith, all the riders that I took to the top, and I will take him to the top. That's just what I'm going to do. I got to go back in my memory and think about it, but I'm going to do that. So
where does spraying SC1 on brakes fall into that?
That's going to be lesson number 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
This next one is actually in response to the poll that we have put up.
Okay, and which, by the way, is 87%?
Right now, it's 87% with 833 votes.
So I think I've been justified by the voting tonight that it's a reasonable request. So you two can kick rocks.
I never said it wasn't reasonable.
No, you both said, dude, people don't. Well, people don't have that, man.
I don't think
a lot of people don't have that. You said.
I think there's a lot of liars out there.
I think there are too. And out of 800,
and it's Twitter, right?
You still got
Twitter
200 that don't have that room on there.
But 600 do.
Well, still 200 that don't.
That's a lot.
Thanks. But 600 do.
Quick maths.
From Matt Wilson says, the real question is, could you, Mr. Mathis, pay off the entire credit card bill?
Of what? What are you talking about?
Mr. Brokeside's credit card.
Could I pay his bill off?
Could you pay his balance?
Like, am I capable of it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, there's a whole...
It can't be more than $8 or $10,000, right, as far as his actual credit card?
Well, I guess we never got to the bottom of how much his limit was.
What his,
Yes, we don't even know. But I'm guessing it's not high.
Doesn't matter. Steve can pay it.
That's fake news.
Consider it done.
Have you seen these ceilings?
Yes, I have. Point proven.
No, the point is the bank borrowed me the money for these. The bank just said, hey, yeah, here's a bunch of money.
I think they loaned you the money.
Yeah, they loaned me the money.
Yes.
With an interest rate that is not acceptable.
It's better then than it is now. From Tanner Hall, is Hayden Deegan racing Mini-O's to get Supercross points, or what is the point?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Okay.
That's old news, right?
Hey.
He did warn you like earlier in the show.
I gave you the heads up ahead of time. It's slim pickings today. You notice by the phone calls, the only time we're getting them is when people want free stuff.
It's time for more free stuff.
It's the off season.
It's more time for more free stuff.
Consider it done.
What number we want?
762.
I like it.
But you're not counting 762.
Sure I am. Say I'm not.
702-586, the last $100 motorsport.com gift card given out tonight. 762nd caller will get it. 702-586-PULP. Give us a call, and we'll make it happen. Thank you to the folks at motorsport.com. I never got your email number 3 yet. Oh, I did get it. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, Tits. Appreciate that. All right, give us a call, 702-586. One more gift card up for grabs. And again, the archive listeners, contest at PulpMXshow.com. Email 69, only acceptable after the show. Will get the $100 gift card. So please check that out and do that if you want to enter it. And it's just a thank you from motorsport.com. So please check them out. Support them if you can. Pre-Black Friday sale going on now. Black Friday, of course, the next week, and then Cyber Monday as well. Motorsport.com. They got OEM and aftermarket parts. Great prices. Great shipping. It's great. Dale Spangler here. What else, Dale? What else captures your attention in the off-season / Supercross 2023?
I don't know. I'm just one of the things that I think has been really cool this last couple of years are these vlogs. You know, I just think that's opened up so much, and I think it really kind of stems from. I was telling you, my wife and I would like to watch F1 together.
Yeah.
And we rode that. We watched that Driven to whatever that's called. That series.
Driven to Ride.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
The
Drive to Survive.
Yeah, Drive to Survive. Yeah, the Netflix series. And it's just like once you get to know the riders, I feel like that's what sort of endears you to the sport. And so these vlogs. I feel like, I've become more of a fan of some of these riders because you get to know their true personalities. Right. But there might be some shenanigans in there, but for the most part, you kind of get it. Like a guy like Justin Barcia. Like I think he just seems like such a fun, hilarious guy, probably to be around every day.
Bamland? Yeah. Bamland's good. Troll Train's good.
Yep.
AC had a good one for a little while.
Yep.
Adam Cianciarulo.
Yeah.
Which other ones did you like?
Let's see. Whose was the other one? I mean, there's just so many good ones like that.
Right.
I slowly keep adding them as
I can't watch them all the time, right? I can't.
Yeah.
I miss them. I'll catch like every third Troll Train or every third Bamland. You know what I mean? Whenever one pops up in Racer X or somehow. I'm not a dedicated, loyal watcher. I probably should be, but I do like some of them. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, there's just so much content these days. Like, how can anyone keep up, hononestly?
Yeah, yeah. Well, even podcasts, right? There's so many more podcasts and everything else. Like,
between podcast, video, I mean, it's really impossible, to kind of keep up with all the shows and everything that's out there. But it's fun. It's easy for people like us though, because it's that's what we've done our whole life, and so it's just naturally.
Yep.
We're inquisitive about it, and I mean that's some of my favorite things are just getting out in the field and talking to people again. And like I went to that AIM Expo this February, and it was just so fun to reconnect with everybody that I haven't seen for years.
Yeah.
And you'll have to go.
When's the last time you went to a race?
Let's see. When was the last race? It had to be a couple years ago. I went to the Dallas Supercross when I was down at Tucker.
With Tucker.
And hoping to get this year, I want to try and go to one of the Anaheims, probably Anaheim 2.
Yeah,
because it's just been a while since I've been.
Yeah,
there.
Absolutely, right. It's nothing like live, right? Nothing like seeing it live.
Yeah, I tell my wife that because she's never been to one live, and I'm like, it's just so different. Like if you've never been to one, because it's just the vibrations. That you feel the ground vibrate, and then the sounds, everything, the smells combined. It really just makes a huge difference.
Yeah, the moment before gate drop.
Yes,
you're just sitting there, you're watching it. Yeah, it's pretty unique thing. That's what's great about a sport, really.
It still makes my hands sweat before the start, because I'm just sometimes, it's
do you look back on your racing career so I was a mechanic for 12 years, and when I look back on me as a mechanic, worked my balls off, made some podiums with Red Dog, and won a race with Kelly Smith, and this and that. But it seems like another lifetime away. It seems like a different guy. I look back and I'm like, I can't believe I did that. Do you look at that? Is that way for you for racing?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're
like, holy shit. Like I was really good rider, and I was fast, and
I mean, even just the fitness aspects of it, because I'm overweight now, but it's kind of like, I just can't believe some of the stuff I did back then, for training. And, and, like I did ran 2 marathons, like in between when I quit the first time and then I started again the second time, I ended up running 2 marathons. I'm like, I can't imagine doing that now.
Yeah, so, totally right.
But yeah, it's just, there's a couple things that when I look back, I go, if I would have just maybe stuck it out one more year.
Yeah.
Because I quit in '89. Like my dad and I had this, pact or whatever, where we're like, if you don't have it figured out, if you don't have a factory ride by then, and I was close. I think Buell got the ride that I was sort of in contention for. Jeremy Buell.
For which one?
For Suzuki.
For Suzuki,
yeah. For 1990.
Yep.
But it was just, they didn't have the budget, and they had one rider, and I'm like, I got it. He was younger than me, so, yeah, I think maybe if I would have stuck it out one more year, because I was 6th that year in '89 in the East region.
Yep.
And then I saw like Denny and everybody go on and do really well, and I'm like, dang it.
So that's the year Bradshaw won, '89.
'89, yeah. Yep.
You were 6th.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know
I was
that.
tied with Chris Coleman, so we tied for 6th.
Yeah, Chris Coleman, New Yorker guy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I got a couple 5ths, and I think that was my 4th might have been my best
Right.
Supercross. Never got a podium.
Right. How many times did Bradshaw pass you in '89 Miami?
Actually, I wasn't out, and that's the other thing. I didn't even race Miami because I broke my collarbone.
Oh,
so
okay. So
I missed like 1 or 2 rounds.
Yeah,
and
it still got
6th.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
It just seems like a different lifetime, like I said, right? For you.
Yeah, and I look at it and I just go, man, we look like we're going so damn slow when I watch those old videos.
I was just talking to somebody about that. The Glen Helen World Vets, they had 125s there,
Yeah.
And I'm just like, look at these things. Like,
yeah.
They look so slow.
I mean, honestly, it's almost frightening how fast they're going now to me.
Yeah.
Like when I look at it, I go, wow, I don't know if I would have had, what it takes now to go the speed that these kids are going.
Yeah. No, it's nuts. You're absolutely right. Yeah. Any Keith Bowen stories you can share on the air?
No, I mean, we hung out a couple times. I went up to his house in Michigan, and there wasn't a lot of riding, let's put it that way. We did a lot of eating, but we didn't do a lot.
Keith was good.
He was so good.
He was so good.
I mean, talk about somebody in a whoops, too. Like, holy crap.
Oh, yeah. No, he started that. He started crushing it at whoops. There's a lot of Keith Bowen party stories out there, right?
Yeah. He just hated the train, I think. I mean, he just had so much natural talent, kind of like a Lachine type guy where I don't think you had to,
You're from Ohio.
Yep.
Brock Sellers, fastest Ohio racer ever?
Yeah, let's see. They got Jeff Hicks.
Yeah.
Tom
Rand.
Carson. Yeah, I mean, Brock's pretty.
Probably Brock, right?
Yeah, I would say
fastest rider from Ohio?
Definitely.
Am I missing?
Fastest and definitely the most quirky.
Fred Andrews?
Oh yeah, Freddie.
Fred's good, but I don't think he was as good as Brock.
Yeah, Freddie was one of those guys, man. He was like, he would just whip my ass at the local races all the time. I was kind of the guy coming up. I got my Team Green ride.
Yeah.
He was a little more, veteran.
Right.
And I swear, it's like every race, it was almost like he just kind of played with me, and then the last 1 or 2 laps ago, he passed me and win.
Yeah.
And so, like, that was what I had to go up against every week, So it was good, you know. Like, and then, of course, I went to Michigan and Pennsylvania and to try and get other racers. Like, there's a group of us, like the Beckingtons brothers out of Michigan, Greg Keith Bowen. Let's see who else, like Stanford Buckholder. I mean, there's all these guys from like Michigan that would come down and race in Ohio, and then we'd go up there, So it was like, but it made everybody faster. LaRocco, all of us,
Yeah. Do you remember LaRocco, young LaRocco?
Oh yeah. So we raced. Yeah, we would race each other at like COCR, this track in Central Ohio, and
he was a guy that he was good as an amateur, but you wouldn't have thought that Mike LaRocco would become the Mike LaRocco as pro.
Same thing with Stanton though.
Yeah.
I mean, you see his riding style from when he started. I mean, he really literally was a bulldog, this. But then all of a sudden he just like changed his style. He started riding on the balls of his feet. I know that. I mean, he just completely changed his riding style.
Got somebody on YouTube wants to know where in Ohio you're from.
Painesville. Up by Cleveland.
Okay, all right, by Cleveland.
Yep.
All right, got it.
Yep.
I don't think anybody, looking at LaRocco's amateur results would be like, oh, he's going to be a multi-time champion. You know what I mean? He was good, but not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had the work ethic, though, and I think a lot of, like, I tell people that. I feel like it's sort of a Midwest thing, where you're just a little more, I wouldn't say humble, but you just kind of keep to yourself. You let your actions kind of speak for themselves, and but you work hard.
Yep.
And that just seems to be kind of, if you look at all the guys like Stanton and LaRocco, that's kind of how they were.
Yeah, that's a good point. You're right. Yeah, a lot of them are like that.
It's just
right?
that Midwest
even
mentality.
Bowen was quiet.
Well, Dungey too, even.
Yep.
I mean, I think he's pretty quiet and he was humble. So.
Yep. So, and then speaking of that, Donnie Schmidt is already pro by the time you were amateurs. Yeah. Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I raced him a little bit though. I think '89 he was in there with me.
Yeah. '89 he raced 125 nationals.
I mean, sometimes I look back at those results and I just go, "Holy shit, man! I just didn't remember it was that deep."
Yeah.
Because we always say that now.
Yeah.
It's so deep. It's so deep. But I'm like, damn, it was pretty deep back then. You know?
Well, because back then too, like guys like Kurdowski and Chicken in '88, '87, '88, they're riding as amateurs. They're racing the pro nationals as amateurs, right?
Yeah, pro-ams.
Yeah, pro-ams. So, so you're getting the top amateurs racing nationals, and then they're going to Loretta's, right?
Yep.
Later on. So,
I mean, I like that's a good example because, like, in 1989, I should have had, or actually '88, I should have had a national number, but because I was a pro-am, I didn't get any points.
Yeah, no points, right?
So I had to keep my triple, my 3 digits. So.
162.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I had 41 going into 1990, and didn't even race it.
Yeah, how
Can't
crazy is that,
that's
right?
So stupid, right? Yeah.
41, and then you're just like, I'm done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like so stupid.
I know. You look back at that, you're just like, yeah, what are you doing? Congratulations to Andrew for winning the $100 motorsport.com gift card. Appreciate that. What's that noise? Is that downstairs?
Yes. Pookie watching something.
What is Pookie doing?
Pookie does what she wants. This is her house.
I guess it is. All right, everybody. Well, anything else, Spangler? Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. It's been a great time.
Let me guess. The show went way faster than you thought.
It really did.
I know.
Yeah.
Everyone says that, dude.
Yeah. Is it bad? Like, what is it? Is it 4 hours?
It's 4:24 right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like it.
Right on track to be the best show ever.
I don't know.
Well, no, I would. No, look at the Slack.
Look.
Look at the Slack right there. The last message.
The what?
The last message on Slack. So, anyways, Dale, as I was saying,
you know I like being here, right?
No, you don't.
Okay.
Okay. All right. No, thanks for coming up.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, it was good to have you. I always wanted to get you in here, and we've been chatting over the months, and so I'm glad we could make it happen. That's super cool.
No, I'm stoked. Yeah, I always love. I'm always up for a good bench racing session, and it's just fun to, I don't know, just analyze everything.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of my new hobby, I guess. With doing my. I'm still in the industry, but it's fun to be able to just kind of pull things apart, just make predictions, and the fun stuff you do every week.
Yeah, thank you for the support at Fly. As I said, in 2000 and whatever year that was.
2007.
2007, but I wasn't doing pods then. I was doing pods.
2010, I think, is
2010 was when I started this thing.
That's when we started.
Yeah. So thanks for reaching out to me.
Yeah.
Still a very valued partner today because of Dale Spangler. And I want to thank Ryan Dungey, Ryan Villopoto, Alex Martin, of course, Adam Bailey, and Scott Huddleston. What's the best interview for you tonight? What did you think?
I think I like the Ryan Dungey one.
Yeah.
I always admired him. I like I said, being a Midwest guy, I think I can kind of relate to his sort of mentality.
Yeah. He's a lot more open on these interviews now that he's done racing, right?
Yeah. I mean, I know you guys have said the same thing about Tomac too, because it seems like I got to meet him once when I was at WPS, and God, he was so friendly and nice, easy to talk to, you know, and so it's cool that personality's coming out now.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think it's the stress and the pressure that these guys are under.
Yeah.
Which is a lot, right? And then once they get older or once they get a little more at ease, I think Tomac getting that Supercross championship, the second one, was everything to him,
Yep.
So yeah, thanks to those guys for calling in tonight. Thank you people for listening. Thanks to motorsport.com for the gift cards. Marks?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Tits?
Yeah, glad to be here.
Great work tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, one of your better shows.
That's what I'm talking about.
I want to thank Tater as well for coming in.
Coach Tater.
Coach Tater. Really appreciate that as well. Swisscore, Roto, Moser. Thank you to those guys. Pookie, of course, as well. So I want everybody to know right now that I really want a show on this Monday. I really want to come in for doing another show for you people and lay it all out there and have a great show. But Mark's insisted that he had to take some time. So we'll be off this Monday.
He'll be working on the app instead of the show.
How do you feel about that, Marks?
That's honestly probably not inaccurate. So
we'll be off next week because Marks says so.
I'll be working on the app.
Oh, okay. All right.
You could just release a bug-riddled, like partially working version of the app, like you did the first version of Fantasy.
Like last time.
Oh wow!
Burn.
Did you hear what he just said?
I heard him. Yeah, it doesn't. I don't care.
Like the first version of Fantasy.
Yeah, I don't care.
Solid burn.
Got him. It's pretty good.
Collusion.
So I want to thank everybody for listening. Dale, thank you again for coming up. Great to have you in, and good job tonight for sure. Thanks to our sponsors. Thanks to our listeners, PulpMXShow.com for more information on that. And, we'll see you in a couple weeks, everybody. We out.
My daughter, she's probably banged a few, but not everybody at least.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally